Today we are going to see, what if Goku raised Gohan alone after losing Chi-Chi? Part 4. So let's get started. The metallic silence of Frieza's ship was broken only by the low hum of its automated systems. Green corridor lights flickered softly, washing the curved walls in a cold glow. In one of the main chambers, the 7 Dragon Balls rested on a platform, floating within a controlled gravitational field. Each one pulsed with a golden light, as if breathing. Gohan and Krillin sat nearby, guarding them like improvised sentinels. Krillin scratched his head nervously. This is surreal. We have the Dragon Balls. All of them, but we can't do anything until Den gets here. Gohan nodded, hugging his knees as he stared at the hypnotic glow of the orbs. Why? But Dad and Vegeta are taking too long. He frowned, worry creeping into his voice. What if something happened to them? Krillin sighed. Knowing your dad, he's probably still fighting. He likes to drag those things out as long as possible. Still, Gohan lowered his gaze. I can feel his ki, it's weaker. Really weak. Suddenly, both of them tensed. 2 energies were approaching. One strong, steady, proud. The other trembling, shattered, barely holding together. Gohan jumped to his feet. It's Dad. They ran toward the main entrance. The metallic sound of the hatch opening echoed through the corridor. And there they were. Vegeta descended through the air, Goku slung over her shoulder. The Saiyan was completely wrecked. His orange GI hung in tatters, his chest covered in dark bruises and cuts. His breathing rough and labored. And yet he was smiling. Dad, Gohan cried, flying up to him and stopping in front of his face. His eyes filled with tears when he saw how badly hurt he was. What happened to you? Goku coughed, but his smile didn't fade. Hey, it's complicated, son. Let's just say there were some body switches, a frog and weird stuff. Krillin blinked, stunned. Body switches? A frog? Gohan frowned as well. Dad, I don't understand any of this. Goku chuckled weakly, wincing. Neither do I. Gohan, trust me. Before they could say anything else, Vegeta cut in, her tone sharp and commanding. There's no time for pointless explanations. Her hard, unwavering gaze fixed on Krillin. We need a place where Kakarot can recover. Recover? Here? Krillin glanced around, confused. Vegeta nodded. This ship has healing pods. Advanced technology from Frieza's army. I can prepare one. I just need to activate it and calibrate it for his body. She lowered Goku to the floor, her movements careful more by instinct than conscious thought. Then she looked at Gohan, who was trembling with worry. For 1 second, just one, her voice changed. It softened. Your father will be fine, brat. She paused, almost surprised by her own words. He's far too stubborn to die. Gohan looked up at her, his eyes still wet but shining with a bit of relief. Really? Vegeta snorted, crossing her arms again as if regretting the moment of compassion. I don't need to swear anything. You know your father better than I do. Goku, lying on the floor, smiled faintly. Are you complimenting me, Vegeta? She glared down at him. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want you alive so you don't rob me of the pleasure of defeating you myself one day. Krillin stepped closer, kneeling beside Goku. We'll take care of him, Vegeta. Go prepare that pod. The Saiyan princess nodded. She turned on her heel and headed down the corridor leading to the medical section. But as she passed, she stopped. Her gaze locked onto the platform. The Dragon Balls, their golden glow reflected in her dark eyes. For an instant, her breath caught. Her mind roared. Immortality, it's within reach. I could take one. I could take them all. I could leave these insects behind, crying, while I become the ruler of the universe. Her hand tightened. Then she heard a soft groan behind her. Gohan, can you help me sit up? Goku's voice weak, but alive. Vegeta's heart lurched. She didn't understand it. She didn't want to. She clenched her teeth, turned sharply, and continued walking. First the pod, she muttered to herself, almost like a mantra, and she disappeared into the metallic shadows of the ship. Krillin sighed as he helped Goku lean against the wall. We're lucky she's on our side for now. Goku laughed weakly. Yeah, looks that way. Gohan stayed beside him, holding his hand. Dad, don't scare me like that again, okay? Goku ruffled his hair with his trembling free hand. I'll try, buddy. The hum of the ship surrounded them, and in the distance Vegeta's proud silhouette moved among the shadows, preparing the pod that would decide her rival's life or death. A few minutes later, the metallic heart of Frieza's ship throbbed with a constant hum, like a living organism. In a side wing, hidden behind reinforced doors and polished steel corridors, Vegeta had managed to activate the medical module. The room was circular, white and blue, lit by soft lamps embedded in the walls. At its center stood a healing pod, a translucent cylinder connected by thick cables to a control panel filled with blinking lights. Inside, regenerative fluid waited, bubbling gently like an artificial pool of energy. Vegeta studied the readings on the console, her fingers moving across the controls with ease. She knew this technology well. It wasn't the first time she had used a pod like this to recover from battle, like after her first fight with Kakarot. She turned toward the corridor and raised her voice. Bald One, Brat, bring Kakarot here already. The pod is ready. Her tone was harsh and impatient, but her eyes shone with focus. Seconds later, Krillin and Gohan appeared at the entrance, carrying Goku between them. He leaned heavily on their shoulders, pale and battered, his wounds still open, but that stubborn smile was still there, as if daring the universe to try harder. Wow, Krillin muttered, staring around in awe. Now this is some top-tier alien tech. Gohan nodded, equally fascinated. It's amazing, it looks like a giant water capsule. Can this really heal Dad that fast? Vegeta nodded dismissively. With the injuries he has, it'll take about an hour. Maybe less. As long as he doesn't move around like an idiot. Hey, Goku protested weakly. They helped him into the room, the metallic echo of their footsteps filling the space as they approached the pod. Then, Goku turned his head and froze. On a nearby metal table, neatly arranged like surgical instruments, lay several medical tools, scalpels, gloves, and a long, gleaming syringe filled with greenish liquid. Goku's eyes went wide, his smile vanished. What is that? Krillin blinked. What is what? Goku raised a trembling finger. That thing, with the needle. Gohan followed his gaze. The syringe? Goku went even paler. Eye injections? He screamed in horror. Krillin stared. Huh? No, 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 no. Goku started struggling as best he could on their shoulders. I'm fine, healthy as an ox. I don't need that. I'm not letting anyone stab me. Gohan froze, a sweat drop sliding down his temple. Again? Krillin looked at him, confused. Again what? Gohan sighed, a little embarrassed. Dad always said injections were the scariest thing in the world. When he took me to get my first vaccine, he was more nervous than I was. He looked down, remembering. But it barely hurt. They even gave me a popsicle afterward. Krillin couldn't help laughing nervously. I still don't get how the guy who fought Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, and Frieza's elite is scared of needles. They're not needles, Goku wailed, his voice almost childlike. They're weapons from hell. Krillin doubled over laughing. This is too much. But Vegeta was stunned. She stood frozen, watching Kakarot thrash around like a terrified child. The same Kakarot who had faced Nappa with a smile, who had matched her Gallic gun, who had humiliated the Ginyu Force. That same idiot was trembling over a syringe. Her mouth fell open slightly. Is this serious? Goku kept struggling. Let me go. I'm really fine. I could fight Frieza right now. I swear. Krillin was crying with laughter now, while Gohan covered his face with his hand. Vegeta strode forward, her ki flaring with pure irritation. He stopped in front of Goku and grabbed his chin, forcing him to look her in the eyes. Listen to me, Kakarot, she roared. I have never used those primitive tools in my life. Goku blinked. Huh? Healing pods don't need needles or any earthling garbage. Vegeta snapped. You just get inside, float in the regenerative fluid, and let it do its job. Or do you really think Saiyans survive all our battles by using those things you call vaccines? Silence fell for a moment. Goku froze. Then, slowly he stopped struggling. Really? Vegeta ground her teeth. Yes, idiot. Krillin wiped tears from his eyes. By Kami, Goku, look at the mess you caused over a syringe they weren't even going to use. Gohan sighed but smiled a little. Dad, you really are something else. Goku scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Hey, yeah, I guess I overreacted a bit. Vegeta snorted, turning away so she wouldn't have to look at him anymore. A bit? I can't believe this is my rival. The same one who defeated me on Earth. As she muttered to herself, her lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, not mocking, but something more confused. Something only Kakarot managed to bring out of her. She turned to the pod and activated the hatch. The cylinder opened with a soft hiss, revealing the glowing liquid inside. Enough stupidity. Put him in. Krillin and Gohan guided Goku toward the pod. He glanced at the bubbling fluid. I'm not gonna drown, am I? Vegeta rolled her eyes. You'll breathe through the liquid, moron. That's what it's designed for. Stop acting like a child. Krillin helped him inside, adjusting his arms so he would float properly. Gohan watched closely, making sure he was comfortable. "It's okay, Dad, you'll be better soon." Goku smiled at his son. "Thanks, Gohan, and sorry about the injection thing." The boy laughed softly. "It's okay, I was scared the first time too." The pod closed with a metallic clang. The liquid filled it, slowly surrounding Goku's body until he was completely submerged. His eyes closed, his breathing steadied. The system began to bubble more intensely, green lights illuminating the chamber. Vegeta checked the readings on the console. "In 1 hour, he'll be as good as new." Krillin sighed in relief. "Thank goodness." Gohan stepped closer, placing his hand on the glass, watching his father with determination. Silently, Vegeta's gaze drifted toward the Dragon Balls, still glowing in the adjacent chamber. Her mind roared again. "Immortality, it could be mine right now. I'd only have to take them. I'd only have to summon Purunga." Her fists clenched, but then she looked back at the pod. At Kakarot, floating peacefully, that stupid calm smile still on his face even while unconscious. And for one brief moment, the temptation dissolved like smoke. "Idiot," she whispered. She turned back to the console, focusing entirely on her rival's recovery. Because before any wish she wanted to see him stand again. The Ling pod sealed shut with a soft mechanical whisper. Bubbles began to rise inside, illuminated by green and blue lights. Goku floated within, his body relaxed, that goofy smile still stuck on his face even in unconsciousness. Vegeta studied the indicators on the console. The numbers blinked steadily. It was working. She crossed her arms, satisfied. "In an hour, that idiot will be back on his feet." Krillin let out a massive sigh, like a mountain had just been lifted off his shoulders. "Thank goodness, I really thought we weren't going to make it." Gohan pressed his forehead against the glass of the pod, gazing at his father as if trying to absorb his calm. "Dad, get better soon." Vegeta looked away, uncomfortable with so much tenderness. She turned sharply, her dark hair swaying, and spoke firmly. "Let's go." Krillin blinked. "Go where?" "Follow me," she repeated, offering no further explanation. They walked through several corridors of the ship. The metallic echo of their footsteps rang through the vast, curved halls, where flickering green lights illuminated alien symbols carved into the walls. The air smelled of hot metal and ozone. At last, Vegeta stopped in front of an oval hatch. She entered a code on a panel, and with a hydraulic hum, the door slid open. Inside was something else entirely. A wide room with pristine white walls, lined with metal shelves arranged like soldiers at attention. On them rested Saiyan battle armor. There were suits of every size, large, small, some with sharp shoulder guards, others more streamlined, each one designed to withstand the brutality of real combat. The material gleamed under the cold light, giving the room an almost sacred atmosphere. Krillin's mouth fell open immediately. What is all this?" Vegeta walked toward 10F the shelves as if it were the most natural thing in the universe. Her fingers brushed over a set of armor, feeling its firm yet flexible surface. Battle armor, the uniform that defines a true warrior. She turned toward them, her gaze severe. "If you think you can face Frieza wearing those earthling rags, you're more hopeless than I thought." Krillin glanced down at his own orange GI, torn to shreds and stained with dust and dried blood. "Well, can't really argue with that." Vegeta grabbed a suit of armor and tossed it at him. Krillin caught it awkwardly, nearly stumbling backward. "Pick one, put it on." What? Just like that?" Krillin asked, holding it nervously. "What part don't you understand?" Vegeta snorted as she selected her own. "Without protection, you'll be dust in the first second." She turned around and casually began stripping off what remained of her shattered armor. Krillin froze. The plates came off one by one, revealing the firm skin and sculpted body of the Saiyan princess. The strong line of her back, the toned muscles of her abdomen, the contained power in every fiber of her body was perfectly honed for a warrior woman. Heat rushed to his cheeks. By Kami," he muttered under his breath, quickly turning away. Bulma hadn't been exaggerating. Gohan, on the other hand, watched with pure innocence. He picked up a smaller set of armor from a nearby shelf and lifted it with both hands. "Wow, it's light. I thought it'd weigh a ton." Without turning around, Vegeta explained as she fastened the straps of her new white armor with dark blue and gold accents. "The material is a special fiber. It adapts to the wearer's body. Light as air, hard as steel. It can withstand impacts that would turn your earth clothes to dust." When she finished, she straightened. The new armor fit her perfectly, hugging her silhouette. The contrast of white, dark blue, and gold against the black bodysuit beneath emphasized the feline perfection of her form. Krillin tried very hard not to look, clearing his throat as he put his own armor on as quickly as possible. Yeah, not bad, not bad. He raised an arm, flexing it to test the movement. Whoa, it's actually really flexible, I told you, Vegeta replied, a barely visible smile touching her lips. This armor was made to survive. Gohan, meanwhile, was struggling. The armor he'd chosen was just a bit too big. He wobbled as he tried to slip into the straps and attach the guards properly. I think I put this on backwards. Krillin tried to help, but ended up just as confused. Does this go in front or in back? And do the shoulder pads clip here or here? Vegeta rolled her eyes. Useless. She stepped toward them. Gohan looked up in surprise as she crouched down without asking and began adjusting the armor on his torso. Arms up, she ordered. Huh? I said up, brat. Don't you know how to follow orders? Gohan immediately obeyed, raising his arms. Vegeta snapped the shoulder guards into place with precision, then pulled the waist straps tight and secured the chest clasps. Gohan stared at her wide-eyed. Her voice was harsh but her hands were careful. For a moment, he felt something strange. It wasn't like when his dad trained him clumsily, nor like Piccolo's relentless strictness. This was different, a firmness wrapped in a protective instinct Vegeta herself didn't seem to notice. When she finished, she stood and crossed her arms. Done. Gohan lowered his arms and tested his movement. He jumped lightly, threw a few punches into the air. It's amazing. It feels like I'm wearing nothing but way safer. Krillin smiled at him. It looks good on you, Gohan. You look like a real warrior. Vegeta studied him for another second, silent. Her frown didn't change but a fleeting spark flashed in her eyes, hard to decipher. Remember this, brat, she said at last, her tone lower. That armor doesn't make you strong. It only protects what's already there. Real strength has to come from you. Gohan nodded seriously. I understand. Krillin adjusted his own armor and took a deep breath. Well, at least we don't look like beggars anymore. Vegeta snorted, but didn't disagree. Silently, her gaze swept across the room full of armor. For a moment, memories surfaced. Planet Vegeta, her fellow Saiyans, all wearing those same uniforms before Frieza turned them to ash. Her fists clenched, but when she turned back to the two Earthlings, the clumsy bald one and the excited child wearing armor slightly too big for him, something strange passed through her. It felt as if, somehow she was passing on a legacy. And that, more than any armor, weighed heavily on her chest. At the same time, the wind around the Grand Elder's home was harsh, as if every gust carried the weight of an inevitable catastrophe. The blue plains and green lakes reflected a sky that seemed to darken little by little, stained by an aura that did not belong to this world. Standing before the entrance to the white dome where Namek's ancient leader rested was Nail. His body was battered, cuts along his arms, deep bruises marking his torso, his cape torn to shreds. His breathing was heavy, but his legs still held him upright. His gaze, serious and defiant, was locked onto the monster before him. Frieza, the Emperor, floated barely a meter above the ground, his arms clasped behind his back, like a bored noble inspecting a painting. His tail swayed lazily through the air, coiling and uncoiling. He was smiling. 42,000 power units, Frieza said softly, almost musically, as he observed Nail through his unseen scouter. Measuring every fluctuation of his ki. I must admit, you are impressive. Without question, the strongest of your kind. The Namekian clenched his teeth, spitting a thin line of blood onto the ground. If that's all you have to say, save it. Frieza tilted his head elegantly, amused by the insolence of a child. Don't be so rude, I'm complimenting you. His smile widened slightly. With strength like that, you'd even be a worthy candidate for my Ginyu Force. Can you imagine it? The proud guardian of his race, serving under my banner. Ah, what a delightful image. Nail frowned, his ki vibrating faintly around him. I would rather die than serve you. I expected as much, Frieza replied with a theatrical sigh, as if he'd heard that answer thousands of times before. Then his eyes sharpened, glinting with malice. But what if I offered you something more tempting? Nail said nothing. Your life, Frieza continued, his voice caressing the air like poisoned silk. I spare you. More than that, I grant you power, security. I might even allow a handful of your people to live, if you cooperate. All you need to do is tell me what I want to know. His tail cracked against the ground with a sharp crack, kicking up dust. Tell me the secrets of the Dragon Balls. How to use them, how to summon the dragon. Frieza's smile grew sharper, his fangs peeking through. Come now, be reasonable. Your race is already doomed. Why not at least secure a future for yourself? Nail remained silent, his chest rising and falling with effort. The muscles in his arms trembled not from fear, but from accumulated pain. At last, he raised his head. His yellow eyes burned with a fury that neither blood nor exhaustion could extinguish. My duty is to protect the Grand Elder. My duty is to protect my people. And you're doing a terrible job of it. Frieza laughed softly, cruelly. Look around you. Where is your army? Where are your warriors? Oh, right, I exterminated them. The words were knives, but Nail did not break. You're right about one thing, he said quietly. I'm the last one still standing. Exactly. Frieza spread his arms mockingly. So what's the point of resisting? You're strong. Yes, but your power doesn't even begin to compare to mine. I could crush you this instant with a single finger. Nail took a step forward, wobbling slightly. His ki flared, though it was obvious his reserves were nearly gone. If that's true, he said, then why haven't you done it already? Frieza blinked. His smile remained, but his eyes flashed with interest. Quote, because you can't stand the idea of someone looking at you without fear. Nail pointed at him with a steady finger despite his condition. You don't just want to destroy me. You want to break me. You want me to kneel. The air grew heavier. Frieza's ki stirred, unseen, like an electric storm. For a brief moment, the tyrant's smile vanished. TCH insolent. His tail lashed out, shattering a nearby rock into countless fragments. I'll give you one last chance. He floated calmly again, his smile returning. Join me, tell me what I want to know. And perhaps, just perhaps, I won't erase every last one of your villagers from this planet. Quote, Nail clenched his fists. A vein throbbed at his temple. You already erased them, he said quietly, his voice sharp as a blade. And even if you hadn't, I would never serve a monster like you. Then you will die. Frieza extended a finger. A spark of energy formed at its tip, small, but deadlier than any attack Nail had ever felt. The Namekian tensed his muscles. His legs shook, but he did not step back. I'm not naive. I know I can't defeat you. Frieza tilted his head, amused. Then, Nail raised his injured arm, pointing his open palm at the tyrant. His ki trembled, gathering like an unstable flame. Then I'll do the only thing I can delay you. Even if it's just a minute. Even if it's just a second. If that second allows my people to survive, then it will be worth it. Frieza stared at him in silence for a few moments. And then he laughed. At first it was soft, then louder, crueler, until the air itself echoed with the chilling sound. Ahahahaha, how touching, how absurd, how delightfully pathetic. He stopped abruptly, his eyes locking onto Nail like blades. Very well, I'll grant your wish. Show me just how much those precious seconds are worth. Nail screamed with everything he had. Ha! His ki exploded, shaking the ground beneath his feet. The air ignited in a brilliant green wave. His aura crackled like fire in the wind. Frieza smiled calmly, raising one arm. Then let us begin. And the duel began. Nail moved first, launching himself like a green missile. His fist slammed into Frieza's forearm, which stopped it effortlessly. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outward, cracking the ground in concentric circles. Frieza didn't even move. Is that all? Nail snarled, spinning into a kick only for Frieza to block it with his tail. The purple whip coiled around his leg and hurled him into the ground. Boom! A crater opened beneath him. The Namekian rose, gasping, blood running down his forehead, but he charged again without hesitation. Frieza met him with a glowing finger. One, he whispered. The beam sliced through the air like a laser. Nail deflected it with his forearm. His skin instantly scorched, but he stayed standing. Frieza smiled. Good. 2. Another beam. Nail dodged it by centimeters, twisting in mid-air and firing an improvised Masenko straight at the tyrant's face. The explosion kicked up smoke. For 1 second, Nail thought he'd hit him, but as the smoke cleared, Frieza was still there, untouched, smiling. 3. In a blur, he appeared in front of Nail and drove his knee into his stomach. The air burst from Nail's lungs in a choked groan. Frieza grabbed him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Your time is running out, warrior. Nail gasped, blood dripping from his mouth, but his gaze remained steady. Not yet. With a roar, he threw a desperate punch at Frieza's face. The tyrant didn't even flinch. His smile widened. Then count the seconds you have left, insect. And he slammed Nail into the ground with brutal force. The land around the Grand Elder's home trembled. The battle had begun. The interior of Frieza's ship hummed softly. The metallic echo of life's P-port systems filled the corridors like a constant murmur. Lights flickered in cold shades of green and blue, washing the walls with reflections that looked like watchful eyes. In one of the deepest chambers, a healing pod shone like a strange jewel. Bubbles rose slowly through the translucent liquid filling the chamber, surrounding Goku's body, suspended in a state of forced repair. Sensors projected alien numbers, energy lines pulsing in rhythm with his breathing. In front of the controls, Vegeta sat with her arms crossed, legs tense, eyes fixed on the command panel. 15 minutes had said since Kakarot had been placed inside the pod. She sighed and checked the indicators. Stable, she murmured, turning a knob with a soft click. Normal heart rate, cellular regeneration faster than I expected. The princess leaned forward, studying the readings more closely. Tisk, but with those injuries, there are still at least 45 minutes to go. She slumped back against the seat, exhaling heavily. She yawned. Damn it, she rubbed her face with one hand, closing her eyes for a moment. I'm exhausted. Memories of the battles against Dodoria, Zarbon, Rikum, Berter, G-Ice, and T. Hen Captain Ginyu himself stabbed through her mind like knives. Her body, though restored by a senzu bean, still carried the tension of those endless hours. And now, the silence struck her. She glanced sideways at the pod. And she saw it. Kakarot. His eyes were half open but awake. Watching her, Vegeta raised an eyebrow. What? You think that just because you're floating like an idiot in warm water? You have the right to stare at me like that? But Goku didn't look away. And he smiled. It wasn't the naive grin he always wore in battle, nor the easy laugh of someone who never took anything seriously. This was different, softer, calmer, a smile that seemed to say, I'm here. I see you. Vegeta straightened, frowning. What the hell are you smiling at? She asked, her tone meant to be harsh, but it sounded strange even to her own ears. The Saiyan inside the pod tilted his head slightly, still looking at her. His lips moved just a little, as if he wanted to say something, but the liquid kept him silent. Vegeta scoffed. Idiot, you can't even talk to me. She turned back to the panel, pretending to check the systems again. But her eyes drifted back to him almost immediately. By instinct, almost without thinking, she leaned toward the pod. Her forehead gently touched the cold glass. And when she did, Goku, from inside, did the same. For an instant, separated by glass and liquid, their foreheads almost seemed to meet. Vegeta's heart skipped a beat. What am I doing? Her breathing quickened, though she tried to control it. Her lips pressed together, but her eyes never left his. And then, without realizing it, her thoughts slipped out in a low whisper. Why you? The silence in the room was heavy. Only the bubbles in the tank answered. Why do you make me feel this? Her voice trembled faintly, barely audible. This damn heat inside me. She clenched her fists against the glass. You're a low-class Saiyan. A parasite sent to some insect planet. And yet, she closed her eyes for a second. Cursing herself, you managed to make the princess of the royal bloodline lose her composure. She opened her eyes. Goku was still watching her. And in his eyes there was something else. A silent plea, a request. It wasn't for himself, not for his pride, it was for someone else. Vegeta understood immediately. She turned her head toward the entrance, where she had seen that brat, the child of Kakarot. The little one who called him, Dad, in a voice that still didn't know hatred or war. Her throat tightened, she swallowed, and before she could think twice, she answered. I'll take care of your son until you recover, she whispered. And as she said it, a shiver ran down her spine, as if she couldn't believe those words had come from her own mouth. She looked back into his eyes. I promise. Goku slowly closed his eyes, and the smile on his face softened. He didn't need to speak. That look said more than 1,000 words. Vegeta abruptly looked away, bringing a hand to her forehead. TCH, what the hell am I saying? She tried to keep her scowl, but her body betrayed her. The exhaustion was too much. Her eyelids grew heavy. Damn you, Kakarot, she muttered as a yawn escaped her lips. She settled into the chair, but in the end, purely by instinct, she rested her forehead against the glass of the pod again. The cold of the crystal contrasted with the heat burning in her chest. Her eyes slowly closed. Too stubborn to die, huh? She murmured, almost like a sigh. And without meaning to, without admitting it, Vegeta fell asleep. Right there, pressed against Goku's healing pod. The princess of the Saiyans, The proud warrior who had never allowed anyone to see her vulnerable, now rested with her forehead against the glass that separated her from the only man who had ever managed to disarm her. And as the bubbles continued to rise, the warrior inside the pod closed his eyes as well. But his smile remained. A strange silence ruled the ship. It wasn't the silence of war. It was peace. For the first time in a very long while, the corridor of the ship vibrated softly, like a metallic heart beating in rhythm with its internal systems. Gohan walked in silence, his boots striking the floor with a hollow echo. Carrying in his hands a small damp cloth Bulma had given him to cool off. More than 20 minutes had already passed since Goku had been placed inside the healing pod. Krillin had stayed farther back, securing the room where they were hiding the Dragon Balls. But Gohan, unable to sit still, had made his way to where his father was. He didn't want to admit it, but fear lingered around him. He had seen too much blood, too much violence on Namek. And even though he had watched his father defeat impossible enemies, this time he had seen him fall injured like never before. The boy opened the door to the chamber. The hiss of the metal mechanism greeted him with a rush of cool air. And then he froze. What lay before his eyes was not what he expected. There was the healing pod, glowing in bluish tones, bubbles rising slowly around his father. Goku floated inside the liquid, connected to the systems, his eyes closed. His body was still covered in scars, but his face was peaceful, and just outside, leaning against the glass with her forehead resting on the cold surface, was Vegeta. Asleep. Her arms were crossed, her breathing calm, a rebellious lock of hair falling over her forehead. Her armor was still on, but her posture wasn't that of a warrior on guard. She wasn't ready to attack. She wasn't prepared to flee. She was comfortable. Gohan swallowed. Vegeta, he whispered, barely audible. She didn't move. The boy took another step into the room. His heart was beating fast. It wasn't fear, not exactly. It was confusion, a strange feeling, as if he were spying on something he wasn't meant to see. His eyes returned to his father. Goku's expression was gentle, a small smile faintly traced on his lips. Same expression Vegeta seemed to have drawn out of him without even realizing it. And suddenly, a memory crossed Gohan's mind. A memory he didn't know he still had. The living room of their home on Mount Paozu. A blanket spread across the floor. His mother, Chi-Chi, her face still pale from the illness that consumed her, held him in her arms. He was just a baby, but somehow, he remembered the warmth. The scent of herbal tea in the air. His mother rocked him gently, humming a melody he could barely reconstruct in his mind. And beside her sat Goku, smiling, a calm smile, not that of a warrior, nor the grin of a glutton before a feast, but the smile of a man who felt whole in that moment. The memory was blurry, almost a blink in his childish mind. But the feeling was clear. And now, seeing his father resting inside that pod, with Vegeta asleep beside him. It was the same expression. "Dad," Gohan whispered, his eyes moistening without him noticing. He stepped closer, slowly. His movements were silent, as if he feared breaking the magic of the image before him. Vegeta breathed softly, her scowl barely relaxed. Gohan leaned in a little, watching her carefully. He couldn't fully understand it. This woman was proud, cruel at times, and yet there she was, beside his father, like a silent guardian. The boy swallowed and murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. "She looks really comfortable." His hands tightened around the damp cloth he was holding. The sight confused him. He didn't understand why Vegeta had chosen to stay there, nor why his father seemed to smile even while asleep. But his childlike heart understood something his mind couldn't yet put into words. They weren't alone. He moved even closer to the pod, placing his small hands on the glass. Just below where Vegeta's forehead rested, the blue light reflected across his face. "Dad, you look so peaceful," he said softly, a small smile forming on his lips. Just like that day with Mom. A couple of tears rolled down his cheeks. Not from sadness, but from a deep, gentle warmth. They were memories he hadn't known he still carried. He remembered Chi-Chi's voice. Her brief laugh when Goku acted silly just to make her smile. Even while she was sick, he remembered how she pulled him close and said, "Look, Gohan, your dad will always be here to take care of us." And now here he was. Wounded, sealed inside an alien tank, yet smiling the same way. Gohan wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Then he turned his gaze to Vegeta. He didn't know what to think of her. He didn't know either he should hate her for what she'd done on Earth, or thank her for being here now. But seeing her sleep like that, so close to his father, filled him with questions. Why? Why does Vegeta look so calm next to Dad? And why does Dad smile like he's with Mom? The boy pressed his lips together. I don't understand. A sound pulled him from his thoughts. Vegeta shifted slightly. Her breathing changed. A murmur slipped from her lips. Idiot, she whispered in her sleep, her expression somewhere between a smirk and a scowl. Gohan's eyes widened. Vegeta? She didn't wake. She simply settled again, like a curled-up cat, her forehead still against the glass of the pod. Gohan stepped back, his heart pounding. At that moment, the door behind him opened with a hiss. Gohan? Krillin said softly as he stepped in. What are you doing here? The boy looked at him, his cheeks still damp with tears. Krillin, you have to see this. Krillin raised an eyebrow and leaned in. And then he, too, stood there speechless. Goku, resting peacefully inside the pod. Vegeta, asleep against the glass, as if silently keeping watch over him. Krillin scratched the back of his head. By Kami, I can't believe it. Gohan looked at him. Krillin, my dad, he looks the same as when he was with Mom. The bald fighter's eyes widened. Chi-Chi? Gohan nodded gently. Yeah, that same look, like everything's okay. Krillin sighed, folding his arms. Wow, never thought I'd see something like this. They both fell silent. The boy looked at Vegeta again. And then, without realizing it, he murmured. Maybe she's taking care of him. Krillin glanced at him, surprised. He wanted to say something but no words came. Because deep down Gohan was right. The room settled into calm. The bubbling of the pod, Vegeta's steady breathing, and Goku's sleeping smile were the only things filling the air. For the first time since they had arrived on Namek, Gohan felt that maybe things could turn out okay. And he allowed himself to smile. The constant hum of the healing pod was the only sound in the room. The liquid bubbled softly around Goku's body, casting blue flashes that reflected across Vegeta's serene face. Still asleep with her forehead resting against the glass, Krillin watched the scene in silence, arms crossed, while Gohan remained nearby, as if his mere presence were enough to protect his father. The bald fighter murmured, lowering his voice so as not to wake the Saiyan. I never thought I'd see Vegeta sleeping so peacefully. And not like this, like she's watching over your dad. Gohan nodded slightly, though his expression held more confusion than relief. Yeah, but still, he swallowed, glancing toward the hallway as if afraid Vegeta might suddenly wake up. We can't fully trust what she might ask for when we summon the dragon, right? Krillin glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Exactly. Ally or not, we know how she thinks. For her, it's always pride. Strength and her own desire first. The boy lowered his gaze to the metal floor. If she asks for what she wants before we do, then. Krillin cut him off with a firm gesture. That's why we act now. While she's asleep. He turned toward the healing pod. Your dad needs time to recover, we can't afford to waste another second. Gohan took a deep breath. He looked once more at Vegeta, almost guiltily, then nodded with resolve. Okay, let's do it. They both left the room with quick steps, trying to let the automatic doors close without making too much noise. In the side corridor, the 7 Dragon Balls rested within a gravitational field, floating like golden suns. The light they emitted was almost hypnotic, vibrating like a living heart. Gohan approached first, raising his hand cautiously. They never stop amazing me, he whispered. Krillin nodded, staring at the magnitude of the spheres. Yeah, and to think that with these we can bring everyone back. Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, even Chaozu. The boy clenched his fists, remembering each of their deaths. Dad would be happy if we managed to do that before he wakes up. Exactly, Krillin said, turning to him. But we still need someone who knows the Namekian language. Den told us that. As if fate itself had heard their concern, a voice interrupted them. Krillin, Gohan. They both turned at the same time. Running down the corridor in desperation was Den. His small feet echoed against the metal floor, his eyes shining with urgency. Right behind him, Bulma struggled to keep up, less panicked, holding a dragon radar in one hand and her bag slung over her shoulder. Den, Gohan exclaimed, smiling with relief when he saw him. You came. The young Namekian barely stopped to catch his breath, panting. There's no time. Frieza is at the Grand Elder's house. Krillin froze. What? He attacked suddenly. Den continued, tears welling in his eyes. Nail is fighting him right now, but he's only doing it to buy us time. The Elder already knows his life is about to end. We have to summon Kurunga now, before Frieza gets here. The silence weighed heavily for a moment. Krillin clenched his teeth. Duh. It that means Nail is fighting the battle of his life and he probably won't last long. Gohan lowered his gaze. Then we have to hurry. Den nodded firmly. Yes, I can summon the dragon. The Rand Elder gave me the authority and the language to do it. At that moment, Bulma stepped forward, pulling something from her bag. Wait, before you start moving those giant balls around, I've got something for you, Gohan. The boy looked at her, surprised. For me? Bulma opened her hand. Resting in her palm was a small green seed. A senzu bean, the one you asked me to keep safe. Take it just in case that Freezer guy shows up. Gohan's eyes widened. He took the bean carefully, as if afraid he might break it. Bulma, thank you. He smiled, a spark of hope in his eyes. With this I can help Dad recover faster. Krillin interrupted him with a serious tone. Yeah, but first we focus on the Dragon Balls. Freezer could arrive at any moment. You're right, Gohan said, carefully securing the bean in his belt. Krillin turned to Bulma. Bulma, we need you to do one more thing. What is it? Go back to the camp where we left our stuff. Gather whatever you can, then head for Goku's ship. With some luck, once we're done here, we can regroup and get off Namek before Freezer finds us. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly nodded with determination. Alright, sounds risky, but I'm not going to sit around while you guys risk your lives and I just get in the way. She pulled out the dragon radar and activated it, revealing a bright dot on the screen. I've already marked Goku's ship. Perks of using my dad's tech, I won't get lost. Then, with an almost theatrical motion, she tossed a capsule onto the ground. Pong! In a burst of smoke, a futuristic motorcycle appeared, white with blue stripes. Ready to roar to life. Bulma hopped on immediately, fixing her hair and smiling despite the tension. Try not to die, okay? I'll get the emergency escape ready. Krillin gave her a thumbs up. Count on us. Bulma revved the engine, which vibrated with a metallic growl. Before leaving, she looked back at Gohan one last time and smiled gently. Your dad's going to be fine, Gohan. Have faith in him, he's always had faith in you. Gohan nodded, eyes shining. I know, thanks, Bulma. With a final wave, she accelerated. The bike vanished down the corridor, leaving behind a metallic echo that faded within seconds. Silence returned for a moment. Only the three of them remained. Krillin, Gohan, and Dend. The Dragon Balls floated before them, majestic, emitting a light that illuminated the corridor as if 7 suns were trapped in the same place. Slowly, they moved them outside the ship. The day on Namek, despite everything, had never felt so hopeful. Krillin took a deep breath, swallowing hard. Well, guys, this is it. Den stepped forward slowly, extending both hands toward the spheres. His eyes shone with solemn conviction. The Grand Elder told me these Dragon Balls carry the hope of my people. And now, he said softly, they carry yours as well. Gohan clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Then let's do it. Krillin glanced back toward the ship, toward the room where Vegeta still slept beside Goku's healing pod. And we'd better do it before someone interrupts us. The air grew heavy. Tension crackled like static electricity. And then, Dend raised his arms and closed his eyes. His voice rang out, solemn, deep, and clear. Takaraputo Paporinga Pupiritoparo. The sacred words rippled across Namek like a spiritual thunder. The sky darkened. In a matter of seconds, Namek's twin suns were stained a dull, ominous red. Day turned into a strange, heavy twilight, as if the entire planet had fallen under a supernatural eclipse. The emerald seas churned, the wind howled across the plains, and the crystal mountains vibrated like gigantic bells. Krillin took a step back, staring up at the sky through an opening in the ship. Holy crap, the whole planet is going dark. Gohan shivered, feeling the sheer magnitude of the power about to be unleashed. It's incredible. The ground trembled, and from within the black clouds that had gathered, a red glow emerged like a rising sun. Then, a colossal figure began to descend from the heavens. It was a dragon, but not like Shenron. Purunga descended with the force of a moving mountain. His body was massive and muscular, covered in scales that gleamed like green obsidian. His arms were thick and powerful, ending in claws so sharp they looked capable of splitting a planet in half. His eyes, yellow like miniature suns, burned with an intensity that froze the soul. His tail coiled like that of a cosmic serpent, each movement making the very air tremble. He didn't float lightly, he dominated the sky like a living titan. Gohan stumbled back a couple of steps, eyes wide. He's incredible. He's so different from Shenron. Remembering the drawings his dad had once shown him of Earth's dragon god. Krillin swallowed hard. Different? No, he's 100 times more terrifying. Purunga's voice thundered across the land. It wasn't a roar. It wasn't a shout. It was a divine decree. Speak. I am Purunga, the dragon god of Namek. You have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. You are granted 3 wishes. Speak and I shall grant them. The shockwave of his voice made the entire ship tremble. Gohan stood frozen for a moment. Red light bathed his young face, his heart pounding wildly. He turned to Dend, nervous. Quick, ask him to bring back everyone who died on Earth. But Dend raised his hand, stopping him. No, Purunga's rules don't work like Shenron's. He can only revive 1 person per wish, not many at once. Krillin jolted. What? You're telling me we'd need 4 wishes to bring everyone back? That's right, Dend replied calmly, though his expression showed just as much frustration. Silence fell over them. The weight of the problem was unmistakable. And then, a voice echoed inside Gohan's mind. Gohan, can you hear me? The boy stiffened, looking around. Huh, who? Krillin stared at him. What is it, Gohan? But Gohan's face lit up. That voice, I know it. The voice sounded again firm, deep, commanding. It's me, Gohan, Piccolo. Gohan's eyes filled with emotion. Mr. Piccolo, it's really you. Krillin nearly choked. Piccolo, how the hell are you talking to us? The reply came sharp and direct. I'm in the other world. But I can communicate thanks to King Kai, the North Kai. He's lending me his telepathy. Gohan clenched his fists tightly. Mr. Piccolo, I missed you so much. Piccolo's voice softened just a little. I missed you too, Gohan. And believe me, I want to come back just as badly as you want to see me again. Krillin threw his hands up, talking to the air. Alright, if you really are Piccolo, then tell us fast, what do we do? We're running out of time. The answer was immediate. Listen, I want you to use 2 of the wishes on me. Gohan blinked. Oh, on you? Yes. First, revive me. When I return, Kami will return as well, and with him, Earth's Dragon Balls. Second, have Purunga bring me directly to Namek. No matter what, Namek is my home. And I won't let some bastard destroy the legacy of the Namekians. Krillin hesitated. Bringing you here, that sounds dangerous. Den spoke up, raising his voice. Purunga can bring him to Namek. But I can't choose an exact location. He could appear anywhere on the planet. Piccolo's voice rang out again, unwavering. That doesn't matter. I'm a warrior. I'll find my way, but I need to be there. Freezer can't be stopped by you alone, not even with Goku recovering. I have to be there. Gohan looked ahead, eyes shining, tears barely held back. Mr. Piccolo, Gohan, listen to me. I'm proud of what you've done so far. But this fight isn't just yours. It's mine too. Let me fight by your side. The boy clenched his fists with resolve. Yes, let's do it. Let's bring him back. Krillin swallowed nervously. So first wish to revive him. Second to bring him to Namek. And what about the third? Piccolo answered coolly. That's up to you. Use it to bring back someone else or to protect yourselves. I leave it in your hands. The air trembled again as Purunga's voice boomed, impatient. State your first wish. Krillin looked at Gohan. Gohan looked at Dend. Dend swallowed hard. Then, with resolve, he raised his hands toward the colossal dragon and spoke in the Namekian tongue. Purunga, our first wish is revive Piccolo, the Namekian who died on Earth. The light of the Dragon Balls flared brilliantly. Fate had begun to move. A few minutes earlier, the air around the Grand Elder's house was heavy, saturated with the metallic stench of blood and the distant echo of destruction. The structure itself had been partially obliterated by one of Frieza's attacks, leaving the Namekian leader on the brink of death. The ground was cracked open, littered with fresh craters, and at the center of that ravaged battlefield, Nail lay sprawled on the ground, his body broken. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, his breathing ragged, every inhale an act of agony. Frieza, pristine as ever, floated a few inches above the ground. His white boot rested calmly on the Namekian's chest, pressing down as if he were playing with a wounded insect. The Emperor smiled, that smile of his that never conveyed joy, only pure cruelty. Well, I must admit it, Namekian, you've surprised me. Holding out this long with such pathetic power, honestly, I expected far less. He pressed his foot down harder on Nail's torso, drawing a pained groan from him. Nail looked up at him from the ground, lips stained with blood, breath rasping. And yet, his eyes still burned with an unbreakable fire. Don't flatter yourself. Frieza tilted his head slightly, like a curious predator. What a shame. His tail cracked through the air like a whip. Then his voice dropped, soft and venomous. Then tell me if you won't join me, at least be useful in death. He leaned closer, bringing his face near Nail's. How do you summon the dragon? Nail spat a thin stream of blood, splattering it across the Emperor's boot. Then, to Frieza's surprise, he laughed. A rough, weak laugh but genuine. Hey he. Frieza frowned. And what, exactly, do you find so amusing? Nail barely lifted his gaze. His voice trembling yet filled with a pride death itself could not strip away. It's too late, the Emperor blinked. Too late? Nail smiled, every muscle in his face screaming in pain. You can't stop it anymore. He coughed up blood, but continued. A Namekian has already gone to help the Earthlings. At this very moment they're summoning Porunga. Silence fell. Frieza's eyes widened. What? Nail laughed again, the sound more of a torn growl. All these minutes, all this time. He struggled to breathe. You wasted it on me. A chill ran through the Emperor. Slowly, he turned his head toward the sky. And he saw it. Namek's emerald glow was gone. The heavens were darkening, black clouds swirling with unnatural energy. The air vibrated with a power even he could not ignore. No, Frieza whispered in disbelief. No, that's impossible. Nail watched him, gasping, with the last of his strength. Yes, it's too late. Porunga has already been called. The Emperor's lips trembled, and for the first time in centuries, a real shiver ran down his spine. I am impossible, he roared. I left the Dragon Balls in Captain Ginyu's care. They couldn't have been left unguarded. His thoughts spiraled wildly. Or did those damned insects defeat my special force? Even Ginyu. Frieza clenched his fists so tightly the air around him exploded with sparks of ki. No, they wouldn't dare. They couldn't. But the darkened sky did not lie. The distant roar of the dragon's energy echoed across the planet. Nail coughed again and whispered, barely audible. Your ambitions are crumbling, Frieza. The Emperor glared down at him with murderous fury, his face twisted in rage. His tail slammed into the ground, shattering the rock beneath it. Silence, worm. Frieza's boot crushed down mercilessly on Nail's chest, tearing a scream from him. And even then the Namekian smiled. Too late. Frieza trembled not with fear, not with weakness but with pure rage. His voice erupted, into an inhuman roar that tore through the sky. Curse you all, I'll crush you like insects. His ki exploded into a crimson aura that devoured the air itself. Without looking back, he shot into the sky, launching toward his ship at terrifying speed. Mountains shook from the shockwave of his takeoff. The seas surged into massive waves. The sky itself seemed to tear under the fury of his ascent. Nail was left alone on the ground, bleeding. His eyes remained open, fixed on the darkened heavens. With his last conscious breath, he murmured, Brothers, Grand Elder Porunga is here. The sacrifice was worth it. His eyes closed. His body lay still, barely breathing. Meanwhile, Frieza streaked across the planet like a meteor toward his ship. Every second, every meter, brought him closer to the S. Worse of a fury he had never felt so intensely. The Earthling insects, the Saiyan princess, and now Porunga. Inside Frieza's ship, the air was calm. Only the mechanical hum of the healing pod maintained a steady rhythm. Like a metallic heart pumping life through tubes and screens. Vegeta slept against the glass, her forehead still resting where it had once touched Kakarot's. The warmth she had felt there, that strange warmth had drawn her into a deep sleep, more restorative than she would ever admit. But then, a roar shook all of Namek. A roar impossible to ignore. Her eyes snapped open, flashing with instinctive alarm. What? She whispered, her breathing still heavy with sleep. She straightened at once, muscles tense, her armor creaking as it settled into place. She turned toward Kakarot's healing pod, as if searching for answers there, but all she found was his calm face, still resting within the healing liquid. The roar echoed again, closer this time. Deep, ancient, saturated with divine energy. Vegeta turned toward one of the ship's windows. And she saw it. Namek's green sky was gone, replaced by black clouds streaked with crimson lightning. And at the center of that spectacle a gigantic figure was emerging. A colossal dragon, titanic muscles and eyes blazing like burning stars. Porunga. Vegeta froze, lips parted, heart racing. No, she murmured in disbelief. No, it can't be. She stepped back, as if her body refused to accept what her eyes were seeing. The dragon. They've already summoned it. She spun back toward the pod toward Kakarot. And nobody woke me up. Her voice cracked with fury and shock. That damn brat, and the bald one, they did it behind my back. She slammed her fist into the control panel of a nearby pod, making the lights flicker violently. My wish, my immortality. Her eyes widened, blazing with rage. It's slipping away from me. She grabbed her head, thoughts spinning like blades. Damn those insects, if they already made their wishes. No, I won't allow it. Her ki ignited, wrapping around her like a violet flame. I'll have to act now. Vegeta clenched her teeth, casting one last look at Kakarot inside the pod. For a single moment, just a quiet voice inside her urged her to stay, to protect him, to make sure he recovered. But her pride screamed louder. With a roar, she kicked open the metal door of the chamber. The crash echoed throughout the ship, and then she shot forward, wrapped in a blazing aura, like a purple meteor heading straight for the Dragon Balls. Outside, the sight was overwhelming. Purunga dominated the skies of Namek. His outstretched arms blotted out the light, his muscles looked like living mountains, and his voice thundered like a divine storm in the hearts of all who stood below. Krillin stared, eyes bulging. Did it work? Gohan looked up, fists clenched, his face illuminated by the dragon's majesty. I hope so, he whispered, caught between fear and hope. At that moment, a familiar ki flared in the distance somewhere else on the planet. Gohan clutched his chest, his face lighting up with joy. I feel it, that ki, it's Mr. Piccolo. Krillin's jaw dropped. Seriously, he's alive. Den nodded, tears streaming down his face. Yes, you did it. Both wishes seem to have worked. Gohan jumped into the air, laughing. Awesome, with Piccolo alive, Kami is alive too. Krillin understood instantly, eyes widening. Earth's Dragon Balls, they're back. They looked at each other, smiling with hope for the first time in ages. But that moment of joy froze in the air. A chill ran down their spines. A powerful, ferocious ki was racing toward them at incredible speed. The ground shook as Vegeta landed, leaving a crater behind. Her purple aura burned like liquid fire, her eyes wild, filled with rage barely held in check. You, she roared, pointing at Krillin and Gohan. You damn insects. They instinctively stepped back. How dare you summon the dragon without me? Dend recoiled in fear, the dragon's glow reflecting in the furious eyes of the Saiyan princess. Krillin raised his hands, trembling. Wait, it's not what you think, Vegeta. Vegeta advanced, each step cracking the ground beneath her feet. I warned you, we had a deal. Gohan swallowed and stepped forward, forcing himself to stay calm. That's not it, Vegeta. Listen, Mr. Piccolo asked to be revived and brought here to help us. It's for everyone, not just us. Vegeta clenched her fists. Recognition flashed through her mind. The Namekian. They used 2 wishes on the Namekian. And why should I care about that damn green insect? She screamed. I should be immortal right now. Her ki erupted with a roar. Rocks lifted into the air, the atmosphere growing heavy, hard to breathe. Purunga loomed silently above. Krillin swallowed hard, thinking. Damn it, if Vegeta loses control here, with Purunga overhead, and draws Frieza's attention, we're finished. Gohan, however, stood his ground and looked her straight in the eyes. Vegeta, he shouted, my dad is still hurt. He's not ready to fight. If you really want to defeat Frieza, you need Mr. Piccolo, and my dad together. You can't do it alone. The words echoed. For 1 second, just one, Vegeta's eyes wavered. Then she snarled again. I don't need anyone. She raised her fist, her aura roaring to monstrous levels. Her teeth were clenched as she glared at Gohan, Krillin, and little Den like traitors. That brat, that cursed brat. They had a deal. She had fought, bled, waited. Immortality had been right there within reach. Now it was slipping through her fingers. Gohan stepped forward again, heart racing. Vegeta, please, we didn't do this to betray you. We brought Mr. Piccolo back because we need all the help we can get against Frieza. You know we can't beat him alone. Vegeta stared at him, rage blazing in her pupils, but her body did not move. That brat, why couldn't she be as angry at him as she wanted to be? Why did part of her want to let it slide just this once? She clenched her fists so hard her gloves creaked. She stepped toward Dend, who immediately backed away, shaking. Listen to me, green worm. Vegeta snarled, pointing at the small Namekian. You've only used 2 wishes, right? The first to revive the Namekian, the second to bring him here, correct? Dend nodded nervously. The air vibrated with her fury. Then order him to make me immortal now. It's my right, my wish. Dend opened his mouth, then closed it again. He swallowed, tears forming. Aye. Krillin rushed toward Vegeta, hands raised. Wait, Vegeta, we can't just. Shut up, Baldy, she screamed, forcing him back as cold sweat ran down his face. This doesn't concern you. Vegeta fixed her gaze on Dend again, her voice low and sharp, dripping with rage and desperation. Do it, now. The small Namekian trembled, unable to answer. Porunga roared again above them, but something was wrong. A strange glow rippled across his titanic body. His eyes, once bright as suns, flickered. His divine breathing became uneven. Dark smoke began to seep from his massive torso. Krillin stared in disbelief. What's happening? Gohan stepped forward, heart sinking. Porunga he's. The dragon let out one final roar, weaker than before, as if his voice were crossing an ocean of pain. His colossal body began to fade, king apart into fragments of light that dissolved into the sky. Vegeta turned in shock, eyes wide. What the hell does this mean? The black clouds dispersed, the darkness lifted, and Namek's green sky returned silent and heavy. On the ground, where the 7 radiant spheres had once shone, only dull gray stones remained lifeless. The Namekian Dragon Balls were dead. Silence reigned. On Lee, the distant whisper of the wind could be heard. Krillin collapsed to his knees, trembling. No, it can't be, it can't be. Gohan clenched his fists, tears burning at the corners of his eyes. But there was still one wish left. We still could have. Dend fell to the ground, his small hands clutching the soil. Tears streamed down his green cheeks as he sobbed. Everyone turned to him. The young Namekian lifted his head, eyes clouded, voice breaking. The Grand Elder. He swallowed hard. The Grand Elder is dead. Krillin froze. What? Dend clenched his fists helplessly. Porunga exists through the life of the Grand Elder. He gave him form. He gave him power. And now that his heart has stopped beating the Dragon Balls. Gohan felt the air leave his lungs. No. Dend buried his face in his hands, crying openly. There's no dragon anymore, no wishes. Krillin slammed his fist into the ground in rage. Damn it, we were so close, so close. Vegeta hadn't moved. Her body was rigid, her expression frozen. She stared at the lifeless stones as if they were the cruelest betrayal imaginable. No, she whispered, eyes wide. No, it can't be. Her hands began to tremble. Then her shoulders. And finally, she screamed with everything she had. No, her ki exploded in a violent purple blast, lifting rocks and whipping the air into a howling storm. The ground cracked beneath her feet. Krillin and Gohan shielded their faces, barely enduring the pressure. Vegeta screamed, her voice drenched in frustration and despair. It was mine, my immortality, my glory. They stole it from me. She clutched her head, panting like a wounded animal that had lost its last chance to survive. Gohan stepped toward her, tears in his eyes. Vegeta, I'm sorry. She snapped her head toward him, eyes blazing with rage. You insolent brat, you and that useless bald fool ruined everything. But her voice broke at the end. Gohan swallowed, heart pounding, but he didn't back away. No, it wasn't us. It was destiny. The Grand Elder gave his life. And he did it for his people. Dend lifted his head, tears dripping from his cheeks. He knew this was the end, but he also knew we still had a chance. He left us his final gift, time. Vegeta stood motionless, breathing hard, ki still trembling around her. She looked at the gray stones again. The immortality she had Chaz. Ed for so long had died with an old man she had never even met. And yet that warmth, that cursed warmth, rose in her chest once more. It wasn't just rage, it was fear, it was uncertainty, it was the feeling that the storm had only just begun. Krillin wiped sweat from his face and looked up at the now clear sky. If Frieza finds out about this. Gohan clenched his teeth. He will, and he's coming for us. Silence fell again, broken only by Den's quiet sobs and Vegeta's uneven breathing. 1 minute later, the air had grown heavier than ever. The inert stones that only moments ago had been the Dragon Balls lay in silence. Like graves, Den's muffled sobbing still lingered in the atmosphere. Krillin stared up at the sky, breathing hard, while Gohan could barely hold back his tears and frustration. Then they felt it. A chill ran down their spines. A ki cold, flawless, terrifying. It was so overwhelming that the air itself seemed to bend around it, as if the planet were afraid to bear its weight. Vegeta was the first to react. Her skin prickled instantly, her heart lurching in her chest. She spun sharply toward a nearby mountain, raising her arm as if to shield without even thinking. Get back, she growled through clenched teeth, shoving Gohan behind her in a rough motion. Gohan didn't protest. Instinct told him not to get in the way. Krillin swallowed, his face drained of color. No way. And then they saw him. Atop the mountain, beneath a sky still stained an eerie green after Porunga's disappearance, floated a small but horrifying silhouette. His white body gleamed like polished ivory. His natural violet armor shimmered beneath the twin suns. His red eyes were frozen embers, observing them with surgical calm. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. He descended slowly, unhurried, as if time itself bent to his pace. His feet brushed the rock as he landed, his tail coiling behind him, moving with lethal grace. For an instant, no one breathed. Then Frieza spoke. His voice was smooth, melodic and laced with poison. Well, he said with a calm smile, thin fangs showing. Just as I suspected. His gaze swept across the field, Dend crying, Krillin sweating, trembling, Gohan hidden behind Vegeta, and her standing rigid like a statue, eyes burning with rage and nerves. So you're the ones who ruined my dream. The air vibrated with his words. Krillin took a step back, his body shaking. Dream? Frieza tilted his head, smiling in a way that froze the blood. Eternal life. It was so simple, so perfect. I was a breath away from claiming it and then poof. He snapped his fingers theatrically. Gone. His smile widened, but his eyes hardened like blades. And now, what do I find before me? A handful of insects who think they can deceive the Emperor of the Universe. Vegeta clenched her teeth and stepped forward, her ki rising in a restrained roar. Frieza, the tyrant raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh, Vegeta, our dear princess. How you've changed. You even dare to put that little brat behind you, as if you were some kind of protective mother. Did you have a secret child you never told me about? The mockery struck like a whip. Vegeta trembled with rage, but she didn't move. Don't you dare compare me to anything you could ever understand, monster. Frieza chuckled softly, his voice ringing like crystal on the verge of shattering. I do enjoy seeing you so defiant. It reminds me of your father and your planet. Before I wiped it off the map, of course. Vegeta felt a blow in her chest, but forced herself not to show weakness. Krillin stepped halfway forward, though his voice shook. Frieza, listen, we didn't. Silence. Frieza lifted a single finger, and an invisible pressure slammed into Krillin's stomach. He was hurled several meters back, rolling across the ground, gasping in pain. Krillin, Gohan cried. He tried to run to him, but Vegeta grabbed his shoulder hard. Stay put, brat. Frieza laughed again, calm and casual. See how easy it is. I don't even have to dirty my hands. His gaze darkened. You made me lose my wish, so I'll settle for something much simpler. He took a step forward. The ground cracked beneath his foot effortlessly. I hope you're ready, he said, his smile twisting into something sinister. For a truly chilling death. Frieza's ki exploded outward, a white and violet aura that flared like a miniature sun. The wind tore through the battlefield, hurling stones, ripping up chunks of earth, battering the air with violence. Den dropped to his knees, paralyzed. Krillin barely managed to stand, clutching his stomach. Gohan felt his heart trying to burst from his chest, but he swallowed hard and stayed behind Vegeta. And her. She did not step back. Her purple aura erupted around her body, answering the challenge. Her hair whipped like black fire beneath the storm of energy. Frieza, she roared, her eyes flashing like lightning. I swear you'll pay for everything. I've waited years for this moment. Years, to finally tell you to go to hell personally. The Emperor laughed, almost entertained. I've been waiting to hear that, Vegeta. Ever since you were nothing more. Even an insolent little girl in my army, I knew you'd someday provide me with a bit of amusement. His tail cracked against the ground with a sharp snap. Now, his smile vanished. Your end begins. The air screamed between them. The collision of their auras carving an invisible crater between their bodies. Krillin clenched his teeth, staring at the battlefield on the brink of eruption. Kami, what kind of power is this? Gohan swallowed, fists clenched tight. He glanced toward the ship knowing his father was still in the healing pod, but there was no time. Vegeta stepped forward, chest high, fury pounding through her veins. Gohan remained behind her, trembling but wide-eyed. The clash was about to begin. The ground trembled. A titanic thunder tore through the air as Vegeta and Frieza collided. Their bodies wrapped in auras that vibrated like maddened suns. The sky of Namek, still green after Porunga's passing, shuddered with every clash of their fists. The sound wasn't that of a fight. It was the echo of two worlds crashing into each other. Pure rage against absolute sadism. And right at the center, them. A Saiyan princess whose soul burned with flames she had never learned to extinguish. A cosmic emperor whose cruelty was as elegant as it was inevitable. Their auras slammed together, creating an energy field so dense that the ground itself disintegrated beneath their feet. Rock groaned, air shattered like glass, and then, kaboom! A dome-shaped shockwave erupted from the point of impact, carving out a colossal crater that swallowed everything around it. Water from the ground lifted for seconds, floating like suspended spheres held up by gravity itself. A short distance away, Gohan spun around at the explosion, his hair whipped violently by the wind. "Krillin," he shouted, blasting off toward where his friend had been thrown. "Dend, hurry." The bald warrior's body lay against a rock, trembling faintly, his face twisted in pain. Dend ran after Gohan, his steps small but resolute. The boy landed first, skidding slightly on the dust still hanging in the air. He dropped to his knees beside Krillin, who was gasping, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Krillin, you're really hurt." Gohan quickly reached for his belt. "I have the senzu." "And no," Krillin murmured weakly. "Don't waste it, not yet." But then something unexpected happened. A bright green light enveloped Krillin's body. Gohan blinked, stunned. Krillin's trembling stopped. His wounds began to close. The bleeding ceased. Bones cracked and reset. Ki flowed through his veins again, as if death itself had taken a step back. What? Krillin lifted his eyes, confused. "What's happening?" Gohan slowly turned his head. There stood Dend, hands raised, eyes focused, his ki vibra ting with a healing light that barely felt like normal energy. "Dend," Gohan whispered, eyes wide. The small Namekian exhaled deeply as he finished. His hands lowered slowly. "I'm a healer," he said softly, his voice tired but steady. "In my clan it's normal. My life energy can restore the bodies of others." Krillin suddenly sat up, touching his chest as if he still couldn't believe it. "I feel brand new, like I wasn't just thrown into a mountain a minute ago." Gohan looked at the senzu bean still in his hand and gently closed his fist, putting it away. "Then we still have a chance." The roar of battle thundered again in the distance. All three looked up at the sky. High above, Vegeta spun through the air like fury incarnate, eyes blazing, her body wrapped in a vibrant purple aura. With a roar, she hurled Frieza skyward, her fist slamming into the tyrant's chest with such force that the air tore open along his trajectory. Frieza rose, still smiling, as if pain were a personal joke. "Rah!" Vegeta screamed, thrusting her hands forward as spheres of ki flared into existence, shining like small purple suns. Boom, 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 boom. A merciless barrage erupted. Hundreds of energy blasts tore through the sky like a storm of infernal comets. Nearby mountains shattered, the sky burned, the wind became a hurricane of raw energy, and in the midst of the chaos, Frieza danced. His body floated with sadistic elegance, and his tail was a lethal feather. With graceful movements, he deflected every blast using his tail, striking each sphere of ki with surgical precision, sending them flying off at impossible angles. Some slammed into mountains, others simply vanished into the sky. "Is that all, Vegeta?" he said with an icy smile. "So much noise for so little threat? I expected more from the Saiyan princess." Vegeta grit her teeth. "I'm not done with you yet." She launched herself upward like a missile fueled by rage, her hands blazing with ki. She moved at supersonic speed, vanishing for a split second and reappearing right behind Frieza. "I told you," she shouted, unleashing a brutal punch into the Emperor's back. Frieza didn't even turn around. His tail moved again. Zaash. A single whip-like strike. Vegeta was sent flying into a nearby cliff, her body tearing through stone as if it were paper. The mountain exploded into a cloud of pulverized rock. Gohan gasped when he saw the impact. Vegeta. But before he could move, the princess's aura ignited again from within the dust cloud. A purple storm erupted from the heart of the mountain, and Vegeta burst out of the rubble, roaring. Her eyes burned, her hair was wild, her chest rose and fell with restrained fury. "Don't you dare count me out, bastard." She charged again. Frieza smiled. "That's what I like, Vegeta. You give me reasons to make the game last longer." Below, Gohan and Krillin were already back on their feet, watching the battlefield. The auras of the two fighters were so overwhelming that even without moving they felt the pressure pushing them toward the ground. I can't believe it, Krillin whispered. Vegeta's fighting him evenly. Dend, still breathing hard after the healing, shook his head. Not for long. Frieza, it feels like he's still not fighting seriously. Gohan swallowed. The air felt heavier, as if the planet itself feared what was coming. We have to do something. We can't just stay here. Quote. Krillin looked at him. Gohan, if you interfere now Frieza could kill you. I know, the boy replied, lowering his gaze. But if my dad doesn't recover in time. He looked toward the ship. He might not make it. Krillin swallowed hard. They knew they couldn't interrupt the fight yet. But time was running out. And Frieza still hadn't started playing for real. The sky of Namek continued to rumble with echoes of recent explosions. The clouds, though green, seemed stained purple by the intensity of the clashes. A tension so thick hung in the air that even beams of light bent around it. Distorted by the immense auras colliding like prehistoric beasts made of pure ki. There, in the open sky, breathing hard, her body stained with dust, blood, and sweat, Vegeta stood tall once more. Her eyes burned with a fury that went beyond the moment. It was the fire of an entire life of abuse, betrayal, and servitude. She stared at Frieza floating before her like a cold god, arms crossed. Wearing the perpetual smile of a satisfied executioner, and felt everything she had swallowed for years explode in her chest like emotional dynamite. That bastard, Frieza, the one who called her a pet, a princess, the one who treated her race like garbage, like slaves, the one who murdered her father, King Vegeta, as if he were nothing more than a pebble in the road. The one who destroyed planet Vegeta, the one who slaughtered her people, the one who forced her to survive by devouring her pride every single day. And now he was there, right in front of her. No more excuses. Her aura detonated like a purple supernova, and she screamed with every ounce of her soul. Frieza, her voice tore through the air like a blade. You will not die as an emperor. You will die as scum. And she charged. She propelled herself forward with such violence that the air shattered in her wake. In milliseconds, she was in front of Frieza, her right fist wrapped in dense, spiraling energy like a hammer. Boom! The punch slammed straight into the tyrant's face. Frieza never saw it coming. His head snapped violently to the side, a drop of black blood flying from his mouth and evaporating in the air. His body was thrown several meters back through the sky, and Vegeta was already on him. Her eyes were fire, her heart a volcano. She screamed with every strike. For my father, Zong, for my planet, Bam, for my people, whack, for every drop of pride you made me swallow for years, damn you. Frieza tried to react, but she didn't stop. It was a savage yet precise storm of blows, with the brutality of a Saiyan and the technique of a commander. Knees to the stomach, elbows to the neck, spinning kicks that made the air scream with every cut. Frieza's body plummeted downward, carving a line of fire through the sky before slamming into the ground with a colossal crash. Kaboom! The crater bloomed like a monstrous flower. A black cloud of debris rose, blotting out the sky for seconds. From afar, Gohan, Krillin, and Dend shielded their eyes. The wind slammed into them like a shockwave of pure rage. Vegeta hovered in the air, panting, her aura crackling across her skin like living electricity. She threw her arms back. Her ki coiled and gathered, a violent sphere vibrating with the very essence of her wrath. She screamed with a force that tore at her throat. Ga-Alak Hoo! The energy fired straight ahead, a purple column that tore through the atmosphere. The beam drilled into the crater where Frieza had fallen, causing the ground to fracture into segments like cursed porcelain. A massive explosion lit up all of Namek for a single second. Gohan felt the ground fall away beneath his feet. Krillin had to grab Dend by the shoulder to keep him from being blown back. And when the light faded, the world fell silent. Vegeta floated in the air, panting. Her arms trembled. Her hair covered her face, her chest rising and falling like an exhausted war drum. Did I do it? Hope dared to peek out in her chest. But then, a shadow rose from the dust. And that hope died. Frieza emerged, walking. His body was coated in dust. His lip bled. A gash crossed his torso. But his smile was still there. Ah, he said, savoring the blood on his lips. Without a doubt, Vegeta, you're stronger than the last time I saw you. Then say you're stronger than Captain Ginyu now. He ran his tongue along the corner of his mouth, licking the blood with delight. Not bad. His eyes sharpened like blades. For a monkey, Vegeta barely had time to widen her eyes. PSSSHH. A thin, precise beam fired from Frieza's outstretched finger pierced her left shoulder. Her body jerked violently. Triple A arg. Before she could even scream, another shot pierced her right thigh. Zop. Blood sprayed in a perfect line, vanishing due to the beam's speed. Vegeta dropped to her knees in mid-air, gasping. Son of a, she muttered. Frieza smiled as he slowly floated closer. Does it hurt? He mocked. This is my art, Vegeta. Slowly destroying, just like you did with my soldiers. You. She tried to move, but her arm hung limp. Frieza raised his finger again, charging another cursed spark, and now one more for your other leg. But then, MAAASENKOOOO. The shout exploded like unexpected thunder. Frieza barely had time to glance sideways. A golden sphere of ki slammed into his side, hurling him away and catching even his superhuman senses off guard. The blast detonated, shaking the air. Vegeta, still hovering, turned her head. Her blurred vision barely made out a small figure, brave, trembling but resolute. Gohan. The boy floated with difficulty, breathing hard, arms extended, still smoking from the Masenko. He positioned himself directly in front of her, in front of the tyrant. Fists clenched, heart pounding like a war drum. Don't mess with her, he said firmly. Vegeta's lips parted. Her voice was barely a hoarse whisper. Kid. Gohan glanced back at her, and smiled. I've got you, Vegeta. Something stirred in the Saiyan's chest, something she didn't understand. It wasn't pride, it wasn't rage, it was protection, and for someone who had only ever learned how to destroy, it was the most unsettling feeling of all. The dust from the last impact still drifted like fog across Namek's reddened sky. And there, amid the remnants of air scorched by ki and a tension so heavy it seemed to bend gravity itself, Frieza floated with his arms at his sides, his body still smoking from the Masenko that had struck him head-on. His gaze, however, was not one of anger. It was one of immense curiosity. He slowly turned his head, studying the small warrior now hovering between him and Vegeta. His tail swayed like that of a predator observing prey that dared to speak. How interesting. His crimson eyes, cold as a bottomless ocean, traced the boy's silhouette. The unruly hair, the worn GI, the determined expression, and most importantly, that look. Frieza narrowed his eyes. A look worthy of a Saiyan. The silence grew thick, almost solemn. A question throbbed in his mind like a malignant drum. A child with Saiyan blood, he murmured. More to himself than to anyone else. Where did you come from, little creature? Gohan didn't answer. His breathing was still ragged, but his stance remained firm. He wouldn't take a step back. Krillin watched from several meters behind him, still in shock. Dend, down on the ground, held his breath. Frieza spoke again, now in a low, speculative tone as if thinking out loud. As far as I knew, there were only 3 survivors. Raditz, the mediocre one with the loose tongue. Nappa, the brainless savage ape. And of course the little princess, Vegeta. No one else. No one. There was no other. Not that I know of. Quote. And yet there stood that child, wielding a strength that shouldn't have been possible for someone so small and a latent Saiyan aura. His eyes were fierce, his posture defiant. Frieza's gaze sharpened. Raditz, he muttered with disgust. He didn't have either the strength or the audacity to leave offspring. And you, his eyes focused more closely on Gohan, you don't carry Nappa's stench. He slowly turned toward Vegeta. A thin smile spread across his lips. Tell me, Vegeta, were you hiding some little secret? Vegeta barely lifted her head. She was still hovering unsteadily in the air, clutching her bleeding shoulder, her other hand trembling as residual ki coursed through her body. Her hair danced in loose strands, whipped by the pressure in the atmosphere. And her eyes, they pierced Frieza like knives. Don't say stupid things. Frieza tilted his head, wearing an expression of feigned innocence. Oh, don't tell me he's your son. That would explain a lot. He has your temperament, those eyes, that bottled-up rage. Then his smile sharpened, like a blade resting on skin before the cut. Although he also has something of Raditz. That same messy hair. Did you and that idiot? ZAAAAP. A burst of purple ki tore through the air, barely missing Frieza. He sidestepped effortlessly and laughed with delight. Ah, so it's true. You really can't stand the idea. Vegeta growled, her chest trembling with fury. Raditz feared me. He wouldn't have come near me without shaking. And you know that. So shut your mouth or I'll shut it with my fist, you damn monster. Frieza didn't reply, but a faint spark glimmered in his eyes, respect, perhaps or simple amusement. He had always enjoyed playing with the minds of his toys before breaking them. Meanwhile, Gohan was still there, steady, standing between them. That was when Vegeta looked at him again. Her expression hardened. "What are you doing?" Her voice was rough, sharp as the edge of an old blade. But the tremor beneath her words was impossible to hide. Gohan didn't look at her. His eyes stayed fixed on Frieza, but his answer was clear. "I'm not going to let him kill you." Vegeta blinked. This isn't your fight, brat. It's mine, and you're not my mom, so you don't get to tell me what to do." Gohan snapped, raising his voice for the first time. But that doesn't matter. Now he did look at her. With the same intensity he once showed Piccolo, his father, his enemies. "My dad would never let someone fight alone if he could help. And I won't either. I don't want you to die, Vegeta." Vegeta recoiled, not physically, not with her body, with her soul. Those words hit her like a punch straight to the chest. She didn't know what that was. What she was feeling. It was anger, yes, but mixed with what? Shame? Guilt? Something dangerously close to affection? "Damn brat," she whispered. Krillin flew up beside them, landing carefully next to Gohan. "Gohan, are you sure about this?" The boy nodded without hesitation. Krillin frowned. He couldn't let him face this alone. "Then I'm in too. If this monster wants a fight, he'll have to go through us." Frieza watched the scene with growing annoyance. HMPH. How tedious. You're turning this into a tale of friendship and sacrifice. I despise those stories. But Vegeta couldn't stop looking at Gohan. At his eyes. At his expression. Why did he have to have that damn compassion? That light, exactly the same one Kakarot had. That idiot of a father. Why did those two make her feel so confused? "Damn you," she muttered, more to herself than to him. And then, she moved. With effort, she flew to Gohan's side. She stood next to him, her body wounded but still upright like a beast refusing to fall. Gohan looked at her, surprised. She didn't look back. She spoke while staring straight at Frieza. "Don't do anything stupid. Don't take more risks than necessary. It's the duty of Saiyan Wome. And to protect the children of our race. Besides, I made a promise to the idiot you call your father. While he recovers, you're my responsibility. Understood?" Gohan swallowed. His skin prickled. He didn't fully understand what she meant. But something in her tone, something in her stance, made him feel protected. He nodded softly, a faint smile forming. Krillin noticed it too. Vegeta didn't say it gently, nor with warmth, but she said it like someone ready to die for it. And that was worth more than any caress. Frieza clicked his tongue. "Very well, if you're ready for the final drama, then let the show begin." His ki erupted in a violent explosion of energy, sending columns of water soaring from the nearby ocean. The air turned purple, and his silhouette shone like a poisonous star. The true battle was about to begin. And now, three hearts beat as one. One driven by fury, one by compassion, one by loyalty. At the same time, northern region, several kilometers from the battlefield. The wind whistled softly, carrying with it the scent of the strange vegetation of that blue-green world. The crystal-clear waters of nearby lakes reflected an ever-shifting orange sky, while hills of turquoise grass stretched endlessly toward the horizon. In the middle of that alien and yet strangely familiar land, a tall, muscular figure stood firm and silent. Piccolo, standing atop a flat rock formation, arms crossed and cape billowing behind him, he surveyed the landscape with a serious, almost introspective expression. No wind could shake his stance. No sound could distract him. He was completely present. For the first time in his life, his feet rested on the soil of his homeworld. Namek. He looked toward the horizon, at the gentle mountains curving in organic shapes. Flowers shimmered with a faint glow, as if breathing in unison with the planet itself. "So this is Namek," he murmured to himself, his voice low and rough, carrying a cadence only the wind could hear. His eyes scanned the land, searching for something that might resonate with him. A memory, a spark, but there was nothing, only that strange, silent familiarity, as if the planet's soul recognized him even if he could not yet return the feeling. "It's different," he said, staring up at the green sky. "But at the same time it feels like I've already been here." His fingers slowly tightened around his own arms. He didn't know whether what he felt was nostalgia or emptiness. He remembered the stories, everything he had heard from the other world through King Kai, the Grand Elder, the Namekians slaughtered by the tyrant, entire villages erased, children murdered, elders tortured, And all of it for those cursed Dragon Balls. Frieza, he spat the name like poison, lowering his head. So you're the one who wiped them out. He closed his eyes. He wasn't sentimental. He never had been, not even when he sacrificed himself for Gohan on Earth. During that battle against Nappa back then, he hadn't fully understood the weight of that emotion. But this was different. The silence of Namek weighed heavily. The planet was breathing in agony, as if every breeze were an echo of those who died begging for help. I can't forgive him, he said, clenching his teeth, not as a warrior and not as a Namekian. Then he felt it, a vibration in his chest, a faint pulse, like a distant strike against his soul. His eyes snapped open. He raised his ki slightly and closed his eyes again. And he felt them. Gohan, Krillin, Vegeta, and a fourth ki far darker, deeper, more sinister. Frieza, he assumed. The battle had begun. He could feel it in the intensity of the exchange. Their energies fluctuated like lightning, rising, colliding, crashing down. Gohan was fighting. Vegeta too. Piccolo frowned. Gohan. A slight knot formed in his stomach. It wasn't a sensation he could rationalize. The boy was alive but under unbearable pressure, and that unsettled him. Then he sensed Vegeta's ki again, stronger than he remembered from Earth, more stable, but also different. Vegeta, fighting alongside them, he murmured. He crossed his arms once more, though his body vibrated with unease. That woman, she's a ticking time bomb. I still don't know how Goku and Gohan can trust her after everything she's done, but... His eyes narrowed. If she's fighting Frieza, then at least for now, she's not an enemy. A sudden gust of wind snapped his cape behind him. The emerald rays of Namek's sun reflected off his pointed shoulder pads. He couldn't stay there, not while his student was risking his life. Not while his people had been massacred. Not while Frieza still breathed. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly as he pushed off. With an explosion of green ki, Piccolo launched himself into the air, cutting through the sky toward the source of the battle. His expression was stone, his resolve, steel. I'm on my way. And his silhouette became an emerald streak slicing through Namek's sky. The planet watched. The exiled warrior, born on another world, was finally returning home, as the protector his race needed. The sky over Namek was a suspended tempest. The clouds did not move. The air itself trembled with electricity. The atmosphere seemed to be holding its breath before the roar of battle, while the battlefield burned with flashes of energy. Above a crater formed minutes earlier by the brute force of a collision. Three figures flew like living shadows, bodies spinning, dodging, striking, firing blasts of ki that tore through space like meteors. At the center of that dancing hell, Frieza. But he was no longer alone. Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, three warriors, three different rhythms, a symphony of fury, determination, and courage. And they were synchronizing. Now, pup, left, Vegeta shouted. Gohan obeyed without hesitation, veering at just the right angle as a purple blast from Frieza skimmed past his back by mere centimeters. From above, Vegeta dove downward, her fist wrapped in a violet aura like astral fire. It slammed into Frieza's stomach with a dull explosion, sending him skidding backward through the air. The tyrant recovered instantly, but in that same second, Krillin appeared from the side, hurling a pair of spiraling destructo discs. Frieza was forced to evade, spinning elegantly in mid-air with demonic grace. Spinning blades? How vulgar, he muttered, deflecting them with his tail. But that stolen second was enough. Gohan appeared right in front of Frieza's face, his pupils blazing, palms extended. Masenko, the yellow energy blast struck him square in the face, launching him skyward like an inverted comet. Frieza vanished in a cloud of light and sparks. The explosion shook the nearby rocks, the very air vibrating with the shockwave. The three warriors descended a few meters, panting. Krillin was drenched in sweat. Vegeta's face was dark with strain. Gohan was trembling from the energy he had spent. But none of them retreated. Seconds later, Frieza emerged from the smoke. He floated there without visible injuries, but his brow was furrowed. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't smiling. He was observing. His gaze passed from Krillin to Gohan, then stopped on Vegeta. When he spoke, his voice was icy. I must admit it. Not bad at all. He drifted slowly toward them, his silhouette outlined by the green light of Namek's sun. His eyes were no longer those of a mocking tyrant, but of a predator studying its prey. You Vegeta, you've grown stronger, and the child, that damn child, has unstable, but growing, ki. And the bald one, well, he's an annoying mosquito but an effective one. Krillin frowned. Hey, Vegeta raised her voice then, sharp as a blade. Stop playing with us, Frieza. Silence fell for a second. We know you're holding back. She spat with contempt. Stop pretending. Transform already. Gohan's eyes widened. Krillin froze. T-transform? Krillin murmured. Frieza can change forms. Gohan turned to Vegeta, incredulous. What do you mean, transform? Vegeta didn't look at them. Her gaze remained locked on her former master. Zarbon told me, she said firmly. Before I killed him with my own hands. For a brief instant, even Frieza seemed surprised. He blinked. Zarbon, he repeated, his tone dark. Of course, he talked too much. Or talked, I suppose. Vegeta inhaled deeply, blood still running down her injured arm. Her breathing heavy but the fire in her eyes unbroken. I know you're not using your real power. I know it, I always did. She raised her arm toward him. But if you want to survive, if you want to walk away from this alive without us wiping your damn existence out. Transform. A long pause followed. Even the air seemed to wait. Frieza stared at her for several seconds. The tension was like a string stretched to its breaking point. And then, he laughed. Not loud, not hysterical. No, a soft laugh like blades brushing against silk. Well, Vegeta. How bold you are today. He slowly turned in the air, looking at all of them. You really think that's a good idea? You want me to release my true power? He looked at Gohan. You want me to show your little pup what real despair is? He turned to Krillin, to disintegrate him right in front of his friends? Then his eyes returned to her. You truly wish for death. His voice dropped, deeper, more monstrous. But very well, you asked for it. Slowly, he brought a hand to his own chest. He dug his fingers into the plates of his armor and, with a violent pull, tore it apart. The plates split with a sharp metallic sound. Clang, fragments of the armor drifted downward, scattering like the remains of an old kill. He was left bare-chested, white skin gleaming beneath the sun. His muscles were compact, hard as stone. Every part of his body radiated contained power. And hatred. I've played enough, he said, his voice deep. You've scratched me, made me sweat. That's already more than most ever achieve. He hovered in the air, staring at his own hand. A red glint crossed his eyes. But as a small warning, my next form exceeds 1 million power level. Gohan took a step back. A million? Krillin went pale. That can't be real. That's impossible. Vegeta, however, did not move. Her muscles were tense. Her face was serious. But in her eyes there was defiance. Do it, Frieza. The tyrant grinned, baring his fangs. With pleasure. And then, hell began. The ground shook. Rocks lifted into the air. The nearby ocean rose in a tide that defied gravity. Frieza's ki began to grow. To expand like a living storm. The pressure became unbearable. Krillin fell to his knees. Gohan barely held on. Vegeta clenched her teeth and endured. From the sky, Frieza's energy screamed. Prepare yourselves, because death will be agonizing. The pressure increased with every second. It was as if the planet Namek itself were groaning at what was about to happen. Green and orange clouds twisted into chaotic spirals. The waters of nearby lakes vibrated. Gravity felt thick, as if the air itself had grown heavier, hostile. And at the center of it all was him. Frieza. He floated with his arms extended. His body shaking with a ki that threatened to tear the sky apart. His white and purple aura expanded in violent spirals, lashing out with bolts of energy like whips. And everyone felt it. Look out, Krillin shouted. Beside him, Dend was flung backward like a feather caught in a gale. His small body was about to be hurled hundreds of meters away. If not for Krillin's reflexes, he grabbed him just in time, clutching him tightly and landing after an awkward roll. This ki, it's like a hurricane. Krillin gasped, his feet digging into the ground as he fought to stay upright. Several meters away, Gohan struggled to resist, his boots sliding across the shattered terrain as the energy pushed him back with overwhelming force. I can't stay on my feet. Hold on, pup, Vegeta roared. In an instant, she appeared at his side and grabbed his shoulder. Her grip tightened, keeping him steady. Gohan leaned against her arm, panting, sweat streaming down his face. Thanks. Vegeta clenched her teeth. Her eyes were locked on Frieza, yet she couldn't ignore what she felt deep inside. This isn't normal. This isn't just power. This is, Frieza roared, a shrill, inhuman scream. Something ancient, something alien, something pure. His body began to change. Muscles expanded. The aura flared like a supernova. Bones cracked, reorganizing beneath pale skin. His legs lengthened, His torso broadened, his head stretched back, and from his temples grew two massive, curved horns like those of a demon from legend. The purple plates of his body shifted, wider, sharper. His face hardened, becoming more animal, more savage, more cruel. The transformation lasted only seconds. But for those watching, it felt like an eternity. When Frieza finally opened his eyes, his new form imposed a deathly silence over the battlefield. He was taller than all of them. His muscular body looked carved from living stone. And his ki was a black ocean endless. Krillin swallowed. This can't be. Is this his true form? Dend clung to his arm, trembling like a leaf. Gohan took a step back. His breath caught in his throat, pupils dilated. He's completely changed, he whispered. Vegeta couldn't speak. Her mind tried to calculate, to measure, to understand. But there was nothing to compare it to. So this is what Zarbon mentioned. And this is only his second form. A deep laugh rumbled from Frieza's chest, now more imposing than ever. Much better. I don't usually transform. It's unnecessary for most of my victims. But you have entertained me. He turned his head toward them. His gaze lethal. And now you'll pay for it. Suddenly, a wave of ki exploded outward from him like a soundless detonation. The impact was so brutal that Krillin, Gohan, Vegeta, and Dend were all hurled backward by the sheer force of the energy. Krillin rolled across the ground like a stone, shielding Dend with his body. Gohan slammed into a rock but managed to steady himself mid-air with difficulty. Vegeta struck the ground hard, using the momentum to recover in a rough roll. The battlefield was now pure chaos. Rocks floated. The ground was split by deep cracks, like veins in a wounded planet. Frieza descended slowly. His eyes were locked onto Krillin and Dend. Let's see you. He propelled himself forward with brutal speed. Krillin barely had time to react. What? Dend, get back. Quote. He shoved him away just in time, and in the very next instant, pain exploded through him. Ugh! Frieza had impaled him with one of his horns. Krillin was skewered in mid-air, his blood pouring like a crimson waterfall over the tyrant's white skin. Frieza tilted his head slightly, as if savoring the suffering. So warm, so alive. Isn't it beautiful? Krillin screamed, his body curling in agony, his mouth open but voiceless. Frieza lifted him higher, leaving him dangling as his blood dripped onto the shattered ground of Namek. And then he began to move. He spun him, he shook him, like a dying toy, like a bull tossing its prey. Does it hurt, insect? Does it hurt to know you never had a real chance? Stop it, Gohan shouted. His voice was a roar. His eyes filled with tears and rage. Vegeta stood frozen, in shock. No, this can't be. I didn't even move in time. I didn't even see when he lunged. She looked at Gohan, trembling with fury. She looked at Krillin, bleeding on the demon's horn. She looked at Dend, tears streaming down his rigid face. And for the first time in a very long time, the Saiyan princess felt fear. At the same time, Namek's sky, high altitude, northeast of the battlefield. An emerald glow tore across the sky at supersonic speed, a living green streak of vibrating energy slicing through the clouds like a blade. Piccolo flew with a grim expression, teeth clenched, eyes fixed forward. His cape whipped violently in the wind like a banner of war. The pressure around him intensified with every second. And then, he felt it. His flight faltered for an instant. Something immense had just emerged on the other side of the planet. A monstrous ki, abominable, crushing. That power. He didn't need confirmation. He knew it was Frieza. But now it was different. Before, he had been strong, terrifying, untouchable. But this had no shape, no logic. It was simply too much. Piccolo closed his eyes mid-flight, focusing. Gohan, alive, but his energy churned like a raging sea. Krillin barely detectable. Vegeta tense. Stronger than before, yes, but still beneath. And Frieza's ki, is alone, was greater than all of theirs combined. Piccolo snapped his eyes open. This can't be. Could even Goku? He didn't finish the thought. His heart hardened. He accelerated, flaring his aura like a blazing torch. He had to get there now. And then he saw it. A body, lying on a low plateau, among rocky fissures and dust stirred by ki. Piccolo stopped abruptly, inertia exploding the air around him. He descended quickly, a Namekian, wounded, covered in dried blood, barely breathing, but still alive. Piccolo stood still for a second, watching. It was the first time aside from Kami that he had seen another of his kind. His own people. The injured Namekian slowly opened his eyes. Though dimmed by pain, They shone with a faint spark of surprise and recognition. "Are you the Namekian the Earthlings spoke of?" Piccolo narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" The wounded warrior managed a weak smile, one that defied the pain itself. "My name is Nail, guardian of the Grand Elder, or I was, until that bastard Frieza destroyed me." Piccolo stepped closer, his gaze still hard. He was impatient. "I don't have time, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I have to reach the battlefield now. Gohan is in danger." Nail let out a rough laugh that ended in a bloody cough. A splash of purple blood hit the ground. "Fool, I'm not asking for help." He closed his eyes for a second, then opened them again, staring at Piccolo with renewed strength. "I stopped you because I had to know." Piccolo frowned. "Know what?" "Your power, your essence." Nail trembled. "It's incredible, even for an incomplete Namekian. Perhaps you're the strongest Namekian who has ever existed. And still not enough." Piccolo clenched his fists. He wanted to shout at him, deny it, but he knew it was true. "I know." Nail nodded weakly. "Then listen to me." The wounded warrior raised a trembling hand. "There is a way for you to be whole. Not just strong but complete." Piccolo lowered his gaze. He knew what was coming. He felt it like an ancient call, as if his very blood were reacting. Just like when he and Kami were one. "Fusion?" Piccolo asked. Nail nodded. "It's not a technique, not a trick. It's our heritage, Piccolo. Our spiritual legacy. When two compatible Namekians merge into one. Body, mind, soul." Piccolo stared at him. "You give me your power and I absorb your essence." "Yes, but not only that," Nail coughed. "You'll receive all my memories, my experiences, my training, my will." "And you?" Piccolo asked quietly. Nail looked at him calmly. "I will disappear, but in a way, my will live on. Through you." Silence. The wind swept through the cliffs. Piccolo closed his eyes. Inside him a storm, an unfamiliar feeling washed over him. A mix of honor, responsibility and fear. Not fear of losing himself, but of becoming something more. "Why would you do this?" he asked. Nail chuckled softly. "Because I'm useless like this. And you can protect this world. Our brothers. That child Gohan, I saw him fight. He believes in you, like the Grand Elder did." Piccolo clenched his fists and lowered his head. Frieza's aura continued to grow. Time was running out. Finally, he took a deep breath. "Do it." Nail smiled. "Good." Quote. He extended his arm and Piccolo placed his against it. Then everything changed. A silent explosion of green light. Their bodies dissolved into sparks. Nail became pure energy, an ethereal glow that spiraled and merged into Piccolo. The warrior born of evil, redeemed by will, felt the impact. His mind expanded. Voices, images, past wars, Namek in its prime, Nail's training, his battles, his pain, his hope, all of it poured into him like a warm, ancient tide. And then, in a whisper, "Protect them, brother," and Nail faded away. Piccolo fell to his knees. His ki erupted. The planet trembled faintly. His body shone with a brighter, more defined aura. His muscles tightened but did not grow. This was more than physical. It was spiritual, and when he opened his eyes, they were different, deeper, wiser, more dangerous. Piccolo rose calmly. "Thank you, Nail," and without another word, he vanished in a flash of ki, straight toward Frieza, and this time, he was no longer the same. The surface of Namek trembled. The skies once calm, a serene blue, were now a whirlwind of light, explosions, and energy blasts tearing through the air. In the midst of that infernal dance, Krillin screamed in agony. Impaled, skewered on one of Frieza's curved horns, the Earthling's body was a suffering marionette, twitching with involuntary spasms. The Emperor smiled with that cruel, elegant smirk, as if savoring pain itself. "Ah, such delightful resistance," he murmured, tilting his head from side to side, as though adjusting a trophy. Krillin's blood dripped slowly, splashing onto Namek's green ground in dark red drops that sizzled as they touched the soil. The silence of the moment was sepulchral. Only the bald warrior's ragged gasps broke the air. At last, Frieza snorted in boredom. "I'm tired of this." With a sudden motion, he lifted him even higher and then hurled him skyward. Crack! Krillin was flung away, tracing an uneven arc before crashing violently into one of the nearby lakes. The water swallowed him with a dull splash. "Krillin!" Gohan screamed, his voice breaking, desperate. Dend, who until then had been frozen, reacted instantly. "I'll heal him. I'm going after him." And he shot off like lightning toward the water, leaving a trail of green light behind him. Gohan remained there petrified. The boy stared at the churning water. "Hi, Father's best friend, almost an uncle, had been pierced like an insect. Vegeta watched him from the corner of her eye, her gaze also fixed on the lake. But it wasn't just that. The atmosphere cracked. An invisible pressure surged from Gohan's chest. His teeth ground together. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from rage. His ki began to ripple around him. His aura ignited like a golden white blaze. Nearby rocks lifted into the air from the sheer energy his soul was releasing. Frieza raised an eyebrow, curious. Oh? Gohan slowly lifted his head. His eyes, bathed in shadow, burned with fury. It wasn't the look of a child. It was a Saiyan's gaze. Basta Ard, he roared, and his body vanished from its spot in a flash. Vegeta turned to stop him, raising an arm. Pup, don't. But then she felt it. That ki, that pressure. Again, like on Earth, like against Goldo. It can't be, she whispered, genuine astonishment in her voice. Gohan's potential exploded once more. He appeared in front of Frieza in an instant and, without hesitation, drove his fist into Frieza's stomach. BWHOOF. The impact boomed with a dull echo. Frieza's eyes widened, slightly surprised. Huh? Ah! Gohan screamed with everything he had. Chaining blow after blow, fist after fist, elbows, knees, open palms. Each strike was a living expression of his fury. Frieza took 2-3-5 clean hits before reacting. Boom! With a rising kick, Gohan sent him flying skyward. Frieza spun through the air, but before he could stabilize himself, Gohan was already above him. With a whirlwind of kicks, he drove him higher and higher. Every blow slamming into chest, face, and back. Ah! The boy roared, tears streaking his face. This is for Krillin, for everyone you killed. He began firing a barrage of ki blasts straight at the tyrant. And finally, with both hands, he unleashed a massive ki wave directly into Frieza's chest. Frieza plummeted toward the ground at impossible speed. Boom! A pillar of dust and rock exploded upward, engulfing everything in smoke. Gohan hovered in the air, breathing hard, trembling from the energy he'd spent. He stayed there, waiting for that to be the end. But it wasn't. From within the dust cloud, a figure emerged. Walking, intact. Only a small crack marred the armor on his chest. Eyes closed, smile unchanged. Frieza, not bad for a brat. And he vanished. Gohan felt the ki behind him too late. No, THOOM. A fist, heavy as a sledgehammer, was about to crash into his back. But, raw! Vegeta threw herself in the way. Both bodies were sent flying. Gohan screamed. The ground shook from the impact. Boom! They rolled across the rocky terrain until they finally stopped. Gohan groaned, clutching his arm. Ah, Vegeta! He turned, and saw her, bleeding. Frieza's blow had torn a deep gash into her side. Her breathing was ragged. Sweat streamed down her forehead. Gohan crawled toward her, eyes clouded with tears. You're hurt. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have covered for me. Vegeta looked at him sternly, but her voice wasn't cruel. Are you okay, pup? The boy nodded, close to crying. She shifted with effort, lying on her back, staring up at the sky, gasping. Gohan looked around. Dend was still far away, in the lake, trying to heal Krillin. There was no time. His gaze dropped to his belt. The last Senzu bean. He took it out without hesitation. Take it, Vegeta, he said, bringing it to her lips. We don't have another choice. And you need it more than I do. Vegeta opened her eyes halfway, staring at him in disbelief. What? Gohan insisted, practically forcing it to her mouth. You're the strongest one we have right now. Without you, we can't win. Vegeta swallowed, and instantly, her body glowed faintly. Her wounds closed, her skin regenerated, strength returned, the pressure in her muscles, the heat in her chest. She sat up slowly, still stunned. Gohan looked at her with pure hope. She lowered her gaze, and inside, something cracked. Why does he have that compassion? That looks so much like his father's. Vegeta turned her face away, furious with herself. But when she looked back at the boy, there was something new in her eyes. Respect. She rose fully and stepped in front of him. Don't ever do something like that again without me. Her voice was sharp, but beneath it protective. Gohan blinked. Vegeta glanced at him sideways. Saiyan women have a sacred rule. She clenched her fists. Protect the young, always, no matter the cost, because children like you are the ones who decide the future of our race. Gohan smiled, even with tears in his eyes. Thank you, Vegeta. She clicked her tongue and turned her gaze back to the sky. Frieza watched them from above, arms crossed. How touching. Vegeta frowned. Her ki ignited once more. Frieza's ship, medical module, central medical section. At the center of the healing pod, submerged in a thick, luminous liquid of greenish-blue hues, Goku floated in silence. His body barely covered by the thin fabric of his battle undergarments remained suspended by a gentle current, like an invisible whisper holding him in place. Electrodes attached to his temples, chest, and arms blinked steadily. The POD's interface tracked the progress of his regeneration. Muscle tissue reconstructed, organs stabilized, energy flow regulated. Outside, the module's green lights pulsed softly, bathing the sleeping Saiyan's figure in a ghostly glow. But Goku wasn't asleep, not completely. His body rested, but his mind listened, felt, observed. In the dimness of the liquid, in the suffocating stillness of the pod, he sensed every vibration from the outside world. Waves of ki rippled across the planet like distant roars. Blows, explosions, clashes of will, echoes of a war he couldn't see but one his soul recognized. A shudder ran through him and Goku opened his eyes. Not fully, just a little, but it was enough for the medical system's glow to reflect in his pupils. He felt it, Krillin. The thought resonated, sharp and urgent. He had felt his energy before, but now it was weakened. Flickering, pain, suffering. Damn it, they heard him. Is Frieza really that strong now? Heat surged through his chest, but his muscles still wouldn't respond. He tried to move, his fingers barely flexed in the liquid. The system hummed in response, adjusting the pressure. Not yet, I don't have time to rest, they need me. Frustration tightened his jaw, and then, another energy, strong, different. His mind focused, searching for it like a firefly in the dark. Piccolo. The energy was unmistakable, stern, solid, cold as steel, yet protective like a shield. Piccolo, he's here, they revived him. Of course that was the wish they brought him to Namek. Understanding struck him like lightning. He let out a faint exhale, bubbles drifting through the liquid. And then, two more presences. Gohan, Vegeta. Gohan was alive, fighting. He could feel it. His ki was like a fragile flame refusing to go out, even as the winds of battle threatened to consume it. That's my boy, keep going, but be careful, Gohan. Don't push yourself too far. His heart beat harder, but what unsettled him the most was what he felt from Vegeta. The Saiyan princess's energy was like a contained hurricane. Ferocious, relentless, but focused. She wasn't the Vegeta he had known on Earth. Not the one who hurled arrogance like a blade, ready to kill with a cruel smile. No, now she was fighting with them. And not just that, still floating in the liquid, Goku remembered something. A voice. Her voice. The last thing he heard before his eyes closed, before sinking into the regenerative fluid. Your dad will be fine, pup, he's too stubborn to die. Rough words, yes, but warm. And then, get him in the pod first. I'll handle things. And she did. She protected him, and his son, Vegeta. His thoughts drifted, unsettled by a feeling he didn't recognize. It wasn't simple gratitude, not rivalry either. It was something more complex. Whenever he thought of her, his chest tightened. He didn't fully understand it, but he trusted her, blindly, beyond the past, beyond mistakes. He trusted her. Why? He asked himself. There was no logical answer. He just felt that he should. Maybe it was what she had shown them. Or maybe, because she stirred something in him he had never felt for anyone before. Not for Chi-Chi, his late wife. Not for anyone else. It was something more primal. Deeper. Respect. Fascination. A shared echo of pride and battle. And for a moment there in the pod, floating in the artificial calm of the medical chamber, Goku smiled. Small, but genuine. Outside, the world was burning. But inside, he knew they weren't alone. He looked forward. The digital timer read, full restoration in 0 hours 35 minutes and 22 seconds. 35 minutes. Just a little longer, he thought, lightly clenching his fists. Hang on, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, wait for me, I'm almost there. The air was burning. Every breath felt like inhaling liquid fire. Every inch of Namek's sky trembled under the pressure of a power that, just hours ago, had seemed inconceivable. Frieza, in his second form, stood like a colossal demon, his horns gleaming under the reflection of the twin suns. And standing before him, the Saiyan princess had risen. Vegeta, her wounds had completely closed thanks to the Senzu bean. Her breathing, once ragged and broken, was now a roar. Her ki vibrated with savage fury, but there was something else. A calm, a new edge to her energy. The cursed gift of her race. The Zenkai. Frieza frowned the moment he felt the pressure of her renewed aura. He muttered, his voice deeper than usual. Vegeta didn't waste time. Her body exploded forward, a purple TRA. Slicing through the air like lightning. Wham! Her fist slammed straight into Frieza's face. The sound wasn't just an impact, it was like a war bell echoing across the battlefield. The Emperor's head snapped violently to the side, a line of dark blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The silence that followed was brutal. Frieza blinked, staggering just slightly. He raised a claw to his face. The blood shimmered beneath the sun. "Damn you," he whispered, almost to himself, his voice dripping with venomous hatred. Zenkai, that filthy Saiyan ability. Vegeta hovered in front of him, barely panting. A feral smile carved across her face. "What's wrong, monster?" she taunted, baring her fangs. "Surprised the pet grew enough to make you bleed?" Frieza clicked his tongue. His tail lashed violently through the air. "Don't delude yourself, Vegeta. You may have scratched me, but you're still far beneath me." Vegeta growled. "Then knock me back down if you can." Both of them burst into motion again. On the ground, near the lake, Gohan knelt beside Krillin. The bald fighter was gasping, his torso still stained with dried blood, but his breathing was steady again. Dend, exhausted, collapsed to the side after finishing the healing. "Are you okay, Krillin?" Gohan asked, his eyes shining with relief. Krillin nodded, though his brow furrowed. "Yeah, thanks to Dend, but listen, we don't have much time." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I've got a plan." The boy looked at him, intrigued. "A plan?" Krillin clenched his teeth, glancing up at the sky where Vegeta and Frieza were clashing like titans. "Yeah, but I need you guys to buy time. Vegeta can keep him busy. And you," he looked straight at Gohan, "you're the spark that can catch him off guard." Gohan swallowed. "And what are you going to do?" Krillin gave a crooked smile, the nervous grin that always came before one of his suicidal ideas. "Let's just say I'm going to give Frieza one hell of a headache if this works." He stood up, his ki flaring weakly. "Go, Gohan. Vegeta can't do this alone." The boy hesitated for a second, then clenched his fists and nodded. "Okay." He shot into the sky immediately, leaving a golden trail behind him. The sky was chaos. Vegeta moved like an unleashed beast, her blows raining down on Frieza with brutal precision. Fists, knees, spinning kicks that made the air thunder. Frieza blocked with difficulty, each clash producing flashes that looked like miniature supernovas. "Rog," the princess roared, firing a ki blast straight into the tyrant's chest. Frieza reap, led it with a wave of his own energy, but as he did, a shadow surged up from below. Ha! Boom! Gohan's fist smashed into the Emperor's chin, knocking him back in mid-air. Vegeta's eyes widened for a split second. "Brat?" Gohan turned toward her, breathing hard but with a firm gaze. "You're not alone, Vegeta. We're taking him down together." The princess clenched her teeth, and for a moment, she felt a strange warmth in her chest. She wouldn't admit it, not out loud, but she liked hearing it. "Fine, just don't get in my way, brat." They both charged at Frieza. The tyrant was hit by a synchronized barrage. Vegeta dove in with a knee to the torso. Gohan struck from behind with a short ki volley. They crossed paths, covered each other, moving as if they'd trained together their entire lives. Frieza was forced back several meters, his expression twisted in rage. "Enough," he roared, spreading his arms wide. A shockwave burst from his body, blasting them both away. They steadied themselves in mid-air, panting, but they didn't retreat. Then something whistled through the air. "Ha!" came a shout from below. Frieza turned his head slightly. Too late. Shhhhhk. A brilliant, golden disc grazed him diagonally. He barely managed to dodge, but not completely. The keyblade sliced clean through a portion of his tail. Splaash. Dark blood sprayed into the air as the severed piece of Ta spun downward and smashed into the ground. "Og!" Frieza screamed, his voice loaded with pain and fury. The three warriors watched him from different angles. Vegeta frowned, spotting the bald figure floating in the distance. One hand still extended. Krillin. He had fired the Destructo disc at the perfect moment. The princess's eyes widened in disbelief. The bald one. For an instant, she didn't know what to feel. Then she smirked. "I'll admit it," she muttered to herself, a spark in her eyes. "Maybe he's not completely useless after all." Frieza trembled with rage, his tail high. Pride had been mutilated by a mere human. His ki erupted like a poisonous sun. "You miserable insects," he roared, eyes blazing with fury. But in front of him, for the first time in a long while, 3 warriors floated together: the Saiyan princess, the heir with untapped potential, and the bald fighter who refused to give up. Vegeta clenched her fists. Let's see who dies first, monster. The air of Namek burned with the roar of all 4. The real battle was only just beginning. The air was on the verge of exploding. Frieza, fury blazing through his veins after the mutilation of his tail, leaned forward like a predator about to tear out the throats of its prey. His ki flared in white and purple bursts that lit up the sky, ripping chunks of land from the ground and suspending them in mid-air, as if the planet itself were trying to flee from him. Vegeta clenched her teeth, panting but standing tall. Gohan, drenched in sweat, struggled to hold his stance. Krillin, breathing hard, still kept the aura of his Destructo disc hovering in his palm, waiting for another opening. Den trembled in the distance, far too weak to intervene again. Frieza smiled, black blood still dripping from the gash in his tail. All 3 of you together, he sneered. Do you really think you stand a chance? You're mistaken, he roared, and his body vanished in a burst of speed. Gohan's heart lurched. Vegeta tensed. Krillin raised his arms, but in the instant before impact it happened. A chill swept through the air. A different pulse, deep, ancient, vibrated across all of Namek. It wasn't Frieza's ki, it wasn't Vegeta's, it wasn't the brats, nor the bald ones, nor the trembling energy of the little green man. It was something new, something that resonated like a sacred drum in the very marrow of the planet. The presence was so clear, so distinct, that even Frieza skidded to a halt, his red eyes narrowing in surprise. What is this? He whispered, and then he appeared. A figure descended slowly, positioning himself between Frieza and the exhausted warriors. His white cape billowed like a banner in the storm. His slender yet muscular frame stood with the calm of someone who had nothing to prove. His ki shone an intense, vibrant green impossible to ignore. When his feet touched the cracked ground, the planet seemed to exhale. Gohan was the first to react. His eyes went wide, instantly filling with tears. His voice broke, but it burst out with all his strength. Mr. Piccolo. The echo rolled across the battlefield. The Namekian slowly turned his head toward the boy. His expression remained serious, imposing, but a subtle, almost invisible curve appeared on his lips. A smile. At last, he said, his voice deep and rough, yet warm. I finally made it. His eyes softened slightly as he looked at the child. Sorry I'm late, Gohan. Gohan felt his heart grow lighter. After so much despair, after seeing Krillin nearly die, after facing Frieza, there he was. His master. I thought I'd never see you again, he cried, his voice shaking with emotion. A few meters away, Krillin stared as well, his lips trembling, unable to form words. That face, that voice was Piccolo's, but something was different. His energy was something else entirely. Piccolo? He whispered, goosebumps rising on his skin. It can't be. His ki, it's different. From the ground, N's eyes flew open in instant recognition. His breathing stopped. He understood. He knew. It's not just Piccolo, he murmured reverently. It's also Nail. Vegeta, arms crossed and sweat beading on her brow, watched intently. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to grasp the magnitude of what she was sensing. That Namekian, the same one Nappa had crushed on Earth like an insect. The same one who had died protecting the brat. And now, his ki, his presence. It was completely different, an unfathomable ocean compared to the shallow puddle he once was. Is that the same Namekian Nappa killed? Vegeta thought, grinding her teeth. She shook her head in disbelief. No way, his energy, this isn't the same. What the hell happened here? The Saiyan princess realized she couldn't even measure the newcomer. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his smile twisting with curiosity. Well, he said in a smooth, venomous tone. What do we have here? He leaned forward slightly, studying Piccolo like a scientist examining a rare specimen. A Namekian, he murmured, almost amused. I thought none of you were left alive. His mutilated tail flicked like a restless serpent. Didn't I wipe out your entire miserable species? He chuckled softly. Or did some worm manage to crawl away between the rocks? Piccolo looked at him calmly. He didn't answer right away. He simply walked forward a few steps, stopping just meters from the Emperor. His shadow stretched long across the shattered earth. His white cape fluttered, as if responding to the planet's own pulse. Finally, he spoke. I am not a survivor, but I am your executioner. His voice was controlled thunder. Vegeta frowned, not fully understanding. Krillin swallowed hard, frozen in place. Gohan smiled and nodded. Frieza tilted his head, entertained. How dramatic. He raised a claw, pointing at him. Whatever you are, you chose the wrong stage. I'll exterminate you just like the rest of your race. Piccolo closed his eyes for a brief moment, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, they shone with a different light, ancient, resolute. Try it. Gohan watched without blinking, his heart pounding in his throat. He knew Piccolo had changed. His ki said it all. Deeper, more stable, vast, not just raw power. It was wisdom, calm, discipline. It was like Nail's ki. And at the same time he was still Piccolo the warrior, or who had given his life for him on Earth. Mr. Piccolo, Gohan whispered, holding back tears. You. Vegeta snorted under her breath, crossing her arms impatiently. I don't know what kind of trick this is. But if you can really fight Frieza, I don't care who the hell you are as long as you don't get in my way. Krillin still couldn't believe it. He remembered the sacrifice on Earth, Beard Piccolo's lifeless body, and now he saw him there, more imposing than ever. Piccolo. Frieza smiled, that smile that never held joy, only elegant cruelty. Well, looks like the show has a new actor. His voice turned cold, an invisible blade slicing through the air. But tell me, Namekian, do you really think you can save them? Piccolo met his gaze directly. His expression was that of a warrior who knew no fear. I don't think so. I will. The air of Namek tightened once more. Frieza let out a short laugh, his ki expanding in violent surges. Piccolo didn't move, and behind him, Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta watched, feeling that he wasn't exaggerating. He believed every word he said. And so, beneath Namek's twin suns, amid shattered land and restless seas, a new chapter began. The Emperor of the Universe versus the Reborn Warrior. The monster against the fusion of will and pride. Frieza versus Piccolo. The planet held its breath. Everyone's fate hung on the next move. The wind whistled, as if the planet itself were holding its breath. Frieza and Piccolo stared each other down in the middle of a ravaged battlefield, filled with craters, dust, and the remains of mountains reduced to gravel. Behind them, Gohan panted, his breathing uneven, his body covered in bruises and cuts. Krillin could barely stay on his feet. Vegeta, though still standing tall, bore the maw. RKS of her last clash dried blood along her side, exhaustion biting deep into her muscles. And yet, all of them had their eyes fixed on one figure. On Piccolo. His presence filled the air. His ki vibrated like an echo that could be felt both on the skin and deep in the chest. It wasn't just power, it was steadiness. Conviction. Piccolo didn't take his eyes off Frieza when he spoke, his voice deep, almost solemn. Listen carefully, he said, his tone cutting through the air like a blade. Do not interfere. Gohan looked at him in surprise. Mr. Piccolo? Piccolo gave a brief nod, his expression unchanged. This is mine. I'll handle him. Silence fell over the others like a hammer. Krillin gaped at him. Why you alone? But it's Frieza. That monster just tore us apart even when we were together. Vegeta frowned, fury flashing in her eyes. Are you giving me orders, a mere Namekian? Saiyan pride burned in her voice. She who had faced Frieza more times than anyone there was supposed to accept someone else deciding for her. But then, against her will, her eyes shifted for a brief instant toward the brat. Gohan. The boy was exhausted, his breathing heavy, and yet on his face shone something Vegeta hadn't expected to see, hope. That kid, who had watched Piccolo die on Earth, now looked at him with absolute trust, as if nothing in the universe could break that bond. Vegeta clenched her teeth. Her pride screamed at her to reject the insult, but her body begged for something else. Rest, and silently, for the first time, she chose to trust. Not Piccolo but the brat's faith. Crossing her arms, she turned her head away. HMPH. Fine, do whatever you want, but you'd better not make me look like an idiot for trusting you. Piccolo didn't respond. He simply took a step forward, steady, resolute, as if he had made this decision long ago. Krillin helped Gohan over to where Den stood waiting. The small Namekian's hands trembled, healing energy flowing from his palms like green light. Come quickly. Gohan dropped to his knees in front of him. The healing aura wrapped around him like a warm cloak, slowly closing the wounds across his body. Krillin sat beside him, exhaling deeply as Den's energy repaired the cracks in his skin and eased the pain in his ribs. Den swallowed when Vegeta approached. His hands hesitated. The memory of her rage when she hadn't gotten her wish still burned in his heart. What's wrong, green worm? Vegeta snorted, noticing his hesitation. Would you rather I stay wounded while Frieza cuts me to pieces? Den tensed. His hands shook, but in the end, he pressed his lips together and extended the energy toward her. Vegeta closed her eyes as warmth flowed through her body. The pain faded, torn flesh knitting itself back together, her ki stabilizing once more. She opened her eyes and crossed her arms arrogantly. Tisk, I suppose you're more useful than you look. Den didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on Piccolo. A few meters away, Piccolo slowly removed his white cape. The heavy cloth struck the ground with a THOOM, kicking up dust around him. Then he removed his metal shoulder pads, letting them fall with a loud clang. His body stood free, upright, ready for battle. His eyes never left Frieza. Well then, he said quietly, his voice heavy with intent. Time to take out the trash. The words spread through the air like an electric discharge. Krillin's eyes went wide in shock. Gohan was left speechless. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, startled by the sheer insolence. And Frieza. Frieza froze. What? His voice came out low, almost a venomous whisper. His smile vanished. His eyes narrowed, glowing like burning coals. Trash? He repeated coldly. Me? His fingers twitched, claws trembling with a nervous tick. The Emperor of the Universe. The most feared being across thousands of worlds. The conqueror who had wiped out entire races. And this insolent Namekian called him trash? A heavy silence settled. Even the air seemed to wait. Frieza lowered his voice, lacing it with pure poison. I am the Emperor of the Universe. The god everyone fears. And you, a simple green insect, dare to call me trash? His ki exploded like a white and purple storm, shaking the land for miles. But before he could take a step, before his rage could turn into action, a green flash tore through the air. Piccolo vanished from his spot. And in the next instant, THOOM. A fist slammed straight into Frieza's face. The impact was so violent that even the sky seemed to shudder. The Emperor's face warped, his body launched away at impossible speed. He tore through a nearby mountain, reducing it to dust in a single explosion, and kept flying, slamming into the ground kilometers away, carving out a massive crater. The shockwave hit everyone, shaking the air like thunder. Gohan's mouth fell open. What? Krillin jumped to his feet, unable to believe it. What the hell just happened? Vegeta, meanwhile, stood rigid. Her eyes didn't blink. She had felt that blow on her skin. The speed, the brutality. Not even she had been able to do something like that to Frieza. That damn Namekian, she muttered in disbelief. He sent him flying like it was nothing. Quote. Den clasped his hands together, eyes shining. Incredible. The silence after the impact felt unreal. Clouds of dust rose like miniature mountains, blotting out the horizon. Piccolo didn't move. His arm remained extended, fist clenched, as if the punch still echoed through his bones. His expression was cold, relentless. I told you, he murmured, barely audible. Trash gets taken out, and in the distance, Frieza rose from the crater. His eyes were wide, black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his jaw trembling with fury. Never, ever, had anyone dared to do that to him. Namek's sky roared not from storm or wind, but from the pressure of two forces colliding in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo and Frieza vanished from sight. Krillin was the first to react, spinning around frantically. Where are they? I can't see them. Gohan, panting, searched the sky. They're moving too fast. Only one figure, standing tall with a deep frown, managed to follow them. Vegeta, her gaze snapped from point to point in the air, pupils strained, tracking every flash, every fleeting shadow. And what she saw left her speechless. It's impossible, she thought, heart racing. That damn Namekian, he's keeping up with Frieza. Her pride boiled. That level of power surpassed her own. And maybe even Kakarot's. High above, two silhouettes clashed violently. Bam! BWHOOF. THOOM. The blows rang out like cannons, though the human eye could barely register more than flashes and streaks of light. Piccolo drove a punch toward Frieza's face. Frieza blocked with his forearm, countering with a knee to the torso. Piccolo deflected it with his elbow, spun, and fluidly slammed an elbow strike that forced the tyrant back. The air detonated with every hit, shockwaves sending columns of dust spiraling up from the ground. Frieza grinned, sharp teeth gleaming under Namek's green light. Not bad for an insect. He lunged forward, spinning his body, horns shining like demonic spears. I'll skewer you. Piccolo didn't flinch. He waited, calculated. At the last instant, he sidestepped and grabbed Frieza by the neck with one hand. Wha-thom. He slammed him into the ground with a crash that shook kilometers of land. The earth split into a massive crater, dust blotting out the sky like a black cloud. Below, Krillin and Gohan shielded their eyes. Vegeta, on the other hand, allowed herself a faint smile. "That green worm," she murmured, half shocked, half amazed. "He's dominating him." The crater smoked, but Frieza didn't stay down. A leg shot out of the dust, launching a kick meant to tear Piccolo's head off. Zaz! The Namekian dodged effortlessly and countered, driving his heel into the Emperor's face. Whom! Frieza was sent spinning through the air, but he stopped short, smiling. "Don't celebrate yet, you bastard." His body materialized in front of Piccolo in an instant. Then Pam! A brutal blow to the Namekian's stomach made him double over, spitting saliva. "Arg!" Frieza grinned, eyes gleaming. What happened to that confidence? Piccolo raised his head, his blazing eyes cutting into him like knives. "I'm not finished yet." His cheeks puffed out. Fwoosh! A blast of ki erupted from his mouth, a green-yellow beam that lit up the sky. Frieza deflected it with a flick of his arm, redirecting the explosion toward a distant mountain. The blast shattered the peak, sending debris crashing into the nearby ocean. Was that it? The tyrant laughed. Then, a sharp pain stabbed his stomach. Piccolo had moved in that same instant, exploiting the distraction. His fist was buried in Frieza's abdomen, his face inches from his. "Ha!" Frieza spat blood, eyes widening in shock. "Incredible!" Krillin shouted from below, jumping in place. "He's gaining ground." Gohan's eyes shone, tears trembling with emotion. "Mr. Piccolo." Vegeta listened in silence, arms crossed. Her pride was wounded, yet she couldn't deny what she was seeing. This Namekian, she thought, a knot forming in her chest. This isn't the same insect Nappa crushed on Earth. His power, his ki, it's different. It's monstrous. For once Vegeta felt small. Frieza growled, his smile twisted. "Enough." With a roar, he gathered energy in his palm and slammed it straight into Piccolo's torso. Kaboom! An explosion flared between them. The Namekian was blasted backward, but recovered mid-air, twisting his body and landing hard on a flat stretch of land. Smoke rose from his chest, but his gaze hadn't dimmed. If anything, it burned brighter. Piccolo clenched his fists. His body began to grow. Muscles expanded, arms lengthened, legs thickened. His shadow loomed over Frieza, who watched with narrowed eyes. "What?" Piccolo's voice boomed deeper, heavier. "You're not the only one with abilities, monster." With a massive arm, he grabbed Frieza around the waist. "What?" The Namekian lifted him like a doll and, with a roar, hurled him skyward with all his strength. The tyrant tore through the clouds, screaming in rage. But Piccolo was already there. He appeared above him in a green flash. Ha! His leg came down like a ham. A kick that slammed directly into Frieza's chest. Boom! The Emperor's body was driven downward, smashing into the ground in an explosion that sent pillars of dust skyward and devastated kilometers of land. The echo thundered across Namek, as if the planet itself had been kicked. The battlefield fell silent. Piccolo hovered in the air, breathing lightly, his body still towering in its giant form. Below, Krillin trembled. "This can't be happening. He's got him cornered." Gohan, eyes shining, shouted, "Mr. Piccolo, you're doing it." Vegeta remained silent, but inside, she admitted it. "That damn bastard is incredible." The crater was smoking, the ground was shattered, the nearby ocean boiling, and in the middle of the devastation, Frieza was slowly getting back to his feet. His breathing was harsh, his smile crooked, and in his eyes something shone that he rarely allowed to surface. Rage. "Very well," he said hoarsely, wiping the blood from his mouth. "If that's what you want, then I'll start having real fun." His ki exploded once more. The ground trembled, rocks lifted into the air. The true fight was only just beginning. Namek's sky burned with unnatural light. Ki explosions, green and purple flashes. Cracks splitting open in the planet's crust and boiling like open wounds. Every clash, every roar, every shockwave echoed like a war drum across the world. And in the heart of that hell, two figures faced each other in a duel that defied logic. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Piccolo, the Namekian who had returned from death, now empowered by something far greater. Frieza hovered in the air, brow furrowed, breathing heavily. His body still imposing in that second form, Horns long and blade sharp gleamed beneath Namek's green sun. "I'm done playing," he growled, extending both hands forward. The air filled with key spheres. Dozens, hundreds, disappear. Insect. With a roar, he unleashed them. A rain of purple energy spheres fell like meteors toward Piccolo, detonating against the ground, the sky, the ocean. Each impact was like a miniature sun exploding, tearing mountains apart and sending colossal waves crashing outward. From below, Krillin screamed in terror. "He's going to erase all of us." Gohan shielded his face with his arms, staggered by the shockwaves. "Mr. Piccolo." Vegeta clenched her teeth, feeling the crushing pressure of the attack. Not even I could stop a barrage like that. But Piccolo didn't retreat. Amid the chaos, his body floated steady, antennas whipping in the surging energy. He slowly raised his arms, and a terrifying concentration of ki gathered at his forehead. His voice boomed like thunder. "Special beam cannon." A spiraling beam burst from his forehead, a green and yellow lance of light twisting violently as it pierced the sky. Shrosh. The impact was devastating. The special beam cannon tore straight through Frieza's barrage as if it were made of soap bubbles, shattering every sphere into showers of incandescent sparks. The beam carved through the storm of energy and shot directly toward Frieza. What? Frieza barely managed to raise his arms. The beam detonated against his guard, dragging him hundreds of meters backward, ripping through the air like shattered glass. Boom! A pillar of light erupted skyward, illuminating all of Namek. Krillin fell onto his back, shielding his eyes from the glare. This is insane." That attack went straight through Frieza's bombardment. Gohan's eyes shone, tears trembling at the edges. "He did it, Mr. Piccolo is pushing him back." Vegeta was left speechless. The air around her quaked. Her pride cracked. That attack was deadlier than any Gallic gun she had ever fired. "That worm," she murmured, a chill running down her spine. The smoke cleared, and through the haze, Frieza emerged staggering. His armor was shattered. His skin was scorched in several places. Purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His smile was gone. Frieza lowered his head, panting. "Damn you, insect." Suddenly, Piccolo appeared behind him in a green flash. His hand clamped around Frieza's tail in an iron grip. "What?" The Namekian roared, spinning in mid-air and slamming the tyrant into the ground like a sack of stones. Whoom! The impact shook the entire battlefield. Rocks were thrown skyward, and the nearby sea exploded into a wave that traveled for kilometers. Frieza screamed in fury, but before he could react, Piccolo raised his hand and unleashed an explosive ki wave, engulfing him in a blinding sphere of energy. Boom! The blast erased everything in its path. The crater expanded, becoming a fresh scar carved into Namek. The warriors on the ground stared in shock. Krillin, he hit him head on. Gohan, heart pounding. "Please, Mr. Piccolo, let it be enough." Vegeta felt a chill crawl up her spine. He put Frieza on the ground. Her fists trembled not with fear, but with frustration. When the dust settled, Frieza was visible at the center of the crater. On his knees, his body shaking, his breathing ragged, his face twisted with rage. He slowly stood, eyes locked onto Piccolo. And for the first time in a very long while, the Emperor felt fear. "That damn Namekian," he hissed through clenched teeth. "How can he be above me?" Piccolo floated before him, arms crossed, expression cold and merciless. "It's over, Frieza." The silence lasted only a second. Frieza lowered his head. His shadow swallowed him whole. Then he spoke, his voice hoarse, soaked in venom. "I didn't want to do this. I didn't expect I'd have to use it. But it seems I have no choice." Piccolo narrowed his eyes, on guard. Vegeta frowned. What is he talking about? Krillin swallowed hard. No, it can't be. The air grew heavy. The ground trembled. The nearby ocean churned violently. Frieza raised his head, red eyes blazing like embers. "I'm going to the next level." The tyrant's body began to shake. His ki exploded outward in visible waves, a hurricane of power that ripped chunks from the ground, split mountains apart, and hurled massive walls of water into the air. The warriors below shielded themselves, struggling just to remain standing. Krillin shouted, "Next level? What the hell does that mean?" Gohan hugged himself, feeling the pressure crush the air around him. His energy, it's getting even bigger. Vegeta understood instantly. Her heart skipped a beat. No way. Her pupils shrank in horror. He's going to transform. The ground cracked beneath their feet. Namek's sky darkened once more. The Emperor of the Universe screamed, his voice warped by energy, by hatred, by the transformation that was about to begin. And they all knew it. The worst was still to come. The air on Namek became unbreathable. The mountains trembled, the ocean boiled, the green sky darkened, as if the twin suns were afraid to witness what was about to be born. At the center of the devastated battlefield, Frieza screamed. His voice became a roar that tore at reality itself, a cry so sharp and so deep it rattled the bones of everyone present. His aura, once merely colossal, now resembled an uncontrolled wildfire, spreading invisible flames in every direction. Rah! The change began. His body, still in his second form, started to convulse. The muscles that had made him look so massive and brutal began to shrink, as if being pulled inward. His chest lost its bulk, his torso stretching and elongating. A grotesque cracking sound echoed as his bones rearranged themselves. The white skin and purple plates of his body shifted and redistributed. But the most unsettling change was his head. It stretched backward, elongating at an unnatural angle. Veins bulged across his forehead. His horns grew longer, more curved, sharp as demonic lances. Gohan clenched his teeth, his heart pounding in his chest. His body is changing again. Krillin stumbled back a few steps, horrified. No, this can't be happening. Quote. Vegeta, breathing hard, stared in disbelief. I knew it, I felt it. That demon still had more. Den dropped to his knees, tears trembling on his green cheeks. His power is rising way too much. Frieza screamed even louder, his hands twisted into claws, his nails sharpening into ivory blades. His tail grew more flexible, slithering like a living whip. The ground beneath his feet split open, cracks spreading like veins of magma. His ki kept growing. The air vibrated like a war drum. Piccolo narrowed his eyes and took a defensive stance. His muscles tensed, sweat beading on his brow, every cell in his body on maximum alert. He's multiplying his power, he whispered gravely. Finally, with one last sky-rending roar, Frieza stopped. Absolute silence followed. Only the wind whistled through shattered rocks. And there he was, the new form, slimmer, more agile, faster. His head was longer now, capped with a shell-like structure that made him look even more alien. His horns curved like daggers. His face, narrower than before, wore a twisted smile. And his voice had changed. When he spoke, it was no longer deep or guttural. It was higher-pitched, more nasal, a tone that froze the blood. Ooh, he laughed, almost playfully. Sorry for the wait, I had to fix my appearance for such a special occasion. His log, HTER, echoed across the battlefield, mocking, malicious. Gohan clenched his fists. Krillin swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. Vegeta bit her lip. Den buried his face in his hands. Frieza's ki had exploded. It wasn't the same. It was double, at the very least. Krillin gasped. This can't be. His energy, it's monstrous. It feels like double, no, even more than before. Gohan looked at Piccolo in desperation. Mr. Piccolo, his power, it's too much. Vegeta stood frozen, her lips trembling even if she wouldn't admit it. That monster is showing us he was still playing with us. Den sobbed, shaking. Frieza leaned forward slightly, his grin wide, his eyes burning with sadistic amusement. So, what now? He mocked. Still so confident you can beat me? Piccolo didn't answer. He merely adjusted his fighting stance. Arms spread, eyes locked onto Frieza. The silence lasted only a second. And then, ZAAAAP. A crimson beam shot from Frieza's fingers. So fast no one saw it coming. The blast pierced straight through Piccolo's left shoulder. AAARGH. The Namekian was hurled backward, green blood sizzling in the air. The beam had gone clean through him, smoke rising from the wound. Mr. Piccolo, Gohan screamed, his eyes flooded with panic. Krillin grit his teeth in disbelief. I didn't even see him move. That beam, it was way too fast. Vegeta's eyes went wide, a knot forming in her throat. Even I couldn't follow him. That demon is faster than any of us now. Den rushed toward Piccolo, desperate. Mr. Piccolo, hang on. Piccolo knelt on one knee, teeth clenched, breathing ragged as blood streamed down his arm. Frieza laughed with his new, shrill, mocking voice. What's wrong, Namekian? Didn't see that coming? He leaned in slightly, that venomous smile never fading. I'll admit it, you entertained me for quite a while in my second form. But now, he spread his arms, displaying his renewed body. Now you're finished. Gohan stepped forward, eyes blazing with rage. Don't say that, mister. Piccolo can still defeat you. Frieza tilted his head, eyeing him like a curious predator. Ooh, such a brave little brat. I like that. Maybe I'll save you for last, so I can savor your despair. Vegeta ground her teeth. Bastard. Krillin clenched his fists, panting. We've got to think of something or he's going to kill us all. Piccolo slowly stood up, the wound still smoking but his gaze burned. His voice boomed, deep and defiant. No, this is just the beginning. Frieza raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh really? I can't wait to see how much more you can endure before you bore me again. The air vibrated once more. The Emperor's third face loomed with terrifying power. And Piccolo stood firm, with the will of a warrior who would not surrender. The Namek battlefield was shrouded in an eerie silence. A tense silence, charged with electricity, as if the entire planet awaited the next blow from a divine hammer. There, amid shattered rocks and bubbling lakes, Frieza hovered in the air. His new body sleek and agile gleamed with a dark, lethal aura. His red, elongated, cruel eyes gazed with delight at Piccolo, who was barely able to remain standing. The Namekian's shoulder was still smoking, the wound left by the first beam burning with every breath he took. And yet, despite the pain, Piccolo did not lower his head. His muscles trembled, his ki wavered, but his eyes still held that familiar fire. He would not surrender. Frieza tilted his head, smiling mockingly. His new voice, nasal and sharp as a blade, dripped like poison. Ooh, still standing? I like that. It means I can keep having fun with you. With a quick gesture, he raised 2 fingers. Let's see just how tough you are, insect. Zop! A beam pierced straight through Piccolo's side. Aghhhhhh. The Namekian screamed as green blood splashed onto the ground. Mr. Piccolo. Gohan's desperate cry cut through the air. But Frieza didn't stop. Another shot. Zap! It tore through his leg. Zap! Another through his arm. Zap! One more through his abdomen. Piccolo's body jerked again and again, like a puppet skewered by red-hot nails. His knees finally gave out, and he collapsed against a rock. Gasping for breath, jaw still clenched in defiance. Frieza laughed loudly. Ah, how marvelous. You're a sturdy little doll. I just love watching you try to stay upright while your body falls apart. He leaned forward, fingers still glowing with energy. Come on, tell me where's the limit? How many more holes can I put in you before you drop dead? And he raised his hand once more. Gohan felt the air leave his lungs. His heart pounded like a drum. Every shot Frieza fired felt as if it were tearing through his own body as well. Enough, he whispered, tears spilling from his eyes. Beside him, Vegeta clenched her teeth. The Saiyan princess kept her brow furrowed, but deep down she was shaken. Piccolo, the Namekian who had once died on Earth, who moments ago had seemed able to rival Frieza's monstrous power, was now being torn apart. Krillin had gone pale, sweat soaking his forehead. We've got to do something. If this keeps up, he'll kill him. Vegeta snorted, turning her head toward him. And what do you expect us to do, Baldy? That monster's too fast now, even I can't follow his movements. Then they heard a roar. Basta ard enough, Gohan. The boy couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were soaked with tears, but an uncontrollable fury burned within them. His ki erupted into a golden white aura, flaring upward like a blazing pillar. Before Vegeta could stop him, he had already launched himself straight at Frieza. Brat, no, she shouted, reaching out, but it was useless. Frieza barely had time to turn his head, intrigued. Gohan appeared in front of him in an instant, fists blazing with energy. Leave Mr. Piccolo alone. Bam! A punch slammed directly into the Emperor's face. The impact was strong enough to force Frieza back several meters. For the first time Frieza bled. A thin, dark line ran from the corner of his mouth. You? He muttered, touching his lips in disbelief. Gohan didn't wait. Roaring, he unleashed a rapid barrage of blows, punches, kicks, elbows. Some missed, but others landed cleanly. Wham! Bam! Zong! Even with his speed, Frieza couldn't dodge them all. Gohan's furious power was reaching him. From below, Krillin's eyes went wide. No way, he's actually hitting him. Vegeta watched with a mix of shock and rage. That damn brat was landing blows on the Emperor of the Universe. But she knew the truth. It was a flash, nothing more. Gohan's power was unstable. It wouldn't last. Frieza would recover soon. And he did. With a roar, Frieza grabbed Gohan by the neck in mid-air. I've had enough of your tantrums, brat. He slammed him into the ground with brutal force. Krash. Dust exploded upward. Vegeta and Krillin moved at the same time. No hesitation, both rushed Frieza. Let him go, bastard. Vegeta roared, firing a barrage of ki blasts. Krillin came in from the side, throwing a Destructo Disc, forcing Frieza to release Gohan and jump back. The spinning energy blade grazed his tail, and sliced off another chunk. Triple ARG. Frieza screamed his first true cry of pain as his severed tail hit the ground like a dead whip. The Emperor glared at the stump, then at Krillin, who was drenched in sweat but stood firm. You again? Frieza growled. Vegeta seized the moment. She landed beside Gohan, who was barely breathing, and hauled him up by the arm. Brat, don't you dare die now, damn it. Dend rushed to Piccolo, who lay kneeling, riddled with wounds and barely conscious. The small healer extended his hands, a soft green light enveloping the Namekian. Hang on, Mr. Piccolo, I'll heal you. Piccolo managed to force out a single word between labored breaths. Gohan no, but the boy was already in Vegeta's arms, still fighting to stay conscious. Frieza breathed heavily, his nasal voice trembling with rage. You cut off my tail, you filthy bald insect, I'll rip you to pieces. Krillin swallowed hard, but didn't step back. You'll have to catch me first, monster. Vegeta glanced at him briefly, then clenched her teeth. The situation was hopeless. Piccolo was gravely wounded, only barely recovering. Gohan was exhausted. Krillin could buy them seconds, nothing more. And Kakarot, still trapped in that cursed capsule, far away from all of this. Vegeta tightened her fist. Is this it? Is this how we die like dogs while that demon laughs over our corpses? Her heart pounded like a war drum, and then a memory surfaced. A little girl, wearing armor far too large for her body, forced to train from the moment she could walk. She saw her father King Vegeta bowing before Frieza's throne, lowering his head, obeying like a mere servant. She hated it, hated that image, hated that humiliation. She had sworn she would never kneel, never be a pet. The image of her father, proud, yet defeated, struck her like lightning. I will not be like him. Vegeta clenched her teeth. Her eyes burned. A green flash flickered in her pupils for a brief instant. Intense, powerful, ancient, and just as quickly as it appeared it vanished. No one noticed. She took a deep breath, feeling that heat in her chest. She didn't understand what it was, but she knew one thing. She would not allow Frieza to dominate them any longer. Frieza descended slowly, his aura blazing. Very well, enough games. Now all of you will die. Krillin swallowed, raising his guard despite knowing he stood no chance. Gohan, still supported by Vegeta, tried to stand. Piccolo, slowly healing thanks to Dend, grit his teeth, longing to rise again. And Vegeta. Vegeta stared at him, the emperor of the universe, the murderer of her people, the executioner of her father, the symbol of her humiliation. I am Vegeta, princess of the Saiyans. Maybe I'm the one meant to break this chain. Her breathing quickened, her ki vibrated. That heat inside her wasn't just rage. It was something else, a spark, a seed, the beginning of something even she could not yet understand. Her eyes shone again, but this time with greater force. And while the others struggled just to survive, Vegeta thought, analyzed, planned, because even if she would never say it out loud, maybe the legend of the Super Saiyan wasn't just a myth after all. At the same time, the silence inside Frieza's ship was deceptive. Outside, the entire planet thundered with explosions, screams, and colliding auras. Inside, only the constant hum of the medical system filled the air, a cold, clinical rhythm, almost indifferent to the chaos consuming the universe beyond these walls. At the center of the room, surrounded by flickering green panels, floated one figure. Goku, suspended in the viscous liquid of the healing pod, connected to electrodes that monitored every heartbeat, every surge of energy, every fluctuation in his Saiyan cells. His eyes were closed, his breathing was slow, but his mind was wide awake. Through the liquid, Goku felt it, not the way skin feels air, but in a far more primitive, instinctive way. The echo of battle struck his soul with every vibration. Waves of ki rippled across the planet, pounding in his chest, shaking him like a distant war drum. Frieza, his thoughts drifted silently within the pod. He could sense him. That demon was not only still alive, he had grown stronger. His power, already monstrous before, had erupted once again. A new level, a new form. Goku clenched his teeth beneath the liquid, his hands curling into weak fists. He still couldn't move freely. Not yet. He turned his head slightly. On the POD's display, A digital timer glowed. Full recovery in 0 hours 15 minutes and 42 seconds. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. But out there 15 minutes could be an eternity. The Saiyan closed his eyes again and focused. And then he felt them. Piccolo. His ki was strong, vibrant, reborn. It had grown far beyond what Goku remembered. The former enemy now fought with a power that rivaled, perhaps even surpassed his own. But he could also feel him faltering. Each explosion was wearing him down further. Piccolo, you're giving everything you have. Krillin. That warm, familiar aura, always loyal. Always willing to stand and sacrifice himself, even when surrounded by forces far beyond him. Goku felt him exhausted, tense, but still shining. Krillin, you're always there, even when everything seems impossible. Gohan. Goku's heart lurched. His son's ki was unstable, surging like a storm. Bursts of uncontrollable fury, flashes of hidden power that frightened him as much as they filled him with pride. My son, you're still so young, and you already carry so much. I'm sorry. I never should have put this on you, but I know there's something incredible inside you. And finally, Vegeta. Goku opened his eyes inside the pod. The liquid bubbled around his face. He felt her. That ki, it was like a compressed hurricane. Fierce, relentless, boiling. She was no longer the same Vegeta who had come to Earth as an executioner. There was something different now, rage with direction, a will that as beginning to blur into something else entirely. Vegeta, he murmured in his mind. A strange warmth spread through his chest. It wasn't simple rivalry. It wasn't just respect. It was deeper, something he couldn't quite name. She, with her pride and ferocity, had awakened feelings in him he'd never known before. Not even with Chi-Chi, his wife, whose death still ached in his heart. The memory of Vegeta fighting to reclaim her body from Ginyu resurfaced. The way she had carried him. The way, grumbling all the while, she had shown a fleeting spark of tenderness beneath layers upon layers of rage as she helped heal him. Vegeta, don't die now. Not like this. Frieza's ki surged again, slamming into him. Stronger, colder, more brutal. Goku clenched his teeth. His heart raced. His Saiyan blood boiled. Heat exploded inside him. For a brief instant, the liquid around his body trembled, as if an electric current had passed through it. FWOOSH. A faint but real golden aura wrapped around him. His hair stirred within the liquid, lifted by an invisible wind, and his eyes for a single second glowed green. The POD's monitor flickered, confused by the sudden energy spike. Alarms blared, pressure rose, readings destabilized. Then the glow vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Goku didn't even notice. He thought it was nothing more than his overflowing rage. He opened his eyes, panting beneath the liquid. The timer continued its countdown. Full recovery in 0 hours 14 minutes and 58 seconds. Damn it, he thought in frustration. I have to make it in time. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His heart wanted to roar. His body wanted to shatter the pod and rush straight into battle. But he knew the truth. He wasn't ready yet. If he left too soon, his body wouldn't endure it. He needed those minutes. He shut his eyes tightly, fists clenched, and spoke in silence as if his soul could cross the distance and reach his friends. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Vegeta, hold on a little longer. Just endure those 15 minutes. Frieza's ki roared in the distance like a dark dragon, laughing. But Goku smiled, small, almost imperceptible, a smile filled with confidence. Because when I come out, I won't let that monster hurt you ever again. Silence filled the pod once more. The hum of the system blended with the rhythm of his heartbeat. And as the timer continued to tick down, Goku floated in calm stillness. Like the eye of a hurricane, the air burned with residual energy. The distant mountains were no longer mountains, but ruins. The ocean boiled with smoking craters, and Namek's green sky looked as if it were about to shatter under the pressure of clashing ki. And at the center of it all, Frieza floated. Slim, agile, wrapped in his new, monstrous form. A razor-sharp smile, eyes like blades. Facing him, four figures struggled just to keep their guard up. Piccolo, breathing heavily, still recovering thanks to Den's healing power. Gohan, panting, fists trembling but eyes steady. Krillin, sweat pouring down his forehead. And Vegeta, the Saiyan princess, her breathing quick, her thoughts spiraling. Frieza raised one hand, rotating it elegantly. Well, his nasal, mocking voice echoed. You're not doing too badly. I'll admit that. The warriors stared at him, confused. Frieza tilted his head, smiling. In fact, his tone lowered, becoming more serpentine, Only my father, the great King Cold, has ever managed to entertain me this much in battle. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Just the mention of someone stronger than Frieza froze their blood. Krillin bit his lip. Father? That monster has a father? Frieza chuckled calmly, savoring their discomfort. Oh, of course. And he's even more magnificent than I am, but let's save that for another time. He leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming with malice. I want to make you an offer. All four tensed. Frieza raised 2 fingers, as if presenting an invisible contract. You've ruined my wish for immortalate. Why slaughtered part of my army and you? His gaze slid to Vegeta. Mocking her severed tail, deserted my ranks like the spoiled little girl you've always been. Vegeta growled with rage, but didn't move. And yet, Frieza continued, savoring every word, I'm willing to forgive you. Absolute silence followed. Piccolo narrowed his eyes. What the hell are you talking about? Frieza spread his arms. Exactly what you heard. If you join me, if you kneel and accept your place, I won't just forget everything you've done. I'll reward you. His gaze passed over each of them. You, Namekian, could become commander of my elite forces. Your power would be quite useful, though you'd need to learn obedience. And you, Baldy, his grin widened, you'd make an excellent jester for my private parties. Krillin clenched his teeth. What? Frieza laughed, that shrill tone slicing through the air. And the brat, oh, the brat has potential. I could train him, shape him, make him far stronger than his pathetic mother ever dreamed. Gohan felt a knot form in his throat, but he held his ground. That monster still believed Vegeta was his mother, but it felt as if he just insulted the memory of his real mother, long gone. Finally, Frieza's red eyes locked onto Vegeta. And you, dear princess, his voice dropped to a venomous whisper. I'd forgive your desertion. I might even grant you a special maternity program for that little cub of yours. The air cracked. Vegeta roared, veins bulging across her face. That's enough, you bastard. Frieza laughed, delighted. Oh, I knew it. Always so proud. He spun lazily in the air, as if his tail were still intact, savoring the tension he'd created. Well, what a shame. Suddenly, his expression changed. The smile vanished. His gaze turned cold. Quote, since none of you accepted, I suppose it's time to reward you properly for entertaining me. He straightened, the air trembling with his ki. You see my true form. Vegeta's heart froze. She knew. She'd heard rumors from Zarbon. She'd felt it with every transformation. And still, part of her had hoped it was a lie. No, she whispered, a shiver racing down her spine. Krillin looked at her nervously. What is it, Vegeta? The princess trembled. That demon still has another transformation. One more beyond this. The ground beneath her feet seemed to waver. If his power is already unreachable, what kind of monster will he become when he shows his true face? For the first time in a long while, Vegeta didn't know what to do. But then amid the chaos a thought emerged. A spark of strategy. Zenkai, the Saiyan ability, the cursed gift of her race. Every time a Saiyan brushed against death and survived, they returned stronger. Much stronger. Vegeta narrowed her eyes, evaluating the pieces on the board. If I take enough damage and that little green runt manages to heal me. She glanced at Dend, still kneeling beside Piccolo, healing him with his small hands, panting, sweat beading on his brow. That brat, he has the power to heal. I've seen it. He could do it. He could drag me back from the edge. But she wasn't sure. Trust a Namekian child? An ally who was barely more than temporary? Her gaze shifted to Gohan. The brat was still standing, chest rising and falling, but his aura wavered. She doubted he had the cold resolve to do what was necessary. The brat couldn't do it. He wouldn't be able to attack me with intent to kill, and I'm not sure I want to force him. Finally, her eyes locked onto Krillin. The bald one. Him, yes. That one still carries his rage, what Frieza did on Earth. The deaths of his friends. He could attack me with everything he has if I drop my guard. If I lower my ki enough, if I force his hand, he'll push me to the brink, and then that Namekian will heal me. She clenched her teeth, calculating. Yes, perfect. The bald one has always been more useful than he looks. I just have to let him believe he can do it. The plan was set, cold, calculated. Vegeta lowered her guard slightly, without anyone noticing. Her mind roared. I won't die as a slave. I won't die on my knees. If this is my fate, then I'll twist it until Frieza is the one kneeling before me. Frieza laughed, spreading his arms as his aura exploded. Prepare yourselves. You're about to witness something no one has ever seen, and you'll live long enough to regret it. The air shook. The planet groaned beneath their feet. Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo tensed, swallowing hard. Vegeta didn't look away. Her plan was already in motion. The sky over Namek was splitting apart. Green clouds spiraled in violent circles, as if an invisible hurricane were devouring them. Mountains groaned, and the nearby ocean rose into colossal waves that hovered for a few seconds before crashing back down. The entire planet trembled because Frieza had begun to transform once again. His body arched as his aura erupted in spirals of purple energy. Every scream he unleashed was like thunder ripping the atmosphere apart. Ragghhhh. Gohan swallowed hard. His hands trembled. His small body couldn't help but react to the horror he felt in Frieza's ki. This is way worse than before. Piccolo stepped forward, taking a defensive stance, his face grim. This power, I've never felt anything like it. Dend, still kneeling and exhausted from healing Piccolo, hugged himself. Tears welling in his eyes. No, this can't be. If he transforms again, we won't stand a chance. Krillin looked around, panting. The ground beneath his feet shifted as if the planet itself were alive and dying. What do we do? How are we supposed to fight something like that? In the midst of the chaos, Vegeta stepped forward. Her strides were firm, even as the very air trembled with each surge of Frieza's ki. Her face was serious, resolute, though deep in her eyes burned a feverish gleam. You, she said, pointing straight at Krillin. The bald warrior flinched. Me? Yes. Vegeta crossed her arms. Listen carefully, insect. I need you to attack me. With everything you've got. Krillin blinked several times, confused. What? What are you talking about? Vegeta moved closer, lowering her voice, deadly serious. Zenkai, a Saiyan ability. Every time a Saiyan is pushed to the brink of death and survives, they grow stronger. Much stronger. Krillin's eyes widened. What are you saying? You want me to? Vegeta nodded, a cold smile forming on her lips. Leave me on the verge of death. Then the green brat heals me. It's the only way my power will grow enough to face Frieza. Krillin stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. That's insane. I can't do that. Vegeta narrowed her eyes. Then her smile twisted into something cruel. Of course you couldn't. Her tone turned acidic, venomous. After all, you were useless back on Earth too. Krillin staggered back, as if her words had struck him physically. What? Vegeta continued, each word a dagger. When Nappa killed all your friends, what did you do? What could you do? Nothing. Krillin clenched his fists, shaking. Vegeta stepped closer, her voice rising. That idiot who got blown up by a single Saibaman, right? Your friend. You couldn't even save him. You only destroyed the Saibaman when it was already too late. Shut up, Krillin muttered through clenched teeth. And that little runt who tried to self-destruct on Nappa didn't even scratch him. Remember how he died? And what did you do? Her eyes gleamed. Nothing. Stop. His voice cracked. Vegeta lifted her chin, malice shining in her eyes. And that three-eyed one burned his life away with a suicidal attack. And you, what did you do then? What did you contribute? She sneered. Nothing. The air grew heavy. Krillin's breathing became ragged, his hands trembling as if they might shatter. Vegeta delivered the final blow. Tell me, Baldy, how does it feel knowing you didn't deserve to survive that day? That everyone else died fighting and you lived only because you were lucky? How does it feel to be the weakest one? Krillin closed his eyes, and the memories of Earth slashed through his mind like blades. Yamcha, dead in the arms of a Saibaman. Chaozu, exploding uselessly against Nappa's back. Tien, collapsing after pouring his very life into a desperate final attack. His friends, his comrades, all dead, while he survived. His breathing turned erratic, his heart pounded with fury. The rage, the pain, the helplessness all surged back like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Vegeta smiled. If you want to be useful, insect, if you want to redeem yourself just once in your pathetic life, then attack me. She raised her arms, suppressing her ki. Attack me with the intent to kill. Krillin grit his teeth, a tear sliding down his cheek. Why, you damn monster. Vegeta spread her arms wider, exposing her chest, grinning defiantly. What's wrong? Can't do it? Going to be weak again? Krillin screamed, his voice breaking. And he launched himself at her. Vegeta lowered her ki even further, her chest completely open. Do it, insect. Krillin appeared in front of her and, with all the pent-up rage inside him, drove a fist wrapped in energy straight forward. SHOOM. His hand pierced through Vegeta's chest. Time stopped. Krillin's eyes went wide. He felt flesh, felt hot blood soaking his arm. Vegeta coughed up blood, yet she smiled, her eyes still blazing with fury. Why, yes, that's it. She dropped to her knees, gasping. Krillin stumbled back in horror, his hands drenched in blood. I didn't mean. I didn't want to. Vegeta looked up at him from the ground, her breathing shallow. Idiot, that's exactly what I wanted. Den screamed as he ran toward her. Vegeta, no. Piccolo and Gohan stood frozen in shock. But through it all, the planet continued to tremble. Frieza's roar grew louder, more monstrous, more terrifying. The Emperor's transformation pressed on, and Vegeta gambled all her pride on that moment of pain. Planet Namek shuddered beneath Frieza's roar. Dark clouds swirled above the battlefield, drawn into the vortex of a power still being born. Rocks, mountains, even the water from nearby lakes lifted into the air, trapped by the distorted gravity of an endlessly expanding ki. But in one corner of the devastated land, a different scene unfolded, quieter, crueler. Vegeta knelt on the ground, spitting blood that stained her face and shattered armor. The hole in her chest burned, the wound still smoking. And yet she smiled, a twisted smile of pain and pride. Krillin stood before her, his hands stained with green and red blood, trembling like a leaf in the wind. His eyes were glassy, unable to comprehend what he had done. I didn't want to. Vegeta. Gohan was the first to move. He tore his gaze away from Frieza and ran toward the Saiyan. Vegeta, no, no, no. Piccolo turned his head as well, just long enough to grasp the situation. His eyes narrowed. TCH's suicidal strategy. But a smart one. Gohan dropped to his knees beside her, clumsily holding her by the shoulders, trembling as tears filled his eyes. Why would you do this? You're going to die. Panting, Vegeta slowly turned her face toward him. Pain tore through every fiber of her being, but something strange stirred eyed her at the sight of him crying for her. She didn't like it. She didn't like seeing him worried. She forced a smile, even though it cost her blood. Kid, don't cry, I'm not going to die, not now. Gohan clenched his teeth. But, Vegeta cut him off with a low growl. This is part of the plan, understand? Den hurried toward them, but doubt filled his gaze. His small hands trembled as green light began to gather in his palms. He looked at Vegeta, and contradiction burned in his heart. She was an ally, yes. She had fought alongside them against Frieza, but she was also a threat. He remembered her cruel eyes, her arrogance, her pride, her indifference toward the lives of others. She wasn't so different from Frieza. Den pressed his lips together. Should I heal her? Should I save her knowing who she really is? Quote. Vegeta noticed his hesitation. Even while gasping, she shot him a murderous glare. Green runt, what are you waiting for? Heal me now. Den froze, his heart pounding. He didn't know if he should. Gohan looked at him desperately. Please, Den, heal her. The young Namekian met Gohan's eyes. In them, he didn't see a monster. He didn't see the murderer of his people. He saw an ally who had protected his life, who had defended him. Den trembled, but before he could decide, a roar split the air. Ra hhhh. Frieza. His body continued to transform, his back arching as waves of energy radiated outward. The ground beneath him cracked open into massive fissures. Amid his fury and metamorphosis, his eyes shifted for just an instant. And he noticed, the small one, the green runt, hands outstretched, glowing with healing light. Frieza smiled, a venomous glint in his eyes. So that insect is the one keeping them alive. His voice was like a blade. No one heard him then. But the sentence had already been passed. Krillin was still shaking, staring at his blood-stained hands as if they belonged to a murderer. I did this. Piccolo watched him sternly. Calm down. You didn't kill her. She's still breathing. But, you don't get it, do you? Piccolo narrowed his eyes. This is a plan, a gamble. Saiyans have an ability when they're pushed to the brink of death and survive. Their power increases monstrously. Krillin stared at him in shock. What? That's real? It is. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta, and she knows it. Vegeta coughed up blood and chuckled softly. Hey, finally someone who isn't an idiot. Gohan looked at her again, tears still falling. It's too risky. You might not survive. Vegeta clenched her teeth, her voice barely a growl. Saiyans don't make half-hearted bets. Den swallowed hard. The green light crackled in his hands, but he still hadn't touched her. What if I heal her and she betrays us? He murmured. Gohan turned to him, his plea sincere. Den, please. She helped us. She protected my life. Trust her. The young Namekian hesitated. He looked at her again. Vegeta on her knees, a hole in her chest, still smiling defiantly. The monster he had hated and also the warrior now fighting to survive against the same tyrant who destroyed his people. Vegeta noticed him again. Her voice, though weak, cracked like a whip. Runt, don't waste time with doubts. Do it, heal me now or he'll kill us all. Time was running out. Frieza continued roaring, his transformation nearly complete. Gohan leaned forward, gripping Den's hands tightly. Please, Den, I'm begging you. Tears filled the child's eyes. At last, he nodded. He placed his hands over Vegeta's wounded chest. A brilliant green flash flooded the scene. Vegeta clenched her teeth, her body arching as the healing warmth surged through her veins. Torn muscles knit together, blood flow ceased. Shattered bones reset themselves. She screamed, pain and relief intertwined as Den's ki rebuilt her body. Ah! Krillin stepped back, still in shock, while Piccolo stood with arms crossed, coldly analyzing everything. Gohan watched with hope. Den panted, sweating, but didn't stop until the wound vanished completely. Vegeta leaned forward, bracing one hand against the ground. Her breathing was heavy, her entire body trembled, and then she stood up. Her aura exploded in a roaring purple blaze. Vegeta's ki surged violently, expanding like a hurricane around them. Rocks lifted, the ground cracked beneath her feet. Everyone stared in awe. Krillin whispered, stunned, "H her power its way higher." Piccolo narrowed his eyes. The Zenkai, so it's true. Gohan smiled in relief as Vegeta straightened, a savage grin spreading across her lips. Hey yeah, this is the power of a Saiyan princess. Then, a roar thundered through the air. Everyone turned. The winds of Namek suddenly died. The air, once charged by the chaos of transformation, became unnaturally still as if the planet itself were holding its breath. There stood Frieza, not gigantic, not bulky, not monstrous like his previous forms. Smaller, compact, his white skin gleamed like porcelain beneath the emerald sun. The purple plates on his head and shoulders looked almost elegant. His tail swayed slowly, like that of a serpent that doesn't need to hurry to hunt. His face was calm, his smile icy. He didn't look like terror incarnate. He didn't need to, because his ki told another story. An unbearable pressure engulfed the battlefield. The air vibrated, heavy as lead. Even Piccolo, with all his fusion and renewed power, felt his throat go dry. Gohan swallowed. He doesn't seem as strong as before, but Piccolo finished quietly, never taking his eyes off the enemy. But his energy is monstrous. I can't even measure it. It's like staring into an abyss. Vegeta frowned, her hands trembling ever so slightly. That power, it felt as if the universe itself were whispering that it was insurmountable. Frieza didn't speak. He didn't need to. He slowly raised one hand. A single finger pointed toward them. Before they could react, before they even realized. A flash, a whisper, a beam shot past them. Everyone froze. Confused, Gohan turned, sensing an emptiness beside him. Then they saw it. Den's small body lay motionless on the ground. His eyes were dull, lifeless. A perfect burn marked his chest, pierced clean through by the invisible beam none of them had seen. No, Gohan screamed, rushing to him. He dropped to his knees, lifting the small body into his arms. Den, please, hang on. Krillin ran over too, his face pale. And no way, Den, but they knew immediately. Den's life energy was gone. Piccolo clenched his teeth in fury, a chill running down his spine. To him, that child was more than an ally, he was a reflection of his people. And now he was dead. For a brief instant, even Vegeta felt her skin crawl. That attack was too fast. Even with her new power, she hadn't seen it coming. Frieza broke the silence with macabre calm. Much better, he flicked his finger as if brushing away invisible dust. Now that I've taken care of that little nuisance, the fight can continue. His smile was a frozen slash. You won't have anyone to heal you this time. Gohan lowered his head, tears falling onto Den's lifeless face. You're a monster. Frieza looked at him with indifference. No, child, I'm a realist. A healer changes the balance of a battle. I couldn't allow that. Vegeta stepped forward. Her purple aura flared around her, trembling like wildfire. Her breathing was ragged, but a twisted smile crept onto her lips. Hey, so this is the best you've got, Frieza. Now you're going to witness the true power of the Saiyans. Frieza raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, Vegeta spread her arms, her ki erupting in a blast that sent stones flying. I am the absolute peak of what a Saiyan can become. The result of years of hatred, fury, and pride. I am the warrior destined to end your tyranny. Her voice rose, bordering on madness. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. The echo rang through the shattered mountains. Gohan looked up, eyes wide. Krillin swallowed hard, unable to speak. Piccolo watched in silence, analyzing every word. For a moment, Frieza simply stared at her. Then he smiled, a slow, venomous smile. Vegeta, Vegeta. He shook his head, like a father scolding a stubborn child. Do you still believe in those childish fairy tales your race invented? His eyes gleamed with mockery. I thought you would have outgrown them by now. Vegeta clenched her teeth, roaring. Shut up, they're not fairy tales. Frieza chuckled softly, his voice seeping into the bones. You were always the proudest of your planet's little cubs. And look at you now clinging to a non-existent myth for comfort. His gaze sharpened like a blade. There is no such thing as a Super Saiyan. Just illusions, created so your race could forget how weak they truly were under my rule. Vegeta trembled with rage. Her aura exploded again, more violent, tearing at the air itself. You'll see, Frieza, I'll destroy you. Gohan gently laid Den's body on the ground, closing his eyes with trembling hands. He stood up, fists clenched, tears mixed with fury. If Vegeta fights, then so will I. I won't let Den's death be in vain. Krillin looked at him in anguish. Gohan, no, this monster is too much. But the boy wasn't listening. His EYs burned with a Saiyan rage Piccolo recognized all too well. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Frieza eliminated our greatest advantage. Now it's a straight fight and he knows it. If Vegeta fails, if Gohan loses control, we're finished. The Namekian clenched his fists. Even so, he wouldn't take a step back. Frieza opened his arms, enjoying the spectacle. Very well, if you wish to entertain me, go ahead. His eyes locked onto Vegeta, a mocking glint within them. Show me, Princess, show me what that legendary power you boast about really looks like. The air over Namek crackled. The ground vibrated as if the planet itself shared the rage of the bleeding yet defiant Saiyan standing tall. Vegeta, her purple aura burned like an uncontrolled inferno, expanding in waves of energy that lifted rocks, uprooted trees, and violently churned the nearby ocean. The pressure was so intense that even the sky seemed to darken for an instant. Gohan stared, fists clenched. Her ki, it just keeps rising. Krillin, drenched in sweat, staggered back a step. And no way, it's way higher than before. Even Piccolo, who had remained calm until now, frowned deeply. His sharp gaze analyzed Vegeta's energy. Impossible, her power's already beyond mine. My fusion with Nail gave me a huge edge, but now she's surpassed me. He grit his teeth. Will it be enough for Frieza? Or is she just delaying the inevitable? At the center of that storm of ki, Vegeta felt every cell in her body vibrating. Power surged through her veins like liquid fire, like an ancient roar awakening deep within her blood. She closed her eyes, and in that inner darkness she saw her planet, Vegeta, reduced to dust beneath Frieza's cruel laughter. She saw her father, the king, kneeling like a servant before that same monster. She saw her race exterminated, turned to ash. A silent roar tore through her soul, but it wasn't just hatred. Something else burned within that fire. She saw the cub, Gohan, trembling, wounded, yet with the courage of a true Saiyan in his eyes. That brat who had made her doubt herself more than once. And she saw Kakarot, her rival, the idiot who refused to bow, who fought with a heart as pure as steel, the man who had made her feel something she had never been able to name. What is this? She had been asking herself ever since she left Earth, defeated by him. It was rage, yes, wounded pride, of course. But there was more, something that drove her to rise again and again, even when logic screamed that she should give up. The only thing she knew was that she would not stop. Not now, not ever. Vegeta opened her eyes. Frieza, her scream tore through the air. Her aura exploded once more, and for an instant, just a heartbeat, the purple was tinged with a golden glow. Gohan noticed. His pupils dilated. What was that? Krillin saw it too, his jaw dropping. That light? Piccolo clenched his fists. What the hell was that? A golden flash? High above, Frieza tilted his head. For a moment, he thought he'd seen it too. A golden shimmer, a spark in the Saiyan's aura. But he smiled to himself. A stupid illusion. He crossed his arms. There's nothing legendary about you, Vegeta. Vegeta roared and charged. The ground beneath her feet exploded as if a bomb had detonated. In a blink, she was on Frieza, throwing a brutal punch that ripped through the air like lightning. Boom! The impact shook the sky. Frieza blocked with one arm, surprised by the force. His body hurled backward through a rock formation that disintegrated instantly. Gohan gasped. She did it. She hit him. Krillin threw his arms up, unable to believe it. Yes, that was real. Piccolo didn't celebrate. His eyes stayed fixed on the cloud of debris. Don't celebrate yet. Frieza emerged from the smoke, his body unscathed, his face wearing a faint, crooked smile. Well, I'll admit it, Vegeta. That punch, I felt it. Vegeta panted, but her grin was savage. And that's just the beginning. Frieza. Her aura flared again as she rushed him, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Each blow thundered like a sonic explosion. Frieza, elegant and cold, deflected some with his forearm, dodged others with minimal movement, yet still took several hits head-on, pushed back by the sheer pressure of her assault. The ground shattered beneath them. The sky vibrated. The sea rose in towering columns. Gohan watched, heart in his throat. She's fighting him evenly, but Piccolo felt no such hope. He could see it. He could feel it. Vegeta was reaching her limit. Every strike drained her. Every charge was a scream of rage and pride. But Frieza didn't even seem to be trying. Frieza stopped one of her punches with a single finger. One finger. Vegeta froze. What? The Emperor smiled calmly. Your strength is admirable. I'll grant you that. Your race does have a certain charming stubbornness. He leaned in slightly, staring into her eyes. But you are not a Super Saiyan. You never were, and you never will be. With a subtle motion, he drove his knee into her stomach. Whoom! The air burst from her lungs. Her body folded and was hurled into the ground, crashing into a smoking crater. Gohan screamed. Vegeta. Krillin stepped forward, desperate. And no, this can't be. Piccolo frowned, cold sweat forming. That demon is not even trying. Inside the crater, Vegeta slowly pushed herself up. She spat blood but smiled again. Her body trembled, yet her eyes burned. Super Saiyan or not, it doesn't matter. She looked up at Frieza. All I know is that I won't give up. Ever. Her aura erupted once more, flickering between purple and gold, as if the universe itself were uncertain of her fate. And she charged again, roaring like the last embodiment of her race's pride. Frieza met her calmly, smiling, waiting, while Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin watched from below, knowing that what they were witnessing was more than a battle. It was the struggle of a pride that refused to die. The sky over Namek roared. Green clouds churned like helpless witnesses. The sea boiled with every shockwave. And the shattered land trembled beneath the weight of two colossal auras. Vegeta, the Saiyan princess. Her body shook, her chest rising and falling violently, her eyes burning with a mix of rage, pride, and despair. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Compact, calm, his new form polished like a lethal statue. A serene smile rested on his lips, as if all of this were nothing more than a private performance. Vegeta roared with the full fury of her race. Frieza quadruple A, her purple aura exploded, lighting the battlefield like an untamed bonfire. She surged forward violently, her right leg glowing like a spear of pure energy. Whoom! The kick slammed straight into the tyrant's face. The impact was brutal, so powerful the entire planet seemed to quake as Frieza's body was hurled downward. Krash! The ground detonated beneath him, forming a massive crater. Rocks and dust shot skyward like shrapnel, while the nearby sea erupted into towering waves. Gohan's eyes went wide, as she hit him. Krillin managed a disbelieving smile. Why yeah, that was amazing. But Piccolo didn't celebrate. His expression remained grim, teeth clenched. Don't celebrate yet. From the smoke emerged Frieza. His face untouched, only a faint mark at the corner of his lips, a thin line of purple blood, which he casually licked away, smiling. Oh, he mocked softly. What an adorable little kick. Was that supposed to be serious, Vegeta? Vegeta growled, baring her teeth. Shut up. She raised her right hand. From her palm formed a blade of pure energy, a vibrating purple key sword, pulsing with every beat of her heart. The air screamed as she lunged. The blade sliced through space itself. FWOOSH. Vegeta unleashed a storm of strikes, rapid thrusts and savage slashes aimed at Frieza's neck, torso, limbs. But Frieza moved with mocking grace. A slight tilt, a subtle slide aside. His body floated with insulting elegance, evading every blow with minimal effort. The keyblade passed mere inches from his face. Vegeta roared, doubling down on her assault. Zaz. Whoosh. Slaash. Frieza laughed. Oh, please, you'll exhaust yourself before you even graze me. Then a fist. Bored. Frieza clenched his hand and drove a single punch into Vegeta's stomach. Thoom. The sound was sickening. The air was ripped from her lungs. Her eyes flew open as blood burst from her mouth, floating brie. Fly before evaporating in the heat of her ki. Ka. Gohan screamed from below, tears streaming. Vegeta AAA. He tried to rush forward but a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Piccolo. No. Gohan turned, desperate. Mr. Piccolo, let me go, I have to help her. Piccolo's voice was harsh and grave. If you go now you'll only die. You're no match for Frieza. Gohan clenched his teeth, shaking. But she chose this. Piccolo growled, don't interfere. Gohan froze, trembling, helplessness tearing at his soul. In the air, Vegeta doubled over in pain but roared, refusing to fall. With a savage snarl, she raised her fist and gathered the last of her strength. Gaalickguun. Her aura exploded in blinding light. And for an instant it happened. The purple energy shimmered, tinted with gold, a fleeting flash, but undeniably real. Piccolo frowned. That flash again? Gohan saw it too, eyes wide. It's real, I saw it. Krillin stood frozen, mouth hanging open. Vegeta screamed from the depths of her soul and released the blast. Shrosh, a massive beam of purple and gold tore through the sky, carrying all the fury, pride, and desperation of the Saiyan princess. Frieza raised an eyebrow, surprised. Well now, he lifted both hands, expanding his aura to meet the attack. The Gaelic gun pushed him back. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Shockwaves spawned tsunamis. Entire mountains were torn apart. Gohan shouted, eyes shining. She's doing it. She's pushing him back. Vegeta roared, forcing out everything she had left. Frieza. Then Frieza smiled. With what seemed like minimal effort, he began to stop the beam. His aura intensified, muscles tightening as his hands held the attack in place. The Gaelic gun trembled and started to retreat. No, Vegeta whispered, eyes wide. Frieza chuckled softly, his sharp voice chilling the air. Oh, my dear, did you really think it would be that easy? With a final shove, he redirected the beam into the sky. Boom! The explosion illuminated the entire planet, a purple-gold flare that seemed to tear through Namek's atmosphere. The air settled. Frieza floated there, unscathed. Vegeta gasped, sweat covering her face. No, it can't be. I put everything into that attack. Frieza tilted his head, smiling like an executioner savoring despair. And yet here I am. He drifted closer, voice dripping venom. Your power, your rage, your pride, all of it is nothing more than noise to me. Vegeta trembled, her aura flickering. Her heart echoed with humiliation. How? She whispered, how is this possible? Frieza smiled. Because, Princess, I am your limit. His fist clenched. True hell was only beginning. Namek's air burned like a furnace. Every fracture in the planet smoked, as if the world itself were trying to flee the massacre unfolding upon it. Mountains were reduced to dust, the sea boiled with black bubbles, and the green sky was stained by red and purple flashes of a dominating aura. Frieza, he floated upright, pristine, wearing the twisted smile of an executioner savoring his victim's agony. His red eyes gleamed with malice, locked onto the figure struggling to rise below him. Vegeta, her breathing was ragged, her legs shaking, her armor lay in ruins, blood running down her chin and dripping onto the ground, leaving a dark trail. Even so, her fists remained clenched. Her gaze still burned. She would not surrender. Not her, not the Saiyan princess. Is that all? Frieza laughed shrilly, raising a finger as if scolding a child. Come now, Vegeta. Just a moment ago you were boasting about being the legendary Super Saiyan. And now? Vegeta roared and launched herself forward like a bullet. Her fist ignited with a purple-gold glow, the dying echo of that spark that had shaken everyone moments before. Whong! The punch slammed into Frieza's chest. The ground detonated beneath them, rocks and dust exploding outward. But Frieza didn't move. Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. What? Frieza tilted his head, smiling cruelly. Not bad. For a fly. He lifted his knee and drove it into her stomach. Thoom. Vegeta doubled over, blood spraying from her mouth before splattering onto the ground. Og! Her body was hurled backward, dragged across the terrain, carving a deep trench before crashing into a rock formation that collapsed instantly. Vegeta, Gohan screamed, his voice breaking. He stepped forward, fists trembling, aura flickering like a flame on the verge of exploding. Piccolo blocked him with a firm arm. No, he's killing her, Gohan cried. Piccolo's voice was low, controlled. If you go in there you won't last a second. She knows it, I know it, you know it, but I can't just stand here. You have to, Piccolo growled, or you'll die uselessly. Krillin stood nearby, pale, shaking. This is inhuman. From the dust, Vegeta emerged, bleeding, staggering, but with clenched teeth and fists burning with ki. I'm not finished with you. Frieza sighed, feigning annoyance. You really insist? How adorable. His tail shot out like a serpent, wrapping around Vegeta's neck in an instant. GHHHGK. Frieza laughed softly. Look how princesses fall. He lifted her by the throat like a doll. Wong. He slammed her into the ground. AGHHHH. Wong. Again. Wong. A third time. Each impact sent dust clouds skyward, cracks spreading through the earth like veins. Vegeta spat blood with every slam, her body hanging limp, shaking like a broken toy. Let her go, monster. Gohan screamed through tears. Frieza smiled without looking back. What's wrong, brat? Want to be next? Vegeta, gasping, barely turned her eyes toward Gohan. For a moment, the gaze hardened by years of pride and cruelty softened. A flicker, a silent plea. Don't come closer. Gohan froze. His heart screamed to help her, but that look stopped him. Even in agony, Vegeta was protecting him. Frieza lifted her again, holding her aloft by the neck. We're not done. Bam! A punch to the face. Bam! Another to the stomach. Bam! A knee to the torso that folded her in half. Gah! Her pride kept her standing, but her body had reached its limit. Frieza leaned in, whispering coldly. So this is the power of Saiyan pride. Pathetic. Tears slipped down Vegeta's bloodied face. I won't lose. Frieza burst into shrill laughter. You already have. I'm only keeping you alive because I enjoy watching you suffer. He hurled her upward. Before she could react, a kick met her in midair. Whong! Her body crashed into the ground, forming a new crater deeper than the last. Silence followed. Krillin clenched his fists. Kami, I can't watch this. Piccolo remained silent, fists tight. She's not finished yet. He's killing her. Gohan cried. She knows, Piccolo said quietly, and she accepts it. Krillin stared at him. Accept what? This isn't a fight, it's an execution. Piccolo lowered his gaze. That even if she dies, she'll die with pride. Inside the crater, Vegeta moved. Broken, bleeding, but alive. Her hands shook as she pushed herself up. Tears mixed with blood, staining the earth. No, she gasped, I won't lose like this. Her ki crackled weak, stubborn. Her purple aura flared once more, pitiful compared to Frieza's storm. I am Vegeta, the princess of the Saiyans. Her voice broke, but her eyes still burned. Frieza descended slowly, clapping. Bravo, truly touching. He leaned closer, smiling coldly. But your story ends here. He raised his arm, 2 fingers glowing with ki. Vegeta stared back, tears, rage, pride, and in silence, her gaze met Gohan's, as if saying, don't come closer. Live. At the same time, the silence inside Frieza's ship was suffocating. Outside, the world roared. Namek's sky was splitting apart under Frieza's skr. EAMS and the tremors of every impact against the ground. Rocks, seas, and mountains were being destroyed as if they were nothing more than clay toys. But inside the ship, the only sound was the cold, constant hum of the medical systems. At the center of the room, surrounded by green screens and flickering lights, floated one figure. Goku, his body, suspended in the viscous liquid and connected by tubes and electrodes, looked asleep. But he wasn't. He couldn't be. Every fiber of his being was awake, trembling. He felt everything, not with his eyes, not with his ears, but with that Saiyan instinct that sensed the vibrations of ki. Like distant echoes, every clash, every roar from Frieza pierced straight through him. He could feel Piccolo's pain, Krillin's fear, the burning desperation of his son, and Vegeta's shattered pride. Inside the capsule, he clenched his teeth, his thoughts spiraling. Frieza, he's stronger than ever. His ki felt like a bottomless pit, a dark abyss that kept growing with every passing second. Every time Frieza released another shockwave, Goku's heart beat faster. And Vegeta, he shuddered. He couldn't ignore what he felt from her. First, they had faced each other on Earth. That brutal, merciless fight where, For the first time, he understood what it meant to battle someone who would never surrender. He could have let her die, let Krillin kill her, but he didn't. Something inside him refused. He simply wanted to see her again. Then, on Namek, they fought side by side. Against the Ginyu Force, against Captain Ginyu himself. She carried him when he could barely move. She shoved him into this capsule, snarling and cursing, but making sure he survived. And more than that, she had promised to protect Gohan. That memory tightened around his chest. Seeing proud Vegeta, who never bowed to anyone, swear with those fierce eyes that she would protect his son, it had left a mark on him. In such a short time, the woman who had arrived as an enemy, as a demon, had become important. Far too important to him. Goku trembled inside the capsule. His body wasn't ready yet. His muscles ached. His blood burned. But what tore him apart the most was the helplessness. Damn it, why is this machine taking so long? He clenched his fists, bubbles rising violently around him. Every blow Frieza landed on Vegeta felt like a dagger to his soul. He could hear her roar, hear her spit blood, hear her force herself to stand only to fall again. And now he felt something he never thought he'd sense from her. Sadness, helplessness, fear. Vegeta was crying, not just from fear, not from physical pain. It was worse. It was the despair of a broken pride. Goku shut his eyes tight, grinding his teeth until they creaked. No, it can't end like this. Rage tore through him like lightning. His ki boiled inside the liquid, sending ripples that made the monitors tremble. Then, it happened. A sound, a sharp beep. The monitor in front of the capsule changed. The energy bars reached their maximum. The numbers stabilized. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the room in the universal language. Healing process complete. The medical alarms ceased. The bubbles stopped rising. Green lights lit up one by one. The glass of the capsule slowly opened, releasing a cloud of white steam. Goku opened his eyes. For an instant, something different flashed through his pupils. A deep green gleam, a golden spark, as if what boiled inside him was on the verge of exploding, of breaking the chains that restrained it. He sat up slowly, liquid streaming off his tense muscles. His breathing was heavy, but no longer weak. He tore the electrodes from his body, letting the cables spark against the metal floor. Then he stepped out of the capsule. Each step echoed through the ship like a war drum, announcing something inevitable. The air around him stirred. His ki was different, not just stronger, denser, more alive, as if everything he had felt, the despair of his friends, his son's pain, Vegeta's rage and shattered pride, Frieza's cruelty, had fused into a single point within him. A contained hurricane. Goku closed his eyes for a moment, and quietly, he spoke to himself, and to those waiting outside. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Vegeta. His voice was low, rough, filled with resolve. I'm coming. Hold on just a little longer. He clenched his fists. The metal floor trembled beneath his feet. Frieza, his gaze hardened, burning brighter than ever. The silence of the room shattered as the Saiyan bent his knees. His aura ignited in a white flash. The metal screamed, and in the next instant, FWOOM. Goku blasted forward, tearing through the ship as if it were paper, launching himself into Namek's sky. The air detonated like thunder as his fully unleashed ki ripped across the horizon. The warrior had awakened. Back to the battlefield. The air was silent, a cruel, suffocating silence, broken only by the cracking of shattered rocks and the ragged breathing of a fallen warrior. Vegeta. Her body was destroyed. Her arms trembled as she tried to hold herself up, only to give in again and again. Her face was covered in dried blood and tears she refused to acknowledge. Tears that weren't born of physical pain, but of something far worse. Helplessness. Her pride, that unbreakable fire that had always kept her standing, was being crushed beneath Frieza's shadow. The tyrant walked toward her slowly, his steps elegant and unhurried. Every movement was a death sentence. That calm smile, that compact, lethal aura surrounding him. It was as if the universe itself was confirming the inevitable. The end of the Saiyan princess. Vegeta spat blood onto the ground. With a growl, she tried to drag herself forward, inch by inch, clawing at the earth as if she could cling to the planet itself to keep from being torn from life. But her body wouldn't respond. Frieza's blows had broken her. She could barely breathe. The tears kept falling. She couldn't bear it. She, the last heir to the Saiyan throne, the proudest warrior of her race, was being reduced to nothing. Is this how it ends? Like this, so pathetically? Frieza tilted his head as he advanced, his calm almost theatrical. Well, his sharp, venomous voice cut through the air. Look at you, Vegeta. The proud Saiyan princess crawling like a worm. His tail swayed lazily behind him, illing like a whip still thirsty for blood. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer much longer. He smiled, baring his sharp teeth. One final blow, and your humiliation will be over. Several meters away, Gohan trembled. The boy's eyes overflowed with tears and rage. His ki vibrated wildly, bursting in small flares that made nearby stones lift into the air. No more. He clenched his fists. I won't let him kill her. He took a step forward, ready to throw himself into the fight. I have to. A strong hand stopped him cold. Gohan, no, Piccolo growled, gripping his shoulder. Let me go, Gohan cried. If I don't do something, Vegeta is going to die. Krillin rushed to his other side, panting, sweat still dripping down his face. Listen to me, Gohan. If you go in there, you won't save her. Frieza will kill you in a second. The boy struggled, roaring like a trapped beast. I'd rather die than stand here and watch. Piccolo tightened his grip, eyes fixed on the battlefield. He knew it. The boy had courage. The boy had hidden power. But against that creature he would be nothing more than a spark swallowed by a hurricane. And then, they all felt it. A pulse, a heartbeat in the air. The ground vibrated gently, not with destruction, but with life. A key they all knew. Gohan stopped struggling, eyes widening. Krillin froze, lips trembling. Piccolo frowned, disbelief etched across his face. Even Vegeta, lying on the ground, slowly lifted her head with tear-filled eyes. That key, that unmistakable energy. Kakarot, she whispered faintly. The air exploded in a white flash. FWOOM. A figure appeared in the sky, floating calmly, wrapped in a vibrant aura that tore at the atmosphere itself. Black hair flowing, eyes serene, stance unwavering. Goku, he had arrived. Dodd, Gohan screamed, tears of joy spilling freely. He jumped in place, arms outstretched, as if he could leap straight into his father's embrace. Krillin dropped to his knees, laughing and crying at the same time. He made it, Goku's here. Piccolo said nothing, but his antennae twitched with tension. That key, that damn key. It was different, stronger, deeper, more stable. What the hell, he thought. Vegeta didn't smile, she could barely even look at him. Her breathing was shallow, blood stained her lips, but her eyes followed him as if that alone took all the will she had left. Kakarot, you came. Something burned in her chest. Wounded pride, rage, and something else, relief, something she would never admit. Frieza, meanwhile, had stopped dead in his tracks. His ever-calm expression tightened slightly. He turned slowly toward the newcomer. That hair, that gaze, that aura. For a moment, a spark of memory pierced him. You. His voice was low, rough. His eyes narrowed. The image returned to him. A Saiyan standing before his army on planet Vegeta. A rebel, a red bandana, scars across his face. The fool who dared challenge him when he announced the planet's destruction. It can't be, Frieza murmured. Surprised, he remembered that warrior's voice. That fury, how easily he had erased him from existence. And yet, that face, Frieza whispered, intrigue burning. In his eyes, that face is identical to the Saiyan who dared rise against me. His tail lashed violently through the air. Who are you? Goku walked forward calmly. He didn't look at Frieza yet. First, he looked to the side. Krillin trembling with relief. Gohan, tears of pride in his eyes. Piccolo steady, alert, and then her, Vegeta, lying on the ground, bloodied, eyes wet and locked onto him. His heart tightened, everything came rushing back, and in that instant, he accepted a truth he couldn't deny. He didn't want her to die. Not like this. Vegeta, he whispered, barely audible. Frieza laughed, that shrill voice making the air tremble. Well, how unexpected. Another Saiyan. He spread his arms theatrically. Do you crawl out from under rocks now? His smile twisted. Tell me, Ince, Court, are you here to die for useless pride as well? Goku finally raised his gaze. His eyes locked onto Frieza. Calm, cold. For the first time in a long while, Frieza felt a faint chill. This wasn't just another Saiyan. Something was different. The air grew heavy, charged with a strange silence. The roar of the sea, the cracking of rocks, all of it was drowned out by an unexpected sound. Laughter. At first weak, broken, then clearer. Vegeta. Everyone stared at her. Her body could barely stay upright. Her knees sank into the earth. Her armor was in ruins. Blood stained her skin. And yet, she laughed. Hey hee hee hee. Each laugh made her spit more blood. But she didn't stop so you can tell he's special, Frieza. Gohan stepped forward, horrified. She shouldn't be laughing with those injuries. She's hurting herself. Goku frowned, his chest tightening. Vegeta, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged looks. Was it madness, defiance, or simply the last pride of a Saiyan? Frieza raised an eyebrow, observing her like an insect still twitching after being crushed. How curious, he mocked. Even now, you find something to laugh about. Vegeta lifted her head. Her eyes were red, tears mixed with blow. OD, but her smile burned with rage and challenge. Get ready. Frieza, her voice was hoarse, broken, but firm. The true Super Saiyan has arrived. And he will kill you. Frieza was silent for a moment. Then his calm face twisted into a bored smile. Was that all? Empty words. He raised a finger, pointing straight at her heart. Goodbye, Vegeta. A crimson flash tore through the air. No, Goku shouted, reaching out. He tried to deflect it, but it was too fast. Even with his renewed speed, he barely reacted. The impact was perfect. Zaz. The beam pierced Vegeta's chest. Her body arched. Blood sprayed outward, falling like rain onto the shattered ground. Gohan screamed in horror. Krillin froze, hard in his throat. Piccolo clenched his teeth, rage boiling within him. Vegeta gasped, smoke rising from the wound. She spat blood again, her breathing weakening. Goku appeared instantly at her side, dropping to his knees and pulling her into his arms. Vegeta, hold on, you'll be okay. His voice shook, her eyes met his. For a moment, they wavered. Then tears spilled freely. Kakarot, she whispered. Don't talk like that, he said quickly. You'll be fine. I promise. She shook her head weakly, coughing. No, you don't understand. This is my end. No. He held her tighter. I won't let you die. But she smiled, a weak, bitter, honest smile, one she had never shown before. Frieza, that monster, it was him. Goku frowned. What do you mean? She closed her eyes briefly, trembling. When she opened them again, rage and pain poured out with her last strength. He wiped out our race, Kakarot. He destroyed planet Vegeta. Goku already knew, but hearing it from her made it heavier. So you knew too? Yes, she continued. Tears falling. For years the Saiyans served Frieza. Loyal, we fought his wars, conquered worlds in his name, and still he discarded us like trash. She coughed blood, gripping Goku's arm. All because he was afraid. Afraid of the legend, the Super Saiyan. Even if he'd never admit it, he feared one of us would become it. A chill ran through Goku. He looked at the tyrant in the distance, then back at the woman in his arms. Vegeta stared at him, eyes filled with tears and pride. Please, Kakarot, I beg you. Her voice broke, something unimaginable for the Saiyan princess. Do it. Destroy Frieza. Kill him with your Saiyan hands. Tears streamed down her face. Avenge us. Avenge our people. Goku felt his heart tighten painfully. His eyes filled with tears. Vegeta. She raised her trembling hand. With tremendous effort, she reached up and touched his cheek. Her palm was cold, weak. For the first time in her life she didn't look like a warrior. Or a princess. Just a tired woman, broken by life, finally finding rest. Kakarot, she whispered. Her eyes closed. Her hand fell limp. Her final breath escaped her lips. Vegeta, the Saiyan princess, was dead. The battlefield was drowned in a strange silence, as if Namek itself were holding its breath. Vegeta's lifeless body rested in Goku's arms. Her face, once hardened by pride, now looked peaceful, as though she had finally released centuries of pent-up rage. Tears streamed down Goku's cheeks as he lifted his gaze toward the tyrant. Frieza tilted his head, wearing that frozen smile. His shrill voice sliced through the air. So she finally died. He waved a hand dismissively, almost bored. She lasted longer than I expected. He shrugged, as if talking about a broken object. Well then, now the real fight begins. Goku clenched his teeth. His heart pounded with fury, but more than anger. What filled him was sorrow. He looked down at the woman in his arms. Tears fell freely, soaking her shattered armor. Vegeta, he whispered, his throat tight. For you to cry, for you to be. Jimmy, your anguish must have been unbearable, princess. His words were soft, intimate, meant only for her. Suddenly, his ki trembled. A short, sudden burst split the ground beneath his feet. Rocks loaded for a moment before collapsing inward, forming a hollow in the earth. Everyone stared in shock. Krillin swallowed hard. What is Goku doing? Gohan, tears still on his face, couldn't look away. Dad, Vegeta. Piccolo frowned, arms crossed. That idiot, he's giving her a burial. Carefully, Goku lowered Vegeta's body into the hollow. Every movement was slow, respectful. He held her as if she could still feel pain, as if she were fragile glass about to shatter. As he did, he spoke, his rough voice heavy with emotion. You felt humiliated because that monster manipulated the Saiyans. You never stopped carrying that burden, never stopped hiding your rage and pain behind your pride. He gently brushed her face, repeating the gesture she had given him in her final moments. You have no idea what you made me feel, Vegeta. Not even I know exactly what I feel for you. So many things, but above all, a deep desire to know you better. His breath trembled, and he smiled sadly. You had a pride worthy of a Saiyan princess. He leaned closer, barely whispering. I ask you, lend me some of that pride. Let me borrow your strength. With steady hands, Goku began covering her body with the loose earth. The dull sound of rocks falling mixed with the heavy silence of those watching. Gohan lowered his head, biting his lip to keep from crying aloud. Krillin clenched his fists, his stomach twisted tight. Piccolo closed his eyes for a few seconds, standing in solemn silence. At last, the improvised grave was sealed. Goku placed his palm over the earth, caressing the spot as if he were still touching her. A murmur escaped his lips. Rest, Vegeta, your fight was not in vain. Then he stood. His aura erupted instantly, kicking up dust and debris. The wind spiraled around him, lashing outward. From the distance, Frieza narrowed his eyes, and for a single instant he swore he saw something impossible. Goku's hair lifted, as if pushed by an unseen wind, and his aura just for a blink shimmered with a faint golden glow. Stronger than the flash that had once surrounded Vegeta. The Emperor frowned. What was that? The glow vanished as quickly as it appeared. Goku raised his head, eyes locked on the tyrant. His voice boomed strong, solemn, carrying a new kind of power. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. His ki surged higher, shaking the ground beneath him. For every Saiyan warrior you slaughtered. For every Namekian you massacred. His roar tore through the sky. I swear I will exterminate you. Goku's aura exploded in a blinding radiance. The ground quaked, the nearby ocean rose into massive waves, and Namek's green sky trembled as if the planet itself answered his vow. Krillin shielded his face, stunned. His power, it's overwhelming. Gohan smiled through tears. Dad. Piccolo watched him, eyes narrowed. So this is Goku, completely serious. No, this is Goku, the warrior even Frieza should never underestimate. Frieza observed him in silence, his smile crooked. Well, he mocked. How dramatic. He waved a hand dismissively. You speak of oaths, of races, of vengeance, but none of that matters. There's only one truth. He pointed directly at Goku. You're nothing more than another insect. But this time, for the first time in a very long while. The Emperor felt something unfamiliar as he looked at his opponent. A chill. Goku stepped forward. His gaze held no doubt, no fear, only a vow, sealed with pride, pain, and blood. The battle that would decide everyone's fate was about to begin. The air of Namek was heavy. It wasn't just ki, it was something else. A strange pressure, as if the planet itself understood that what was unfolding on that battlefield wasn't a simple clash of power, but the beginning of something that would change the history of the universe. Frieza stood with his arms behind his back, observing the newcomer. That Saiyan, that insect who had appeared after so many interruptions, that man who now stared back at him with serious eyes, reddened by tears that still glistened on his cheeks. Goku, the Saiyan, walked slowly across the cracked ground, each step echoing like a war drum. His arms still felt the phantom weight of Vegeta, the fallen princess. The memory of her final breath burned deep in his chest, and on his face, there was only cold determination. Frieza tilted his head, smiling. Well, his sharp voice slid like a blade. What a dramatic moment, I must admit. The princess went on and on praising your so-called strength and ended up dying like a useless fool. Goku's silence hit harder than a slap. He didn't answer. He only slowly raised his gaze, his black eyes glowing with a strange fire. Frieza clicked his tongue, annoyed by the lack of reaction. Nothing, not a scream, not a threat, how boring. He raised a finger. Let's see if you have anything worth showing me. Zop, a crimson beam tore through the air, aimed straight at the Saiyan's chest. But Goku merely raised his hand. A flick of the wrist. The beam was deflected. The explosion thundered in the sky behind him, a pillar of fire erupting and fading just as quickly. Goku didn't move an inch. His eyes remained locked on the tyrant, serious, unreadable. Frieza arched an eyebrow, amused. Ooh, interesting. Another beam fired. Zap, zap, zap. A storm of crimson shots rained from his fingers, lighting up the sky with lethal flashes. Goku stepped forward, then another. He deflected each beam with minimal movements, as if brushing branches aside on a forest path. Explosions roared all around him, but none even grazed him. Tears still streamed down his face, but his eyes, they were pure fire. Krillin stared, mouth hanging open. He's deflecting all of them. There's no way he's that fast. Gohan, kneeling on T. He ground with eyes red from crying over Vegeta's death, looked up. Seeing his father endure like that, a spark of hope ignited amid his grief. Piccolo, on the other hand, was tense. His eyes tried to follow the movements, but soon gave up. Not even I, he murmured, brow furrowed. Not even I can keep up. All he could feel were the shockwaves from each impact. Frieza snapped his fingers, halting the barrage. His smile was wide, mocking. Well, it seems you're not as fragile as the princess. He raised an open hand, a crackling crimson energy sphere forming in his palm. But let's see how you handle this. With a roar, he hurled it. FWHOOM. The key sphere shot through the air like a crimson comet, splitting into countless rays as it closed in. Goku crossed his arms as his white aura flared violently. The impact was devastating. KRASH. A massive shockwave tore across the land. Rocks, mountains, and even nearby seas were ripped apart and hurled skyward. The ground split open into a mile-long chasm, as if the planet itself had taken the blow. Smoke swallowed everything. Gohan screamed. Dodd. Krillin stumbled back, shielding his face. That was too much. Piccolo clenched his teeth. Damn it, did he just destroy him? Frieza laughed. Hey, too easy. He turned away, bored, like someone quitting a game too early. But then, a chill, a pressure at his back. His lips curled into a twisted smile. Well, he slowly turned his head. There he was, Goku, bathed in a vibrant white aura, clothes lightly scorched, staring at him with blazing eyes. The speed had been so extreme that no one saw him move. Not Piccolo, not Krillin, not even Frieza until now. The tyrant grinned, showing his fangs. Seems you're not as fragile as the princess after all. He crossed his arms, tilting his head with venomous curiosity. Although now that I think about it, I don't know your name. He pointed a finger at the Saiyan, like someone marking prey. And it's rude and OT to know the name of a formidable opponent. The air tightened. Everyone fell silent. Goku's eyes bored into the tyrant. His voice came out rough, low, filled with resolve. I am Son Goku. A flash rippled across the battlefield. The name echoed like thunder, as if the planet itself acknowledged it. Frieza tilted his head, intrigued. Son Goku? He repeated it slowly, savoring it mockingly. Hey, how ridiculous. His smile twisted. Very well, Son Goku. Let's see how long that seriousness lasts before I drag you down like all the others. His aura exploded outward, shredding the air in a purple storm. The ground trembled, the ocean churned, the green sky cracked with red lightning. Goku didn't step back. He clenched his fists, his white aura expanding in response. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Rocks lifted into the air, and a violent wind lashed everyone present. Krillin shielded his face with his arm, barely standing. Kami, it's like the whole planet's about to split in two. Gohan, tears still falling, felt his heart race. Dad. Piccolo frowned, a mix of rage and respect burning in his eyes. Those two, they're no longer of this world. Frieza raised a finger. Very well, Son Goku. Show me how far you can go. And he vanished. Goku vanished too. The air detonated. An invisible explosion rocked the battlefield. Then another, and another. Only the shockwaves could be perceived. Bam, bam, bam. Each collision was like two meteors slamming into each other. Mountains disintegrated. Seas rose into towering tsunamis. The sky vibrated as if it were about to shatter. And no one could see anything. Not even Piccolo. I can't, Krillin gasped, eyes wide. I can't see them. Gohan clenched his fists helplessly, tears falling once more. Dad. Vegeta, the Age of the Fallen Princess still tore him apart inside. High in the air, Goku and Frieza clashed in an impossible ballet. Punches, kicks, blocks, counters. Each blow unleashed waves of ki that tore through the air. Frieza's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, yes, this is far more interesting than watching the princess cry. Goku growled, answering with a direct strike that forced Frieza back several meters. His voice was low, restrained, like a caged roar. Don't you ever talk about her again. Frieza laughed, delighted by the fury in the Saiyan's eyes. That's it, show me your rage, Son Goku. And they charged at each other once more. Each clash between Goku and Frieza tore chunks from the planet itself, mountains exploding like shattered glass, seas rising into violent pillars, cr. Acts spreading like veins across miles of fractured land. The green sky was stained with white and red flashes. Every second, a new explosion lit up the horizon. Krillin gasped, shielding himself with his arms. Holy Kami, this is worse than a non-stop earthquake. Gohan, kneeling, stared up at the sky with dried tears on his cheeks. His heart still burned from the deaths of Vegeta and Den, Ood as he watched his father's silhouette standing against that monster. He couldn't look away. Dad, Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, brow deeply furrowed, barely keeping his composure. Not even I can follow them. It's like trying to watch lightning with your eyes closed. All I can do is feel the shockwaves, and every single one of them could kill us if we were any closer. In the heart of the storm, Frieza let out a roar and lunged forward, trying to crush Goku with a downward punch. Whong! The impact carved a massive crater into the ground. Dust and rock erupted into the air, but the space in front of him was empty. What? The tyrant muttered, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, something grabbed him from behind. His tail. What? Frieza twisted his head in disbelief. Goku had seized his tail, gripping it with both hands as if he'd found the exact point of control. The Saiyan's face was hardened, tears still streaking his skin, but his eyes burned like living embers. Ah! With a roar, he began spinning him around. Woom, woom, woom. Frieza's body whipped through the air, helpless against the centrifugal force. Goku swung him once, twice, 3, 4 then hurled him with all his fury toward the horizon. The tyrant smashed through an entire mountain range, pulverizing it like sand. The shockwave flattened kilometers of land. Krillin screamed, clutching his head. He did it, he's dominating him. But Piccolo didn't smile. His eyes stayed locked on the battlefield, serious. No, not yet. That monster won't fall to something like that. Goku didn't waste a second. His white aura flared violently, and with a roar that made the heavens tremble, he shouted. Kaioken, FWOOM. A crimson blaze engulfed his body. His muscles tightened, his veins burned, and his ki erupted into scarlet fire that illuminated the entire battlefield. The air turned into an oven. Goku vanished in a blink. Frieza had barely stopped his flight, brushing dust off his body in irritation. When suddenly, Whong! A punch to the face. Whong! A kick to the stomach. Whong! A knee to the ribs. Whong! An elbow to the back. The tyrant was sent flying in every direction, bouncing between invisible blows. Ah! Goku roared, pouring his fury into every strike. It was a savage combo, fast, precise, overflowing with everything boiling in his chest. The pain of losing Vegeta. The desperation of seeing his son suffer. His blows were pure hatred. And Frieza felt them. For the first time, the Emperor of the Universe actually thought as he blocked one of Goku's attacks with his forearm, breathing a little heavier. This insect is not like the Namekian. Not like Vegeta. Even I am feeling these blows. A flash of understanding crossed his mind. What if? His smile slowly curled as he dodged another punch that nearly tore part of his face off. Vegeta must have meant something to this Saiyan. That hatred, that rage, it's not just racial pride. And that cub she was so protective of, is he the father? The child of both of them? The idea delighted him. Hey, how ironic, that my entertainment created so much hatred in this warrior. After taking a brutal knee to the stomach, Frieza floated back, raising a hand to stop the next blow. That's enough. His voice was calm, mocking, but carried a sharper edge now. Goku stopped, his red aura still raging around him. The tyrant smiled. I'll admit it, Son Goku, you're surprising me. You're stronger than the Namekian. Stronger than Vegeta. Goku frowned, not lowering his guard. Don't say her name. Frieza chuckled softly. How sentimental. But what's truly amusing is that even I am having trouble stopping some of your attacks. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Krillin nearly choked. Does that mean Goku is actually pushing him? But Frieza's laughter froze them all. Don't misunderstand, insects. He leaned forward slightly, arms crossed in arrogant confidence. You see, I'm not even using much of my true power yet. The air went cold. Goku raised an eyebrow, confused. What? Frieza smiled with venomous calm. Let me explain, Saiyan. I'm not like you, who release everything at once. That would be inconvenient. He raised a finger, as if giving a lecture. I divide my power into percentages. His gaze locked onto Goku, amused. Right now, he paused for dramatic effect. I'm only using 10% of my true power. Silence. Krillin felt his stomach drop. T10%? Gohan froze, eyes wide. That's impossible. Piccolo clenched his teeth, cold sweat running down his face. 10? Only 10%? Then everything we've seen so far isn't even the beginning. Frieza laughed, savoring the despair spreading through the air like poison. You see, I don't even need to go any further and you're already trembling. He raised a hand, pointing at Goku. But you son Goku, I'll reward you. His eyes gleamed with malice. I'll let you see a little more of what it truly means to face me seriously. His aura exploded outward. The ground split. The sky shuddered. The air became unbearable. Everyone, Goku included, felt a chill run through their bones. Frieza smiled. Let's play a little longer. The air of Namek was breaking apart. Frieza's surge in power wasn't just energy, it was a shroud of death spreading across the entire planet. Every stone, every drop of water, every non-existent leaf seemed to tremble under that pressure. Krillin collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. Holy Kami, I can't even breathe. Piccolo frowned, tensing every muscle just to stay upright. This is true terror. This pressure, it's unlike anything I've ever felt before. Gohan, eyes glassy, stared at his father. The child felt fear, rage, and at the same time, a strange sense of relief. Because Goku was there standing before the monster that had torn their world apart, and he wasn't backing down even an inch. Goku turned slightly, never fully taking his eyes off Frieza. His red aura flickered, his breathing steady, but his eyes showed something his friends rarely saw in him. Absolute seriousness. Piccolo, Krillin, he ordered, voice deep and commanding. Take Gohan and get as far away from here as you can. Krillin stared at him in disbelief. What, Goku, we can't just leave you alone against that monster. Piccolo cut in, arms crossed. Don't be an idiot, Baldy. We'd only get in the way. Gohan jumped to his feet, tears still streaming down his face. No, I want to fight with you, Dad. Don't leave me behind. Goku looked at him, and for a moment, the father overcame the warrior. He leaned forward slightly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Gohan, obey me. The boy swallowed hard. When his father spoke like that, with that firmness, with that look, he knew there was no room for protests. But he felt something else too. Concern. Goku wasn't underestimating him. He was protecting him. Gohan lowered his head, trembling. Why, yes, Dad. Goku nodded, a faint trace of relief in his eyes. That's it. Now go. Stay far away from this fight. Piccolo was the first to turn, grabbing Gohan by the arm. Krillin followed, still nervous, glancing back at Goku again and again. Before taking off toward a distant mountain, Piccolo looked back at him and growled. Be careful, Goku. Goku didn't reply. He simply closed his eyes for a second, took a deep breath, then opened them again, locking his gaze onto Frieza. The tyrant watched them with amusement, as if it were all a performance meant only for him. How touching, he said in his sharp, mocking voice. The noble warrior sends his friends away to hide like rats. What a pathetic little scene. Before Goku could respond, Frieza vanished. What? Womb. The Emperor appeared in front of him in an instant, his fist slamming straight into Goku's stomach. Thom. Blood burst from Goku's mouth, his eyes flying wide open. The pain was immediate, sharp, overwhelming, brutal. Gah. His body folded around the tyrant's fist as Frieza smiled cruelly. Feel that? This isn't even a fraction of what I can do. Goku was thrown backward, but in mid-air. He roared with fury. Kaioken ×4. FWOOM. A violent crimson blaze engulfed him. The ground beneath his feet exploded into a fresh crater. His muscles tightened, his veins burned like liquid fire. Before Frieza could pull away, Goku returned the favor. Wham! A straight punch to the Emperor's stomach. The sound thundered across Namek. Frieza's face twitched for an instant. Yes, he felt that. GHHK. And then it began. The exchange of blows. Wham! Bam! CRAASH. Goku and Frieza unleashed strikes so fast the eye couldn't follow them. Every impact was a flash of light. Every collision a shockwave that pulverized rocks and sent entire seas surging upward. From a nearby mountain, Piccolo frowned in despair. I can't see them, not even after fusing with Nail. This is a completely different level. Krillin shielded his eyes from the blinding flashes, trembling. They're like ghosts moving at the speed of light. Gohan, his heart in his throat, could only whisper, "Dad." Up in the air, chaos reigned. Frieza fired ki blasts point blank. Taka, 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 zop, zop, zop. But Goku, empowered by Kaioken X4, deflected every beam with his hands. His forearms, with simple movements driven by pure rage. "I'm not letting you win." The Saiyan roared, counter-attacking with a savage combo. Wham! Bam! Whoom! Frieza was pushed back several meters, surprised. His lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Hey, interesting. Very interesting." The clash continued. Their silhouettes vanished and reappeared across the sky, each time accompanied by more violent explosions. Frieza blocked a punch with his forearm, grunting. "I'll admit it, you're strong, Son Goku. Stronger than I imagined." The Saiyan glared at him with pure fury. "And you still haven't seen anything yet." His red aura flared with a roar as he unleashed a kick that made all of Namek tremble. Frieza blocked it, smiling with amusement. "But what will you do when I stop playing?" His eyes gleamed with malice. "What will you do when I release more than just a drop of my power?" Goku's expression hardened. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. That pressure he'd felt earlier. Was it really only 1/10? He clenched his teeth, breathing hard, his fists burning hotter than ever. "Then I'll stop you before you get the chance." And he charged again, determined not to give the tyrant even a second of advantage. At the same time, silence. That was the first thing Vegeta felt. A strange, absolute silence, nothing like the roar of battle or the thunder of explosions that had defined every moment of her life. She slowly opened her eyes. The sky was purple, the ground beneath her feet purple as well. There were no mountains, no seas, no ruins. Only endless space, as if she were floating in a calm, boundless void. She blinked. Something hovered above her head. A small golden halo, softly glowing. She couldn't feel her body. Not the way she should. Vegeta frowned. What the hell? Then she remembered. The beam, the pain in her chest. Kakarot's voice calling her name. The darkness. "I'm dead," she whispered, her tone a mix of fury and resignation. A murmur snapped her back to awareness. She turned her head. There was a line. A long, endless line of souls waiting their turn. All of them moved in silence, obediently advancing toward a massive structure, an enormous building with towering columns and golden doors that seemed to brush the sky. A voice boomed from somewhere. "Move along. Keep moving. Don't stop." Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "So I'm supposed to move? Me? You think you can give me orders?" She growled under her breath. But when she tried to step out of the ridiculous line, she felt something wrong. Her body didn't respond the same way. Her power, her strength was gone. It felt as if part of her were chained. She clenched her teeth. "Damn it, I can't use my ki. What kind of place is this?" With an irritated huff, she took her place in line. Arms crossed, scowling. "Fine, if I can't fight then I'll at least see who the hell thinks they can judge me." Time passed. Eventually, she reached the front. The first thing she saw was a desk gigantic, the size of a mountain. And behind it, a colossal being, red skin, black beard, curved horns pointing upward, a strange hat perched on his head. He held an enormous book, as large as a house, reading from it in a deep, resonant voice. Each word echoed through the air. Name: Vegeta II, eldest daughter of King Vegeta III and Queen Celeria, the giant intoned, without looking up. Vegeta's eyes widened slightly. What? The Colossus slammed the book shut with a thunderous crash and finally looked at her. His eyes burned like torches. "I am King Yema." Vegeta met his gaze coldly, hiding her surprise. "So you're the one who decides the fate of souls?" "Correct," he replied calmly. Yema flipped through several pages, muttering aloud. Extreme violence, planetary conquest, species extermination, torture, betrayal. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a cold smile tugging at her lips. HMPH. What, are you going to read my entire resume? Yema looked up, unamused. Under normal circumstances, your soul would go straight to hell. There, it would be purified until nothing recognizable remained, then recycled into a new life. Vegeta clenched her fists, pride boiling over. What did you say? I am Vegeta, Princess of the Saiyans. I will not be thrown away like garbage into a pit of filth. Silence, Yema thundered, slamming his fist onto the desk. The vibration made the entire line of souls tremble. For a moment even Vegeta held back. The judge's voice grew heavier. But your case is special. Vegeta stared at him, confused. Special? Yes. Yema nodded, opening the book again. You committed atrocities, that is true. But you also showed a recent change. You watched over Son Goku's son. You protected that child on multiple occasions. And in your final moments your actions were not driven by hatred alone. Vegeta lowered her gaze, teeth clenched. Gohan's face flashed through her mind calling her name. And Kakarot, holding her in her final seconds. She shook her head, irritated with herself. What the hell is wrong with me? I don't need anyone judging me like I'm some damn saint. Yema closed the book, his expression unyielding. That is why your fate has not yet been decided. Vegeta looked up sharply. What do you mean, not decided? The Colossus pointed to the side of the desk. A crystal sphere, the size of a small planet, floated atop a pedestal. Its surface glowed, and inside it, images moved like a living mirror. I'm going to show you something. Something important. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. And why should I look at anything you tell me to? Yema fixed her with a piercing stare. Because, whether you like it or not, you are not the one who decides here. Vegeta growled but stepped forward anyway. Curiosity gnawed at her. The sphere glowed brighter. Vegeta leaned in, and she saw him. Kakarot. He floated in the air, wrapped in the red aura of Kaioken. His face was serious, his body drenched in sweat. And in front of him, Frieza, smiling venomously, firing barrages of ki. Vegeta's eyes widened. Kakarot. She watched in silence, remembering every clash they'd shared. Every word, every look, the fury she felt toward him and that strange spark that had been born afterward. Yema spoke, solemn. That man is the key. The battle they are fighting will decide more than the lives of your friends. It will decide the fate of many worlds. And yours as well. Vegeta clenched her teeth. Her heart pounded. Kakarot, she whispered, a mix of pride and fury in her voice. Don't you dare fall to him. The sphere trembled, showing every collision between the two titans. Frieza with more of his power unleashed. Goku fighting with Kaioken multiplied fourfold. Vegeta couldn't look away, and even as her pride twisted inside her, a silent terror rolled down her translucent cheek. Because for the first time, she wasn't the one fighting. And for the first time, she was placing everything on someone else. The battlefield on Namek no longer looked like a planet. The ground was torn apart into massive craters, the sea boiled with black bubbles, and the green sky flashed with bursts of ki like living thunderstorms. At the center of that hellscape, two figures clashed at impossible speeds. Frieza, compact, elegant, wearing that cold smile that never left his face. His tail moved with the precision of a lethal serpent, cracking through the air with every swing. Goku, wrapped in the red glow of the Kaioken, sweat running down his forehead, muscles taut, breathing ragged. His eyes were serious, burning with restrained rage ever since Vegeta had fallen before him. Take this, Frieza roared, twisting his body. FWOOOSH. The Emperor's tail sliced through the air like a living whip. Goku barely managed to lean aside. The strike grazed his cheek, tearing the skin and drawing blood. Another one. Whong. The ground exploded just centimeters from his feet as the tail slammed down with brutal force. Goku clenched his teeth, dodging again. He's fast, way too fast. If that tail catches me, I'm done. Frieza laughed, high-pitched and mocking. Oh ho ho ho. Come on, little Saiyan. Weren't you the one who said you'd wipe me out? Then stop running. Suddenly, the tyrant gathered energy in his palm. A crimson sphere rapidly formed, vibrating like a compressed star. Let's see you dodge this. Shrosh. He hurled it toward the ground. The impact was devastating. The land beneath Goku shattered like glass, an entire section of the continent exploding and collapsing as burning rocks fell into the Emerald Ocean. The sea rose in titanic waves, swallowing the destroyed land. Goku barely managed to propel himself into the air, but the blast still caught him. Krash. His body was thrown backward, spinning out of control. Frieza appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, laughing. What now, insect? Goku growled, closing his eyes for a brief second. Think, come on. And then he remembered. The 23rd World Tournament. His battle against Piccolo. The desperate technique that had allowed him to survive when he had nothing left. The corner of his lips lifted slightly. It's worth trying again. Frieza raised his hand to deliver the finishing blow. Goodbye, Saiyan. But instead of retreating, Goku lifted his legs, crossing the soles of his feet in front of the tyrant's face. Kamehameha. Boom! A blue beam erupted from his feet, slamming straight into Frieza's chest. The tyrant's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected the attack to come from that angle. The blast hurled him violently backward, smashing through a rock formation and sending pillars of boiling water into the air. From the mountain where he watched alongside Piccolo and Krillin, Gohan jumped to his feet. Wow, I didn't know Dad could do that. Piccolo scowled, remembering that old fight. So he's still got some old tricks. Krillin let out a shaky breath of relief, sweat pouring down his face. Nice one, Goku. Goku splashed down into the water, gasping. The attack had drained him more than he'd expected. The Kaioken strained every fiber of his body. And now he had to think clearly. The ocean closed over him, dark, heavy water that restricted his movement. When he opened his eyes, he could only see flashes of light far above. Then he felt it. Pressure. Frieza was there. His ki crushed down on him like a mountain collapsing. The Saiyan tried to swim toward the surface, but something stopped him. The water suddenly began to boil, and a mocking, shrill voice echoed from above. What's wrong? Feeling trapped? Come on, get up here. Goku clenched his teeth. Damn it, he's blocking my escape. Time crawled at the bottom of the ocean. His body screamed for air. His mind searched desperately for a way out. Then an idea struck him. He couldn't go straight up. He had to distract him. He tightened his fists, focusing his energy. Two spheres of ki formed in the darkness, vibrating like small stars beneath the water. He held them for a moment, then hurled them in opposite directions. Come on, take the bait. On the surface, Frieza hovered with his arms crossed, impatient. Suddenly, two flashes burst out of the water, shooting skyward like projectiles. The tyrant raised an eyebrow. What's this? The spheres flew toward him. Frieza laughed. That's it. With a casual flick of one hand, he deflected the first. With the other, he destroyed the second. Both exploded into harmless flashes of light. But then his smile froze. He felt something, a key signature, moving the opposite way. He turned his head. FWOOM. Goku burst out of the water like a missile, Kaioken blazing. His red aura instantly vaporized the sea around him, sending up a massive column of steam. With a ferocious roar, he appeared behind Frieza and unleashed a kick straight to the tyrant's face. Krash. The impact shook the air, sending Frieza flying backward. The Emperor of the Universe spun through the sky, stunned, a thin trail of blood dripping from his mouth. Goku panted, eyes locked on him, water dripping from his hair as his body glowed in red light. I won't let all of this be for nothing. Frieza steadied himself in mid-air, calmly wiping the blood from his face. Then he smiled. Interesting, his voice dropped. Darker, more dangerous. I suppose I'll admit it. You're very strong, far too strong. His eyes gleamed with malice. Even I can feel your blows. Goku narrowed his eyes, heart pounding. Frieza extended one finger, his grin twisting. But don't get carried away. Up to now, Saiyan, I've only been using 35% of my power. Silence fell like a hammer. From the mountain, Krillin went pale. 35. Gohan stumbled back, his eyes filling with fear. No, that can't be. Piccolo clenched his jaw, cold sweat running down his face. That monster is still holding back? Frieza spread his arms as a dark, overwhelming aura expanded around him. The air trembled, the ground cracked open beneath them, and the sea churned as if a hurricane had been born at the planet's core. Prepare yourself, Goku. His voice turned venomous. I'm going to show you what true terror really means. Goku stared back, taking a deep breath, fists clenched tight. No matter how much power you have, he muttered, pain and fury sparking in his eyes. I'll stop you, Frieza. The battle was far from over. The battle pressed on. The air of Namek vibrated like a massive drum. Waves slammed against the shattered cliffs. The green sky trembled with every collision, as if the planet itself were trying to flee from the fight tearing it apart. At the center, two auras crashed together in blinding bursts. Frieza, his white and purple body gleamed with an almost mocking calm. A venomous smile curved his lips as his ki continued to rise, spreading like a dark ocean that crushed everyone who felt it. Goku, wrapped in a furious red glow, the Kaioken burned around him like living flames. His muscles were locked tight, his breathing ragged, sweat streaming down his face. The top of his orange eye was gone, shredded to pieces in the chaos of battle. Only the blue undershirt clung to his skin, trembling with every shockwave. Frieza laughed, his voice sharp as a blade. Interesting, you're still standing, insect. I suppose you're not as fragile as I thought, but you still haven't seen anything yet. His aura erupted, the ground beneath him split open in glowing cracks. The air grew heavy, oppressive, suffocating. I'm already close to 50% of my power, he said mockingly, cruelly. Can you even begin to understand what that means, Saiyan? From the nearby mountain, Krillin swallowed hard, horrified. Almost 50% Kami. Gohan stepped back, tears filling his eyes. Dad, Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, sweat running down his brow. His voice was low, nearly a whisper. Even Vegeta bet everything on him. On Goku. If she, with all her pride, believed in this idiot, then we have to believe in him too. Goku gasped for breath but clenched his teeth. I'm not giving up, he leaned forward, focusing every ounce of his energy. Kaioken times 10, FWOOSH. His aura exploded like a wildfire. The red deepened, staining the sky itself. His ki shook the nearby mountains, ripping chunks of rock free and lifting them into the air. Frieza raised an eyebrow, smiling in delight. 10 times your normal power, Let's see how long your body lasts before it snaps. Goku vanished. Zan. His figure multiplied across the sky, the afterimage technique leaving residual forms all over the battlefield. Dozens of Gokus appeared to surround the tyrant from every direction. Frieza narrowed his eyes, tail lashing like a whip. Childish tricks. Then a blinding flash. Solar flare. Goku roared. FWOOM. A burst of pure white light swallowed the battlefield. The brilliance pierced the clouds, blinding even those watching from afar. Frieza snarled, raising a hand to his eyes. Damn you, insect! In that instant, Goku was already ready. Hands cupped, ki condensed, voice unwavering. Kami-ha-me. A blue beam erupted forth like a pillar of pure rage. KRASH. The blast struck Frieza square in the torso. The explosion was so violent that the nearby ocean rose into a wall of boiling water, and mountains collapsed like sand. The silence that followed was absolute. Krillin dropped to his knees, panting. He did it. He hit him head on. Gohan smiled through his tears. Dad, but Piccolo didn't smile. His eyes stayed fixed on the smoke rising in the distance. No, don't celebrate yet. From the smoke, Frieza emerged. His white armor was scorched, his body marked with burns. A thin line of purple blood ran from his mouth. He licked it away calmly. Then he laughed. Not bad, Saiyan, not bad at all. You've surprised me. His tail moved, slithering through the air like an unseen predator. Before Goku could react, it wrapped around him. Wong. The tail tightened around his neck with inhuman strength. Goku tried to breathe, but no air came. GHH. Frieza lifted him into the air like a doll. Look at how heroes fall, just like your precious princess, he laughed venomously. How long do you think you can last? Goku clenched his teeth, his vision darkening. Damn it. His hands clawed at the tail, but it was useless. Then he made a desperate choice. HRRRAGHHH. He turned his head toward the tail, choking him, and bit down with all his strength. Crunch. The tyrant's cold, tough flesh gave way beneath his teeth. Purple blood burst forth. AAA ARG. Frieza screamed in pain, releasing him instantly. Goku crashed to the ground, gasping, dragging air into his lungs. The tyrant clutched his wounded tail, fury blazing in his eyes. You bastard! Goku slowly pushed himself to his feet, unsteady but unbroken, eyes locked on his enemy. I'm not giving up. His voice was hoarse, but filled with iron determination. From the mountain, Gohan pressed his hands to his chest, heart pounding. Dad, please hold on. Krillin wrapped an arm around him, trying to steady him. He can do it, trust your father. Piccolo watched in silence, sweat beading on his forehead. In his mind echoed Vegeta's final words before her death. Please kill him with your own hands, Saiyan hands. The Namekian closed his eyes for a moment and murmured softly. Vegeta, even you saw what we're still afraid to accept. That this man is the only one who can end Frieza. Goku lifted his gaze, fists clenched, the red aura of the Kaioken still roaring around him. Frieza stared back with pure hatred, his twisted smile darkened by rage. The battle was not over. It was only beginning to climb toward a limit neither of them had ever imagined. At the same time, in the other world, King Yema's temple was silent. The echo of Futst, Eps resonated through the colossal halls, and the scent of incense mixed with the dust of thousands of records filling endless shelves. Vegeta, the Saiyan princess, stood with her arms crossed, brow furrowed, staring at the floating crystal before her. Inside that luminous sphere unfolded the most brutal battle she had ever witnessed. Kakarot, that idiot, that low-class Saiyan who had grown up on an inferior planet. He was standing face to face with Frieza. His red aura burned like living fire, his body drenched in sweat and blood. Every blow he threw made the planet tremble, and yet Frieza was still smiling. Vegeta clenched her teeth. Even here, in the other world, she could feel it. That demon still hadn't shown everything. That bastard, she growled, her fists trembling. Was everything he did to me really just a game? Just entertainment? The memory of her own defeat burned deep. Her pride, never once bent, had been crushed effortlessly. And now she understood. Frieza had never fought her seriously. The humiliation cut through her like a blade. And yet, something strange stirred in her chest as she watched Kakarot standing his ground. That fool, he was enduring what she never could. That fool might avenge her. Avenge her entire race. Her gaze softened, just a little. Kakarot, you can do this. A sound broke the solemn silence of the temple. A female voice, slightly irritated. King Yema, why did you call me here? I thought those of us resting in heaven were supposed to stay there forever. Vegeta slowly turned her head. There she was, a woman with black hair, wearing a simple dress. She didn't carry herself like a warrior. Her hands were delicate, her large, bright eyes gentle maternal. A halo hovered above her head. But there was something about her. Vegeta noticed it instantly. That face, those eyes, that warm, soothing energy. She looked almost identical to the brat. To Gohan, the Saiyan arched an eyebrow, surprised. Who are you? The woman looked back at her with polite curiosity. A soft smile on her lips. King Yema cleared his throat, shuffling through enormous sheets of paper on his desk. Allow me to introduce you, Vegeta. This is Chi-Chi, the late wife of Son Goku, and the mother of Son Gohan. Vegeta's heart skipped unexpectedly. What? Her lips parted in disbelief. Of course, she had assumed the brat had an earthling mother, that much was obvious. But she had never imagined she was dead, and certainly not that she would be standing before her here. Chi-Chi inclined her head gently. Who are you? You remind me of my Goku. Vegeta frowned, uncomfortable. Hearing Kakarot's Earth name spoken so calmly by this woman felt strange. King Yema continued in his solemn tone. Chi-Chi, I assumed you'd want to know what has happened. To your husband and your son since you arrived in the other world. Especially given the danger they're in now. With a movement of his massive finger, the crystal sphere expanded, its images sharpening. In an instant, everything was transmitted into Chi-Chi's mind. Everything that had happened since her death. She saw Gohan small, but brave, facing dangers she could never have imagined. Goku protecting him. The Saiyans, Namek, Frieza. Her expression changed immediately. First disbelief, then outrage. What is my precious baby doing fighting monsters from another planet? She shouted. He should be studying, not risking his life like that. Vegeta tilted her head, hiding a crooked smirk. So this is the brat's mother, same shrill tone. Chi-Chi clasped her hands to her chest, tears shining in her eyes. But Goku protected him, didn't he? He took care of him, right? King Yema nodded. Yes, though Gohan has fought, he has always had his father's guidance and protection. Chi-Chi sighed in relief. Then she slowly turned her gaze toward Vegeta. Their eyes met. Vegeta held her chin high, defiant as ever. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, looked at her with calm curiosity. And then too, the Saiyan princesses surprised the Earthwoman smiled. So you're the one, Chi-Chi said gently, the woman giving Goku another chance to love. Vegeta blinked. What? Chi-Chi nodded softly, her voice warm in a way that unsettled anyone. I'm glad. Vegeta's face burned. Heat rushed to her cheeks, something she had never felt like this before. What are you talking about, insect? She roared, stepping forward, veins bulging on her forehead. I have nothing to do with who that idiot loves. Chi-Chi didn't flinch. Her serene smile remained. I can see it in your eyes. Even if you don't want to admit it, I see it. The same thing you made me feel. Vegeta staggered back a step, shaken. Her heart pounded. Was it anger? Embarrassment? She didn't know. Love? Me? Kakarot? That's absurd. Ridiculous. But the memory came anyway. The moment he ran toward her when Frieza pierced her with that beam. The way he held her in his arms, desperate, tears in his eyes. His voice trembling as he said her name. his promise to avenge her. Vegeta clenched her fists, trying to drive those images away. I don't need love, she snapped. I only need revenge. Chi-Chi sighed softly. You really are more like him than I thought. All that mattered to him was fighting. He didn't even know what marriage was when we were kids. But eventually, he realized there was more to life and he chose me. In the end, Vegeta clicked her tongue, turning her face away. TCH cheap sentimentality. But inside, something burned. Why did those words affect her so much? Why did that Earthwoman's smile seem to things she herself refused to acknowledge? King Yema slammed his hand on the desk. That's enough. Vegeta, your fate is still under discussion. Chi-Chi, you were called here to witness what is happening to your family. Both turned back to the crystal. There, Goku roared, the Kaioken X-10 exploding around him. Frieza smiled, increasing his power even further. Their clash lifted oceans and shattered mountains. Vegeta felt a knot tighten in her throat. That idiot, he was still fighting. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together. Goku, please come back alive. Vegeta lowered her gaze, her cheeks still warm. Love, what nonsense. But Kakarot, if you fall now, I swear I'll kill you myself when you get here. The silence of the temple grew heavy with tension. A proud Saiyan princess and an Earthling mother. Both, in their own way, were placing their faith in the same man. The battlefield had become a moving graveyard. Mountains were reduced to dust, lakes boiled violently, and the air was choked with toxic smoke from countless explosions. Goku floated in the sky, gasping for breath. His chest rose and fell violently, sweat poured down his face, and the red aura of the Kaioken flickered like a torch on the verge of going out. Across from him, Frieza advanced slowly. That calm smile of his was the most terrifying part. He looked as though he were strolling through a garden, not fighting a battle capable of destroying an entire planet. You're panting like a tired dog, the tyrant mocked in his sharp, venomous voice. Is that really all you've got, Saiyan? Goku clenched his teeth. His body screamed that it had reached its limit. The Kaioken, pushed to 10 times, was tearing his muscles apart from the inside. Every movement was agony, and worst of all, despite all that effort, he was barely keeping up with Frieza. This is a nightmare. The thought escaped him bitterly. I'm not even close and he's barely using half his power. His heart tightened. For an instant, fear flooded him. Is it impossible? And then, in the middle of that emptiness, he heard it. A voice. Clear, rough, proud. Kakarot. Goku stiffened, looking around. But there was no one else, only Frieza, floating there with that cruel smile. That voice? He heard it again, stronger this time. Seriously, is that all? You're giving up that easily? My rival can do better than this. I know it. Goku's eyes widened. That voice, there was no mistaking it. Vegeta. His chest trembled. She was dead. He knew that. He had felt it in his arms. And yet there she was, speaking inside his head. You, he murmured, clenching his fists. Are you talking to me? Frieza raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the Saiyan muttering to himself. What are you babbling about, insect? But Goku ignored him. The voice continued. Don't you dare fall now, Kakarot. Not after what you promised me, not after you swore you'd defeat this monster. Goku lowered his head, his breathing shaking. Vegeta. The voice carried pride, rage, but also something else. Something he couldn't explain, yet it filled him with warmth. Then another voice. Soft, feminine, so different from Vegeta's yet just as powerful. Goku. A knot formed in his throat. His aura trembled. It couldn't be. He heard it again, like an echo from far away. My Goku, it's been so long. I'm happy to see that you and Gohan have been doing well. His eyes grew wet. It wasn't possible. That voice belonged to someone who had left this world years ago. Chi-Chi. His heart slammed in his chest. His wife. The woman who had died before she could watch Gohan grow up. Frieza tilted his head, intrigued. Have you finally started hallucinating, Saiyan? Goku covered his face for a moment, breathing heavily. Is this an illusion? Is exhaustion messing with my mind? But the voices were clear. So clear it hurt. Vegeta spoke again, harsh and commanding. Focus, Kakarot. That monster cannot be allowed to exist. You have to defeat him, even if it means breaking your own body. Chi-Chi joined in, her gentleness contrasting with the Saiyan's harshness. Don't forget who you are, Goku. You're not just a warrior, you're a father. Gohan needs you. Don't let him grow up without you. Goku shut his eyes tightly. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Vegeta. Chi-Chi, is it really you? Or is it just my heart clinging to what I've lost? The voices didn't answer that question. But they encouraged him. They held him up. Meanwhile, Frieza drifted closer, his smile darkening. You're running out of strength, insect. I can see it in your face. Your muscles are trembling. Your breathing is shattered. He raised one finger, glowing with energy. One simple touch and you'll join that useless princess. Goku looked at him, tears still sliding down his face. But something in his eyes had changed. No longer desperation. It was fury. It was pride. It was love. Vegeta roared inside his head. Don't fall, Kakarot. Prove it to me. Prove that I wasn't wrong about you. Chi-Chi whispered softly. My Goku, you can do this. Goku's aura shook violently. The red of the Kaioken expanded, burning brighter than before. His chest swelled, his muscles tightened. He clenched his teeth and roared. HRRRAHHHH. The air exploded around him, pillars of dust and stone blasting upward. The ground beneath him shattered into enormous craters. Frieza's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Goku lifted his head, his eyes blazed with fury and hope intertwined. I won't give up ever. His voice thundered across the battlefield. Because I'm not fighting alone. He leaned forward, pouring all his ki into his body. This is for Vegeta, for Chi-Chi, for Gohan, for everyone who died because of you. Frieza looked at him with disdain, yet a chill ran down his spine. That insect was getting back up again. From a nearby mountain, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin felt the shockwave. Goku's red aura had grown so vast it seemed to stain the horizon. Krillin shouted, shielding his face with his arms. What the hell is he doing? Quote. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, heart racing. He's listening to something. I don't know what, but he's not fighting alone anymore. Gohan clenched his fists, tears streaming down his cheeks. Dad, Goku roared, pushing his body beyond its limit. The Kaioken intensified, the air vibrating with every breath. Frieza, he shouted, his voice torn but unbreakable. I don't care if you're using 50% or 100. I'm going to defeat you. Frieza scowled, irritated. You're a fool. The clash was about to begin again. But this time, Goku carried something Frieza would never understand. The pride of a fallen princess. The love of a lost wife. And the hope of a son waiting for him. The air of Namek roared once more. And the battle continued, driven by voices from the past, pushing the Saiyan forward with every step. We will continue in next part.